All right, guys. So here's the way it's going to go today. I'll do the first one just to kind of work out some kinks if we need to. And then I'm going to go through kind of like a general thing of showing a class in Trixion, my general thoughts on the class, its strengths, its weaknesses, like what cores I'm running, what are available. And I want to kind of show like what one hyper looks like, what the other one hyper looks like, just for the aesthetics, because a lot of people are, when they're picking out classes, I think it's very cool to look at aesthetics. Just like a general rotation thing, just to kind of show your class what it does. I'm going to try to get through as many classes as I can for both builds. I don't think it's worth going into every core combination. More so just looking at whatever the meta is for your class, for your build. That being said, now, if you're looking at more so like a data-driven decision of like what class you should play, that's where Lost Ark Bible comes in. Look at the data sets. There's some stuff there I would talk about on how to properly digest the information there. That's not today. I guess when we're talking about cores, for new or returning players watching or going to watch this on YouTube when I upload it eventually, if we say 1-1-1, what that means is that this top core here, so these top three are Lone Knight. The next three are for combat readiness. So my first build and my second build. And then we have like, so 1-1-1 for Lone Knight would be the first one, and the first one here. So right now I'm going to be showcasing 1-1-1 Lone Knight Gunlancer. Let's talk about Gunlancers. I'm playing Lone Knight. I can also show you guys combat readiness in a minute here. Lone Knight Gunlancer is such a satisfying, strong class. Gunlancers historically have been a little bit lower. They recently got like a rework, a buff. They're so satisfying to play at in this current state. If you've played them before, Taunt is removed from the red style, and the extra synergy of Armor Shred is removed. So it's just giving the front back plus the Hitmaster non-positional work baked in there. Now the biggest thing about this is it's a front attacker, so Master Brawler. I have to always hit from the front of the boss. You can see right here it says front attack. On the skills, obviously you also see where is it, like right here, attack type frontal attack, right? So ideally always hitting from the front, maximizing damage. The way this class works now is I'm cycling my X, which is going to give me meter, automatically turn on my Z. What does my Z give me? If you mouse over, it gives me push immunity. If I leave it on, this will slowly drain. If I get hit, that meter right there is also giving me a shield, and that meter will be depleted as well. Additional shielding helps you maintain that. I have cores on in 1-1-1. Let me, I can't pull them up here, I guess. Let's see. So can I look at them here maybe? Yeah, okay. So if I look at these in here, when I hit my counter Gunlance, which should be right here, on my star core, it's going to give me some meter back as well. It gives me more surge cannon damage. This gives me more surge cannon damage, and also when I activate my X, which is my Warblade, it activates Destiny. And then the Sun core consumes Destiny. Now the Destiny relationship obviously is the same for all classes, so we won't go into too much detail there. Whereas one activates, one uses, and then that just gives me more damage there, a little bit of move speed. So the way this works is I hit X and it empowers my next Gunlance skill. So my T has changed now, and that's just a big ass hit in the front. Boom. So now from here, it's a prio of hitting my other skills. And we're just going to send everything into the mob here. And then right here, I have my X back up and no skills, right? So we're just going to be chilling out a minute here. Positioning on the boss. Obviously, it's not going to be holding still like this. I'm going to hit X. And then we're going to hit it on my Surge Cannon next into more Stingers. Okay, let me turn down music just a little bit. Alright, there we go. And then as this cycles again, we're going to be in this weird spot while you're learning this, where my X is up for my Surge right here, and we have 8 seconds left on this. If it's ever closer, we're going to wait that extra second for my T skill. The priority will always be X with T. Otherwise, Surge Cannon. If for some reason you sent your Surge Cannon and only your Stingers up, you can use it. It's going to enhance it. It is what it is. So we're just going to keep sending skills like this. So that's like the general flow of it. Now from there, what applies my synergy? It's my Bash, my Fire Bullet. In my build here, I put a lot of Overwhelms on because I like to maximize stagger for my party. So I actually use like a vision on my Surge Cannon, large overwhelm on my Bash here, and then a large overwhelm on my Dash Hopper. Now you can change some of that out for like more quick recharges and things like that. But like the amount of stagger I can put out is a lot, right? Also have a lot of good weak point, good stagger. Gunlancers are very desired by a lot of party members. One reason why, I'm going to show you here in 1 second, is first of all, we have this. When I put this Awakening down, that gives everyone in it push immune. So everyone in here can keep doing damage and not get knocked down. Unfortunately, it doesn't like protect people from everything in the world, but you know, it does pretty good. Now the other thing I have is my Hyper here. It makes an even bigger version of that. So that gives push immunity and status ailment immunity. So people use it in like Kazaros, the 900X. And the best part about that is people don't have to use the consumables there. If you're familiar with that, cool. If not, no worries. So if you know like a big damage thing's coming up, like if you're doing Circa and then it's like the, what is that? What health bar is that, guys? Like 285, 295, something like that. 185, I don't know. That's when it has to do the double Just Guard into a counter after a bunch of slams. I can drop my Awakening there, and everyone can just greed through that and not get knocked away from it. It's kind of cool to do things like that for your group. So it definitely enables people. Now, the other Awakening that you're going to use is this Lance of Judgment. Now, what does this one do? This one gives me crit, and those in it crit. And it does damage. Most people don't use this one. Well, offensive Gunlancers can, but like I prefer bringing in the utility for the party. But you can use either. And that right there is, it's also a big-ass flashbang, so it's kind of hard to see around that. Okay, so I think that about covers it. The other thing I have is I do have my Purify here on Nalacias. You can put on like Shield Shock or something like that for some movement. You can also change out one of the tripods on this to give yourself more DR. Or like have the cleanse on as well. There's other options and things you can do here. The counter Gunlance skill is a very satisfying skill. If I press it, my character moves into a defensive position, and if I get hit, it will counterattack. Now the problem with the skill is if you don't hit it at the right time, you're just going to stand there like this and look like an idiot. But otherwise, it will do that little counter attack. So it's pretty cool to have it. And like, hold on, wait. Oh, never mind. It just died. GG's. Now I have a cut like 2 different builds for blue. I'm just going to show you one and show you the general flow of it. It's a lot different than the red gameplay. This one is non-positional, meaning I can hit from any angle. And in there's a couple skills that still can be hit from the front for additional stagger, but there's new tripods they added. If you look at that top one right there called Shock Shield, it says no longer performs a frontal attack, increases damage. So I have a general build together. I believe this is 222 I have on right here for the blue Gunlancer. Yeah, so let me summon a Scarecrow so I can show you this real quick. This one is kind of like more of like a spammy style of gameplay. So let's, this one's all about maintaining this meter down here by doing stuff. And then, so I have like this T skill that charges in, and it also puts a shield on me and the group. I also have my Nellas, which gives full value, whereas Lone Knight reduces the amount of shielding received. So the idea here is just basically always be engaged, always spam, toggle off Z, hit taunt. There's another version of the build that makes it so I get shielding through things and can generate in different ways. But this one I have right now is just basically toggle on and off while you're doing that little taunt to get the meter back up. Now, the X component, I still have the same status and push immune thing right here. The same awakenings that you have as the other build in this game. Now, the big difference here is the X. The X in this build lets me leap through the air and provide a damage absorb. You can see it timing out here. Or until all the damage is soaked. And then I explode at the end of it. It's on a decently long cooldown. That's also giving push immune for the people in it. And you get, I believe, status immunity. If I'm not, I'd have to double check. I haven't played this build in a bit, but unless they've changed something, it should give you that. So pretty straightforward. Just spam your skills. It doesn't matter what angle you're attacking from on this. One change you can do that I should have on this is you drop out this bash skill right here for dash upper. And then on dash upper, we can do like, what is it, wide hit, I think. You can do more damage with wide hit just for the fun of it. Or you can do quick prep is probably the safer bet, because as blue we are crit spec, whereas Lone Knight is crit swift. So that means I don't have a lot of, like, my skills have a little bit longer cooldown. Now let me change this out here just to show you the difference. Now this, like, for example, like this cooldown right here, 10 seconds, means I can't get a follow-up counterattack in a fight like Kazuros when they're on a shorter cooldown if you get back-to-back in the 700x Pro-Kill mech. But what you can do is that you're just basically never going to touch that skill. Something to note for both builds is you always want to have your Z on to increase your damage. If you're getting hit too much, or if you're not generating enough meter, you're going to run out of this, and then you're not going to do as much damage. So you got to always make sure you're, like, cycling as much as you can. So in, like, TFM, I ran my blue GL without cores. I was able to provide something like 40% of the Paladin I was grouped with shielding to those in my party. So it gives a lot of shielding for your group, makes things safe. It's also one of the lowest performers in terms of damage, but it has a lot of utility. And being able to enable my group to ignore a pattern with this right here, push immune, so they can keep attacking, not get knocked over. So there's a lot of really cool things it can do and bring to the table. And then, so basically what we're going to be doing is, let me turn back on unlimited cooldowns. So this right here, so like what you can do as a Gunlancer, you can do this in red or blue, is you can tap like your dash upper into a space bar, and it would like let you kind of move a little bit quicker and move out of things to give you a little extra movement here. You can also change that one tripod that I did right here to excellent mobility. Now it is going to give it a longer cooldown here, so it's going to, hold on, wait, I have to turn this back off to show you. So it went up to 15 from 10 seconds, so it's even harder to get cooldowns, because that's your only counter in this build, whereas in red, you pretty much will always have one of your cooldowns up for your counter effect. If you need to learn about counters, stagger, weak point, things like that, different video, different guide. But yeah, so this is pretty straightforward. Just spam everything with your Z on, toggle to get out, and add in that. But yeah, I think that covers Gunlancers from the most part. Since this was my first one of the day, guys, did I miss anything? Like, how much crit chance does blue GL need in percent? So that is going to be a little bit deeper of a topic than I think we should go into. That's like, I just kind of want to do surface level class stuff here. The answer is always going to be more skinny, but you need to max out your specialization. There's some breakpoints of crit. I think it was like, because of the new cores and new enlightenment changes on the side nodes, if I remember right, you want to be in like what was it, like 60-something% for the keen blunt what is it, the break point on keen blunt, I believe, and I can't remember what the 62 or 67% or something like that. But a lot of people you can run like an extra keen sense here, or drop it over here, limit break. This is one of the few classes as blue where you can run with crit sins and you just keep adding value instead of being like, oh god, I have to adjust. So yeah, pretty straightforward. Yeah. Yeah, I think I did bluff Kim, but I guess I can answer it again just in case. So what do I like about this class? This class can do just about everything. It can do good damage with proper play. It brings in push immune. It brings in insane stagger. It brings in destruction. It brings in like just a lot of stuff. And it brings in a really good synergy for front and back attackers, as well as just like anyone. And if you're playing blue, it brings in the armor shred, which is in addition to the front and back open weakness little tripod right there. So if you read that, it says weak point is exposed and incoming damage from all party members by plus 4%, and then front and back by 5%. So that means everyone gets 4%, and then front and back attackers get an additional 5 on top of that, so it's a 9% sin compared to your average like 6% sin. So that stacks when I'm in blue with an armor shred, which is another, let's say, 6%. So that means if I have a front and back attacker, we're hitting about a 15% synergy. Kind of crazy, guys, that the amount of damage it can increase on other people. Now, the difference between that and like a standard 6%, obviously you're just going to take away the 1. But yeah, it's pretty cool what it can do and bring into the party. So yeah, it's just satisfying. I really enjoy the fact that I can just like, you know, it hits hard. It's satisfying to play. The biggest thing about this class is most of its damage is in its Surge Cannon, Stinger, and Full Barrel Cannon. So that means I can also have over here like just big gems on those main skills and kind of be a little bit cheaper on the other ones because they're not going to be hitting as hard. Obviously, more is better and stuff like that. Yeah, I think that about covers it though. I think we're good. I think that concludes the first guy here. Let me put this in my document real quick. I believe, let me double check that this is in fact 222 I am running here on my blue build. I need that to come off cooldown, then I'll check it. It'll be in the VOD. I'm going to put it up on YouTube. I got my editor alerted to get it up as soon as possible here. So, guys, does anyone remember the breakpoint for Keen Blunt Weapon? I couldn't remember. It's like 62 or 67% or something like that. I'm not just saying 6-7. So we got shield combo, shield arch, shield strike. This is a little bit less of a build here. But that is, I think, no, we have 1-1-1. Yeah, it's 1-1-1. Okay, next up is my long-time love LC Sharpshooter. It has been abysmal for so long and so sad. Maybe not abysmal, but it's been consistently low, but it has a really high floor, meaning it's easy to do damage on it. Ceiling's a little bit lower. It can do decent damage right now in its current state since cores came out, for like a lot of classes kind of came up. It was doing really well during like Kazuros, TFM before cores, and then I think cores kind of like dropped down a little bit more, in my opinion. There's still some people that do really good damage on it, performs pretty well. Right now I am running a full crit swift build here. I have 222 on my cores. Wait, let me pull that back up. Right now we're running 222 on my cores. This class in general has good stagger, good weak point, good movement. You have one option of running a push immune on your Claymore Mine here. It also can do attack power down on the boss, which is a very, very, very good thing to have on the boss. I think in its current state, it still stacks with Bard attack power down. I could be wrong, but last I checked, it does. You can also change out that tenacity tripod and things to try to get a little bit more damage out of it, but I use it more as utility and push immune because, you know, having that in your build is pretty nice. But yeah, this is like full swift LC Sharpshooter. Now, the whole kit of LC, what you want to do is basically we want to hit the boss until we get this meter up. We have some skills that give Hawk meter, so I have my Deadly Slash to maintain that. You can change tripods on like Hawk Shot or Moving Slash to give more right there. We have Silver Master on Moving Slash and Silver Master on Deadly Slash, so those two generate my meter. Now, when would I ever do that? Almost never, ever would you ever kill your bird. So once my bird's out, as this, it tends to just hit the boss. There used to be some crit spec builds, high spec, low crit, that had a higher ceiling. For the most part, I think everyone just kind of plays it as Swift now. Now, you can play crit Swift split. You can play full Swift with crit. You can play full crit with Swift. You can play full spec with crit. Like, you can even do a Swift spec build. Now, the variance, the ceilings kind of changes a lot here. I choose to play what I play right now because I have fun doing it. It's fast. It's fun. So as you notice, my meter goes down. This is my identity, right? The only way to get that back up is to hit my Moving Slash and my Deadly Slash. Now, one cool thing about this class, if I know a boss is doing a pattern, I can send these, and they come up really fast, right? 4-second cooldown on Moving Slash. So I get 2 of these off by the time my Deadly Slash comes back up. Pretty nice. Now, what does that do? It lets me get across the map pretty quickly if I want to dodge things. My counter I can leave up for getting, like, helping out with mechanics. It's not a big damage contributor. Do you want to send it? Obviously with quick recharges, things like that. You can put Purify here or quick recharges on your Moving Slash. This skill right here is my Synergy, my Atomic Arrow, the one that didn't hit the boss just now. And there we go. See, let me make sure I'm in the right setup here again. Okay. Now, the way I have my build set up right now, with my cores in mind, is if I start hitting Charging Shot, that's going to activate my Destiny. Once my Destiny is activated, I have this Reaper Bolt effect stacking up every time my bird attacks or I press Z. So, as these stacks go up, it increases my charge shot damage by 10% per stack. Okay, so while even if I'm engaged with the boss or not, it's stacking up an additional big hit for my charge shot, and it hits harder than your snipe now. Max 20 stacks right there. There's also this star core I'm using that's making it so I use the steady aim tripod, which is the holding one, increased damage with increased cooldown. So doubles the damage right there. So as this keeps stacking up, obviously we're in a Dren class. We want to keep that going. One cool thing about the previous class I went through, which was the Gunlancer, is it doesn't have a Dren. I don't know if I should have talked about that. Probably should have. You know, it's a learning process as we go here. So as this stacks up, once it's up max, always make sure we have our atomic arrow on the boss here. But then I'm going to charge up that charge shot. We're just going to let it go and head it big. We have our snipe here. So the whole thing on this class is just uptime. So we're just sending things on cooldown prior to always sending our charge shot into snipe, into hawk shot, while maintaining our synergy. So pretty straightforward on that. You know, it's just basically put your buttons on cooldown. Now I save my grenade here for when it's about to do a big pattern. One thing is it does do that little backstep here. If you do notice, my auto attack backsteps me, my snipe backsteps me, my hawk shot had a little turn here, my claymore backsteps me. A lot of the stuff kind of stacks up quickly and makes you move back a lot, so you got to be extra careful. Now something you can do on this class, on one of the ones you control, is I can turn my mouse to the opposite side of the boss here and snipe, and then spin it back to hit it, and that will prevent me from backstepping into bad things. So that's something you can kind of focus on, but other than that, it's just pretty much put everything on cooldown, fly around the boss, look cool, hit your buttons on cooldown. Now let me turn on the awakenings here, or rather the cooldowns. Okay, there we go, cool. Okay, so now I'm the other skill you can use, you don't use it with my setup, is lock on. This is the other T skill. I'll show it a little bit more in a different build, but let me save that out. So what this does, it gives you a little apex slide and creates these little things here, and it also is going to do damage after they hit. So I can hit this, go around and like get way around the boss here. Most people don't run that though because it's going to be less damage. But it's very fun to schmoove around the boss like that. Kind of wicked, yep. But yeah, everyone uses the drill. Now the downside of that drill, of course, is going to be the fact that it takes time to cast, unlike some classes, and it also has to continuously hit. So it just like sits here and drills through the boss. It does have high stagger, no weak point though, and para-immune. So it's very frustrating when I send this out and it takes 3 seconds or whatever for it to do its full damage, and other classes are just like, boom, I'm done. So that's one drawback there. The awakening here, we do use Fenrir's Messenger. Sends out a little ghost dog bark bark out there. There's a couple different setups for how you're going to be doing your arc passive on this. I don't think I talked about that on the previous one. It's kind of like the build setup. But Gunlancer, I'll probably have to have these ones combined just because I'm going to talk about it real quick here. Gunlancer, 100% crit is your only goal, really. So if you get bracelets, things like that, you always want to balance that out. And then here's like the big hyper. Oh. Ooh. And then we have the bird NATO called Goldeneye here. So that's just going to spin around me here, doing damage. And then the hyper here. But we use this one. Why do we use this one? This one gives you full meter. Something I didn't talk about in the Gunlancer. Damn it, I should have been more prepared. Gunlancer Awakening does, in fact, give you back meter when you use your one Awakening. The one that is the pushing in one. Yeah, we're going to have to... I got to figure out how to maybe add like a note into the previous one. Or we just like couple that with this one. SST skill is one of the worst in the games. Worst in the game. Okay. But yeah, this one is pretty much you just send all your skills on cooldown. Right now I have infinite cooldowns on, so it's going to look a little weird. But yeah. Now, what do I like about this class? It's fast, it's fluid, it's fun, it's easy. You don't have to worry about positional attacking. You just kind of vibe on the boss. It does pretty good damage. It's not going to be like a Emperor Arcana level of performance or something like that, but it does do pretty good. Before I even try to talk about it, is there someone here that is a Death Strike expert that wants to pull up before I try to butcher it? Yeah, they're so similar. That's why I don't think I need to like talk about it too much, but we're going to go into it anyways. Now, something to note, and this is, I believe, the main core most everyone uses on Death Strike. This is going to be Piercing Arrow, Avian Strike, Smart Scope. So it's 1-1-1. This setup is a little bit different. Okay, so the problem with Sharpshooter, and I'm just going to talk very openly here. LC and DS are too alike. The class doesn't have enough variance in its identity, so they play and feel the same while you're going through them. And that's always been my complaint. It's like they're kissing each other on the mouth. Like, I don't know, they use like the same gems, same engraving, same skills. Not very exciting. So the way DS works is you're trying to, this is like your Z now. You got rid of X as LC. Something I didn't mention LC is you never hit X. The only time you hit X is in an absolute emergency and you have to have push immune. You can send that X out, but all your tripods in LC do not, like, they are empowered or empowered by you having your bird out. So if your bird's not out, you're losing like 40% damage on all your skills. It's really, 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 really bad. Now, I'm not an expert on DS. I have a general concept of it, so I may pull in someone from chat here to help out. But basically, the way it works is you're cycling your skills, you're keeping your adrenaline up. I'm hitting Z on cooldown. The snipe damage with the core setup of 1-1-1 is going to make it so that I'm push immune during my snipe. But yeah, it's the same awakenings, same everything. You can use the bird NATO for a little bit more, or just the instant meter going into other things here. Now, the one thing you want to always notice or pay attention to is not overcapping your meter. So if for some reason you're between the boss leads, you come back, you don't want to like send all your builders again because it will overcap a little bit. But it's pretty much the same as LC. Send your skills, cycle. There's an optimal rotation to do this to make sure you don't overcap between things. There's a couple really good sharpshooter players out there that have like some content, but this is just to kind of give you an idea of how the class looks in combat. But, you know, most classes in Lost Ark pretty much play on the boss, including this one. Now, one problem is I am going out of mana very quickly here. Kind of a bummer, but, you know, it's different when you play with a support. I do have a Zenazon. There's some things you can do with like Focus Ruins or something like that. If you press and hold R or F before the cooldown is ready, will the skill start charging? You mean like you want, like, so if I'm sending my skills, your question is, and we go through everything like this, and you see the 5 seconds coming up on snipe. 2, 1, you're wondering if I can press and hold R if it does anything. It does not. You have to press it right as it's ending. So that's why most people tap, tap, tap. Now, one thing that's going to happen is, it does happen to a lot of us, you're spam tapping it, trying to get it together. And what can happen is you tap, I'm tapping, and then I'm going to fail it because I was tapping it too much. So it's definitely an art of getting used to any holding skills in the game. We all know it. We all randomly tap our skills. It does happen, hopefully not too often. So if I'm holding, great. Not really. There is a bit of play where it first identifies me doing the key press like that, where I see I pressed it twice even though it was ready. So ready, I'm going to hit it twice. It still works, right? It's almost like that third key press where it's going to fail. So you got to be extra careful about that. But yeah, so this one, pretty straightforward. Same thing as LC. Cycle all your skills. Don't overcap your meter. Send your Z on cooldown whenever you get it up. It does take some getting used to here. I'm not like, I don't have like the giga muscle memory on this kind of build though, but you know, I think this kind of helps a general idea of how this works. Matt, did I miss any, or any Death Strikes players out there? Did I miss any of the major points of this? Something to note is you can run around while you're sending that Z skill. So if I'm out here, I can keep moving while it's sending. It does make it a little bit more friendly. Okay, cool. I think that about covers Death Strike here. Obviously, there's better candidates on that build. I don't play this as my main build. The T skill will always hit if it's in range. There we go. Unlike the drill. So it sets up these little spike thingies, and they go... Brah. Cool. All right. And then, yeah, like I called out earlier, you do get push immune on your snipe because of the core setup we're running. Okay, I think that about covers Sharpshooter. Now, what do I like about Sharpshooter? Pretty fun, pretty fluid now in its current state. It's fast-paced. You can stay engaged on the boss no matter what. And being an uptime hitmaster class, you're always hitting. So you have to really learn how to have uptime through every pattern. And some of the skills and things you use in your kit really help. The one thing I didn't really talk about, 2 notes before we move on, is Deadly Slash, number 1. There's a double hit to it. So 1, 2. Both those count as a counter. So if you have a habit of sending counters a little bit early, sometimes that will help you out. Like with that second hit, it's helped me out a lot. The other thing is your moving slash here does have an evade component. So what that means is if I send this and at the end of it, it has a % chance to roll and give me survival here. So during skill use, gain status, ailment immunity, and dodge rate. That dodge rate can save you from fatal damage. It's pretty cool, man. So like if I moving slash into a boss's attack, there's a 30% chance I can dodge it. Now, sometimes you use this on accident because you're just spamming your skills. Sometimes it will save your ass because you have nothing else up. You're in a bad spot, no space bar, no way to get out of something. You can just moving slash in and it can save yourself stuff. Cool. Done by boss try bug. Yeah, we already talked about that one, Mr. Matt. So yeah, that covers, I think, LC and DS for the most part. The big thing I think is moving slash. Yeah, I just read the skill out with that on it. I think we got that, Mr. Dead the Brother. Did I miss anything else? We got status immune. We talked about the evade component of it. Talked about the double hit of Deadly Slash. Yeah. Oh, you're on delay. Okay. Yeah. No worries. All right. I think that about covers Sharpshooter. Pretty cool class though. Very fun. Okay, but yeah, I guess we can say it again. It's a 6% sin. I don't think I specifically cited that it's a 6% sin, so maybe we can add a little note on that in the video. All right, moving on to Wardancer. Something to note this is a full spec with crit kind of build, little swift in it. Pretty straightforward. Wardancer offers a couple synergies here. It's a crit sin, and it also gives the group a little bit of attack speed and move speed, which is pretty nice. Now this class in general, my frustrations of it are, 1, it has very short range, so you have to be sniffing boss butt to stay engaged, unfortunately. Now what does that mean? Some classes or some bosses do have a hit radius that's real close to them, so while you're trying to get in and do damage, you can be knocked away. It's so frustrating to play this class sometimes, but when it works, it feels really good. I'm running 1 2 3. There's a couple different variants you can do. You can do like 3 2 3. There's another option to give yourself push immunity in an upcoming balance patch. They're going to be giving us that for free. So we'll see how that works. This one was recently buffed as well. The way Wardancer works is everything is shackled, I'll call it, by being within my Wind's Whisper window. What does that mean? That means I send skills to build up adrenaline. This is an adrenaline class, so I need those 6 stacks for my crit. Now once I have this up, I'm going to send... You never use that, by the way. That was a bad example, but I'm just going to wait for this to come back up here. But I have Lightning Kick for some movement and also meter. Once I get this up, okay, there. Now I'm going to hit Wind's Whisper. What does Wind's Whisper do? It gives me 44% attack power buff. So that means during that window, I'm going to be sending my major spenders, as we call it, which is my T skill, which is Thunderclap Kick, Azure Dragon Supreme Kick, my Call of the Wind God, my Rising Fire Dragon, and my Spiral Impact. And now there's an order of precedence and a priority queue there. There's a rotation when I have my T skill up versus not my T skill up. Now, the way my cores interact right now is, where is it? Right here. So the Destiny effect on this class, which has an activator of the Moon Core and the Sun Core uses that activation. Now, basically, whenever I send an ESO skill, it extends the duration of that ready attack window. So you can read right there, on Esoteric skill use, duration of Wind's Whisper ready attack effect, and crit rate boost of Roar of Courage plus 1 second. So the more skills I fit in, the longer the window I have is. So what does that look like? It's also going to be resetting my Azure Dragon based on my cores whenever I hit Call of the Wind God. Now there's 2 different variants of Call of the Wind God you can run in this setup. In the build I run, there's a couple different variances of this build, but I'm just going to be covering mine. Raging Storms is going to be a holding tornado, which looks like this. It's that back attack variant. It also gives you paralysis immunity. So if you're struggling with not having enough paralysis immunity, you would switch to that tripod, or you can just use, like I have here, the Summon Storm one, which is just set it and forget it, walk away. So pretty... Let me set this up real fast, reset everything. There we go. Okay, so now let's hit this. So let's get up my adrenaline stacks here just so you guys can see it. Basically, Spiral Impact is going to be like my filler. Whenever I have it up, I'm just going to send it. This class can do pretty big damage, but it is shackled by that ready attack window, the short range, which is easy to get knocked down from. Upcoming balance patch, FI is getting a lot of love, a lot of push immune. SO is getting a lot of damage. So the way this looks is I'd Wind's Whisper, Roar into my T skill, into Azure Dragon, jumping into a Tornado Summon, which reset the cooldown of my Azure Dragon here. We're going to jump again, get my meter back up. We're still in the window there, and we just had it fall off, if you notice there. So let me reset again so you guys can see that from the top. We're going to send some of this stuff out here. Just get my adrenaline up so I don't feel bad when I don't crit. Okay, so we're going to send that again. We're going to T into Azure Dragon, jumping in, Tornado, Sky Shattering Blow. We're going to send that Rising Fire into another jump, and then finish out with Azure Dragon. If you notice, my ready attack window just faded there. You can sometimes squeeze in that Spiral Impact as well, depending what your other things look like, how much Swift you have, if you're running Mass Increase. There's a couple options there. But basically now we're just going to be sending skills until we get this back up. Now, depending on your gems, one frustrating point you're going to have is right here. I have skills coming up. And we're going to hop over here, and we're going to do this again. Wind's Whisper into Roar, into Azure Dragon. Reset it with that Tornado. We're going to send this in, and then we're going to hit this off, and then the ending right there with the ready attack dropping. So it's a little bit frustrating to have everything in that Wind's Whisper window. Now, something to note is that your Sky Shattering Blow does also apply ready attack, a different variant of it for 3 seconds there, 32%. So... if don't just wait for your Wind's Whisper, if you get, because it's easy to get knocked down out of this. Upcoming bounce patch does make it faster. But yeah, you can get knocked down and lose that. It doesn't have Paramune, so you can just get interrupted, and then you're just a very sad guy. But not doing damage for 15 seconds or whatever the cooldown is, isn't an option, so you just got to send it with that ready attack coming from your other source. Now, I know that's frustrating for all the Wardancer players out there, is what it is. Now, if we hit my V here, there's 2 different variants we have. This one's just a damage, a little bit higher ceiling into the Hyper Awakening here. Pretty chills. Oh, boom. All right, let me show you the other Hyper Awakening. Now, you can use either as this build. I prefer that one because it's a little bit more damage, and I can hold it for a longer time. You can also tap it if you really want to. Don't ever do that. But this one right here also gives you a little bit of... doesn't it? Am I misremembering? Didn't this one? No, wait. I'm mousing over the wrong thing. I'm an idiot. There we go. Damage received minus 80% because you can actually use that to survive some things. So it's a nice little oh shit button. Just to show you what it looks like again. Let's reset these. Make this infinite. So there we go. So during that, I'm minus 80% damage. Pretty cool. Now, and then into the Hyper Awakening on this one. You can use whichever one you want. I prefer the other one because it's a little bit more damage. But the difference, it's not like going to be a make or break point, you know? So just to show you through the combat again, this is a back attack preferred class. Meaning I always want to try to hit the back. Like Stagger, I would say is mid-low. Destruction, this class has infinite destruction, which is that weak point attack. Like I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 6 different points of destruction, so on some fights you can really help out a lot with that. That's one of its things, but it is a crit sin. There's a lot of crit sins out there, but it does give that move speed, attack speed during this window here, which is every like let's say like probably 40% uptime on the group, if I had to guess off the top of my head here. I think that's it. Now I need a champion of FI to come in and talk about it, because I am not competent in the other build of this class. All right, hey Paul.
So, why can't you show this again?
Oh, I don't know how to play it. Did you just come into Discord to ask me why I can't show it? Show me the class!
I'm running Enlightened Origin, which is
see it there,
2.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I have to swap back to Relic. I'm running Hyper Circulation, which is 3. And then back to Ancient Heaven Splitter.
2, 3,
so right
2.
now I'm running 2, 3, 2. But once the balance patch comes, they're nerfing this one. And so I'm going to swap back to opening 3 gates. And that'd be 3, 3, 2. FI, basically, you have this C meter. Once you get it to the full, it buffs your next skill, Sweeping Kick, Leaping Dragon, or your T skill, by like 90%. So you want to
and there's a
do
priority
that as
there,
much
right?
as possible. Depending on the core you use, you'll always want to do on your T skill, and then conditionally on your S skill depending on your core. And then the Moon core I'm running gives you 5 of these little charges every time you use it. Previously, the biggest issue with FI was that it took way too long to get your Z. You only had it for like 1 out of every 2 sweeping kicks, and then whenever you used your T, you didn't have it for your next like 2 sweeping kicks. But they fixed that with that arc passive. So with my Enlightened Origin core, you basically always have this Z buff up, and that'll activate your Destiny and give you this Celestial Strike, which, or no, not that one, this one, Enlightened Origin, increases your damage to foes by 16%. So you always want to have that up, but then obviously you can't use it for the buff, so you have to build it up another time. And then once you have full meter and the buff, that's when you would send your T. And then once you send the skill, you activate Z again to get that 16% buff again. And then by the time you do your next rotation, just cycling some filler skills. So by the time I would next send my sweeping kick, I'm full meter again, so I have that 16%. And then do my main damage skills. Once my main damage is out, I press Z again, and then start building. And then it's basically just infinitely repeating that.
So infinitely repeating the prio queue of what you buff?
If my T skill is up, I would send that, and then just send an unenhanced sweeping kick.
And this also has the wind fart, energy combustion with the DR tripod on it, right?
Yeah, and then wind
Can you
fart
mouse
is
over that to show real quick, just so people in the back can see? So for those that don't know, this has a during skill use incoming damage minus 19%, so you get like a 20% DR basically, while you're in combat with that shield up. So it's pretty cool while you're learning fights and stuff like that. But it also suffers from the same issues as SO Wardancer, where you just have shorter range, and this one's not as shackled by ready attack though, because it's always up basically, right?
Yeah, since you're high swiftness. Technically, Wind's Whisper doesn't have any immunity, but it takes like 0.1 seconds to cast, so you only get interrupted like once in a blue moon.
Yeah.
So you basically always have that. Basically, you're just infinitely repeating that rotation of prioritizing your T and then sweeping kick, making sure you have full bubbles before you do rotation. And I can quickly swap to this one. Opening of the 3 gates. It's pretty similar in that you always want to start a fight with 2 bubbles basically, no matter what you're doing. But in this case, you can have Esoteric Origin as your buff, and then also have it on your meter ready to hit Z.
Hold on.
So with this
Paul,
build,
hold on. You guys, you can hear Paul, right? I'm just confirming, so making sure it's recording. Like everyone hears Paul, okay? Okay, good. Just making sure. That would have been bad.
Yeah. So what opening of 3 gates does is your Destiny activator is hitting Z, and then third time you hit Z, you get another full meter. So basically what that allows you to do is buff every T skill and every sweeping kick, whereas with the other build, whenever you T-skilled, your sweeping kick wasn't enhanced. So, like, for example, I could do this, hit my T, be ready to sweeping kick again, and then build. And it might not line up because, yeah, you can see it didn't line up because I used like this cooldown to shorten the time. But ideally, as I get that buff to reset my Z, my T would be up, and then I could get my T skill too. And then it's very similar again, you just are setting your rotation. And just always hitting the boss, always being on the back, and always being in his butt.
Does that build run ambush? I don't think it does, right?
No. You can technically, but I don't because
So back, yeah, I think both Wardancer
being
builds are like back attack
dependent.
preferred. You can run it.
Yeah, I can pull up a log. Basically, everything is back attack besides energy combustion. And even though energy combustion is a decent part of your damage, like it's my third highest damage, it's still best to run to always back attack and then to run the strike node.
What's your favorite part about FI?
I don't know, I just like being melee and beating on the boss, not using any special magic powers, just
What about your least
punching
favorite?
his butt. Probably just the lack of push immunity.
And the range probably too.
It's
right?
really annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah, range can be annoying, but like you have tools to always be inside. I would say another thing too is the Flash Heat Fang is really annoying because like you see the first part is just hitting his butt,
Yeah.
but then the last part moves you forward.
Yeah.
And so if the boss is moving at the same time with this game, you just move through the boss and miss your skill, which is really annoying.
Yeah.
Compared to like sweeping kick, you just stand still and hit. This one you just stand still and hit. So that's probably my other big issue is moving through the boss.
All right, Mr. Paul, thanks for pulling up and showcasing the FI Wardancer. All right, let's do Guardianknight next. There's a couple different builds for each style. I'm going to be covering just the one I use right now, which is Hellfire Successor. This is the Hitmaster Specialization variant. It's pretty satisfying to play. It's spammier than it looks, or what most people would think. It is kind of considered like a transform class in the build I play because you do cycle between being part dragon and like part human. So the way this class works, it's a little bit different than some of the other classes in the game. Basically, I have these green skills here in Hellfire Successor. Right now, I am playing, I think the way Paul was showing it looked a little bit better, right? If we go here, where I have, is that showing what I have now? Nova Flame, Finisher. So right now I'm doing 1-1-1 for Hellfire Successor. This build, I believe, gets a tiny nerf, guys. Is that right? Am I misremembering? And then I think the 2-2-2 build's getting a big buff in the next balance patch for Hellfire Successor. Now I have this big halberd, very satisfying class. The different styles of awakenings, there's two options. You have this one which refills your meter whether you hit or not. Ride a dragon, move forward. This is the hyper on it. It's 2-2-2 for Hellfire, right? Yeah. So that also will give me full meter. Now, why would you run one over the other? I run this one to get the instant meter back if I make a really big mistake, turn into a crop, fall on the ground, and can't rebuild fast enough, or if I butcher something really bad. I have this Guardian Clash here as another style. This one's going to be the ceiling for damage, where I just jump up, land. Hellfire Successor, yeah. And then here's the hyper on this one. Backlog. I don't know what she said, I'm going to be honest, guys, but I just pretended I did. Okay, so this I don't think it said butt plug. I do not. I simply do not. Okay, so let me go in form and out of form here, just to start from the beginning. Okay, so the way this works is we're going to be consuming red crystals, and each one of these does more damage relative to crystal usage, I guess is a way to explain it. And you want to always have the max for that skill available. The cycling is so weird on this class because I have to alternate skills in a way that lets me deplete one at a time for each red used or whatever it may be, all the way down through my skill list here of these to fill up this identity meter. And then I go into dragon form, and then I have a rotation there, which then resets and then goes back through it all. So I'll try to go through it from the top here. Let me start with full adren here, just so you guys can get a general representation, although this does not matter. There are some optional like build variants you can change, but all good. Okay, so basically what we're going to do, we're going to apply our synergy always with our thrust. It's a 6% damage skin, or a sin. I'm going to be hitting my A, which is my Spinning Flame, my S, which is Soaring Strike, into R. Now, Vengeful Blow I can hold, which lets me have like a counterattack and push immunity. And you have multiple stacks of that, so it's a really cool skill. So that would look like this. We go in, I hit these ASR. I'm going to hit my E skill here, which is going to be most of that, into a Q, fill that up. Then I'm going to hit D and R. Okay, that would just be a tap. Into WQ to then get my balls back up. I think I cycled a little bit on the previous one, so I was missing some here. And then I'm going to hit this final skill, which is Rending Finisher. So basically, I'm alternating what I do up here with my green skills into my red skills to get full meter. Once I have my meter full, I always want a Z into an F. And why do I do that? It's because when I'm in my current build of 111, it gives my F push immunity, and it also makes it so it doesn't consume the cores to go straight into my T. From there, it's just cycling the other skills of Blazing Flash, Wing Lash, Spinning Flame, and then the stabby, 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 stabby. So there's a couple different ways to do this. So let me show you this real quick. Let me build back up with that rotation I just mentioned. We're going to go back up here. I'm going to hit that into F, into T here if it was up, but since I don't have it up, we're just going to cycle through all my skills here. Basically alternating a teal button with a red button here. And then I hit X, which resets all the cooldowns, or reduces all the cooldowns, including my T skill. So that's why it's important to send those early and start cycling again. So we're going to cycle back through it again. So I'm tapping my R now, if you notice, instead of holding it, because I don't need to push immune in that moment. Back into this, into skills and things. Now that T skill has a couple different things to it. In this build, I'm push immune with F. I'm push immune with X. And then another thing is while I'm spacebarring, I can hold it and fly, and I'm push immune during that whole glide. Kind of cool. So if I was cycling on the boss here, I was about to be hit, and I have this R up, I can then tap it or hold it, depending what I need to do, to get that extra little bit of push immune out. It's a little bit more complex of a class because you have to learn to cycle properly. If I ever hit the point right there, like where I needed a little bit more, I can just tap one of my other skills. Cycling back in again, we're going to just go through all these skills. A little stabby stab hold. Now that R, I'll talk about that in 1 sec when I go back into this form. And always try to use T on cooldown, that way it puts it back on cooldown for your X skill to then reduce it again. You can cancel, so let's say I cycled, let's say I'm doing this right guys, and I'm rebuilding like I just explained. And then I get into form like this right here. Now once I'm back in form, I can tap Z and just go right back out. So let's say I go through the double cycle fast enough, there's going to be a little tiny bit of time where I have extra meter and no skills. So if I already have full of this Empress gauge or whatever it's called, I can just tap out and then start cycling again to go back into form. Now, since this one does refill my form and the way I play it, there's different ways to play it. The other one's a higher ceiling, obviously. But let's say I do tap this and get full meter. That doesn't reset the cooldowns for me. So let's say if I had these on cooldown, like I just got out of form and just wanted to go back into form, it wouldn't really help me as much. But if I make a mistake, there's a long cutscene or something like that, there's like the rumble and circa or something like that, I can use that to get back into form faster with the cooldowns in mind and go back through everything. So again, I have F, which is awesome. This guy right here, the T skill is also push immune. X is push immune. My my big claw skill is push immune. Let me just go back in like this now that I have this all set up. So while I'm in here, I'll be permanently informed because I changed the settings over there, so not a great representation. So again, push immune while I'm flying, really good. Push immune during F. My T skills also push immune, and then my X is push immune, and my space bar is push immune. Now, there's some situations where, let's say the boss is doing some high movement stuff. This D right here has a 2-hit component. So if you look 1, 2, I can change directions on it. So it's which can be hard, by the way. Like if I want to get on the butt of the boss, I can go out and try to do something like that. But I can also miss and go through the boss and then die to something else. I've died so many times getting comfortable with that skill, just a heads up, while you're trying to get used to this D skill here, the Blazing Flash. Now, if I'm cycling and the boss is in a high movement part of the fight, Avenging Spear here, where I tap and hold. And let's say it moved a lot, I missed a lot of uptime on my other skills here. I can just tap it, just put on cooldown, just get a little tap in there. And then cycle X again to go into the next rotation of it. This guy right here, Wing, is ranged. This one is ranged. This one is semi-ranged, right? Because that's pretty long range. This is pretty long ranged as well. So the only thing you really have to worry about in this form is your Blazing Flash. T is also a dodge of damage too, right? Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Like what Norden just said. But you can also use it to reposition on the boss, guys. Let's say I'm like, obviously, once again, I have full cooldown reduction on, so I can just infinite spam skills to show you guys stuff. But you can use it to move to the back of the boss, like that, which is really cool. But it's only that brief second in the sky where you get like that dodge, right? So once again, I can use it to like reposition on the boss. So some stuff you can do on this class, just as an example, I can spacebar around. I can then hit my glide move and then reposition with my T skill, right? So like you can like, although it is a specialization class, while I'm in form here like this, I am faster. I have this so much stuff. You can get stunned through that T skill. Yep. You can have a very bad time with that T skill, but it's very, very fun to play when you have everything going on it. So I showed you both the T skills, both awakenings, both hyper awakenings. The general flow of the build is, the way it works is kind of, I don't know. I think the best way to put it is it's just an infinite cycle. So let's go through it one more time here from the top, cycling my skills to get through it like this. And then right here, I'm going to be in the spot where it has to hit twice into my form now. Cycling a teal into a red. You can see it light up when it has enough stuff. Tapping that just to show you how it looks. Should have used the T earlier, but just kind of like showing general rotation of the normal skills here. And I can just hold, and then right when I'm done, I'm going to tap Z to get out of form to go back into building again. It's alternating skills again. I'm going to hold it this time, so I'm a little bit higher on meter. Just as an example of how the use case of that. Alternating skills once again. After this finishes, I'm going to Z out to break form and then start building again. So there's that little min-max there of where I'm saving time of not just being in form, just to be in form. Unless you know something's coming up where you might need push immune or something like that, obviously, right? So just kind of going through it one more time here. Every time I red skilled is resetting the cooldown of my teal skills up here, if you notice that as well. There we go. So it's kind of like an infinite rotation class, and I'm going through this, the in-form rotation twice, and then kind of through the one on the outside in a different way as well. So it's like a lot of weaving. So that makes it kind of like harder, I would say, higher APM, higher uptime. If I can show you, let's see if I have anything saved here. I haven't saved any of my recent raids, but I was just going to show you the breakdown. Basically, T and F and X are your biggest things in this build. So your deep impact, your roar, and your whatever that claw move is called. What is it called, guys? Well, this is the newest class. Now, there's some fine tuning I could show you how to do with like changing out the Vengeful Blow with push immune plus counterattack for a different skill. There's some people that like cycling differently than I just showed you. There's some fine tuning you can do, but that's how I'm currently playing the class. It can perform very, very well as like a talking point. I think it can like it will perform about 1,000 combat power higher than where it's at. Like I can out damage my characters that are 5k plus on this one, and this one's 4,500. So I can do about the damage of like my Sharpshooter, for example, at like 5,500. If I have good support, good uptime, and I play well. I didn't really talk about like atro windows on other classes. That might be something we want to do. But obviously use it in your burst, right? Your biggest damage skills. I don't think we really need to cover that while we're going through all this. There's some optimal things I can do to make sure I reset properly, or like Kazuros getting the double reset, almost triple reset. But yeah, I think that about covers Hellfire Successor.
Do you want me to go just basics of Dreadful Roar first? The whole deal with this engraving, this engraving is you have this meter over here, which you spend to buff these 4 green skills as well as your T skill.
Mm-hmm.
So those 4 normal skills being your Quake Smash, Piercing Shock, Guillotine Spin, and Frenzy Sweep. And this is the case no matter which Arc Grid build you go. So how do you gain this meter? You have your orbs over here, which you fill up by casting some of these green skills over here.
I can't see your mouse cursor, by the way, so when you say over here,
okay.
you'd have to share desktop to show it, so, or mouse over it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I think if I hover the skills, it should contain. Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. So these 4 are your main damage skills. Your Wild Uppercut and Thrust are sort of your filler skills. This is a counter skill, right? But you can use that to generate your orbs as well. And back to what I was saying, the orange orbs, you spend them by casting the orange skill. So you see how they are highlighted. So if I cast them with full embers, you'll see that the meter in the middle also went up as well. And the amount of meter you gain changes depending on how many orbs you have. So let's say I only have 3 orbs over here. If I cast an orange skill, I'm not going to gain as much meter in the middle. So there's sort of like the cycle basically is you have your meter, you press Z to buff your main skills, you cast your main hard-hitting skills to get back embers, and then you cast an orange skill to spend the embers and gain your identity meter back. And then you just repeat this over and over again. And that's basically how this class works.
Okay, and is this, which core do you have on right now? Is this the faster one?
Yeah, this is
222?
the 333,
okay.
Which is what pre-arc grid Dreadful War plays like.
Okay.
So if you look at the 333 build, it's just damage to foes increase on everything. So nothing changes from pre-1700.
Okay.
So I guess I could do like 30 seconds of how this class looks.
Sure.
Yeah. So, and one more thing is if your main...
I think you, one note I think you forgot is the push immunity when you hit your...
Yes, yeah, that's another important thing about the front attack build, is every time you press Z, you gain a buff that grants you push immunity and incoming damage reduction and stuff like that, and a shield. So if I give myself unlimited resources, you'll see that the Guardian Scales buff gives you all that damage reduction, and the whenever a boss has like a gauge mechanic, and you get hit by an attack with this on, just like Gunlancer and Destroyer, you get less of that gauge. You can also manually get this same buff on yourself by pressing X. You have 2 charges of this, and this is a very long cooldown. So this is sort of like a emergency push immune. So you see, I also get this buff from pressing X. Okay. So if you're constantly cycling your Z, your hard-hitting skills and your orange skills, you'll basically have almost permanent push immune and damage reduction on yourself if you're playing right.
That's cool, yeah.
So that's another cool thing about Dreadful Roar.
Cool.
So
a lot of people are talking about, are asking Quake as a holding skill, and you're supposed to have it.
Yeah, so this is just personal preference. I know most people, if I go into the skill tripod...
What's like the damage difference between the two?
If I change it to the normal tripod, which obviously comes out much faster, and it also does recover some of the orange embers as well, the damage is 80% to foes. If I keep it as a holding skill, the damage is 90%. So it's a 10% trade-off from
and
that
Quake
tripod
Smash in your damage breakdown, how high is it?
I don't have the number off the top of my head, but I can just go into like my normal circa. So this is 333, the vanilla unaltered Dread Roar. This is my breakdown in circa gate 2. So a lot of your damage is first and foremost your T skill, but equal contributions of your Z skill, which I also forgot to mention. Z is also, at least for this arc grid configuration, 333, it's a big part of your damage as well. It's a head attack, so this part of the difficulty with the 333 style, where you have to always be in the front and always be casting your Z and your big DPS skills in the front. But you can see it's sort of an equal distribution almost between your Z, your Frenzy Sweep, your Quake Smash. So that's what the breakdown looks like. This is what the holding tripod looks like.
Smash, yeah. And so you run, which core setup are you again?
333.
333, okay. And 333 is like basically playing it like you're not Arc Grid.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So before I at least do my ability rotations for like 30 seconds or so, I'll just note I think these are mentioned in the community guide for Guardianknight as well, but just to let you guys know, as you guys notice, I changed my Quake Smash to normal mode just because I like casting it faster.
Yeah.
And for Piercing Shock, there is a tripod which reduces the cooldown of the skill by 6 seconds. It's going to be less damage than the weak point detection one, but personally, I feel like just having more flexibility with which 2 big hitting skills you're going to cast with your Z buff, I think that's more important for me than having more damage on the Piercing Shock. Because what I noticed, and this is my personal experience, but when the class first came out, what I noticed was if I chose the weak point detection tripod and sort of grouped pairs of abilities together to cast with my Z buff, because obviously you're going to be casting your T skill off cooldown as well. The cooldown desyncs that you get from pairing like Quake Smash and Frenzy Sweep, and then pairing Guillotine Spin and Piercing Shock, plus the one odd ability with the T skill was just messing with me for some reason. So I just found it more comfortable to just wing it with whatever 2 skills are up. So that's just my reasoning. You can go with any tripod selection. That's just a fine-tuning thing. So this is what 333 looks like. Wait, I have this. Yeah, one sec. One more thing is, if all of your big DPS skills are on cooldown and you still need to get your identity meter, a simple uppercut, thrust uppercut will get you enough embers to spend. So if you see that. So that's just something to do in downtime if you have most of your skills on cooldown. So this is what it looks like in practice. That's the orange skill, Z, 18 spin into that. So you notice this is the downtime period, so here I just do the counter or QWQW. It's an orange skill. And then when your stuff is back online, you just repeat. So that's what 333 looks like.
Okay.
Should we move on to the other arc grid?
Yeah, if you can show like the supercharged style, the 111.
Yeah. So that's So
because I'm interested in that personally. I'd like to see it.
Yeah, for sure. That is here, here, and here. I'm gonna need to change something to supercharge.
By barricade.
Probably.
It
doesn't matter. This is just for demonstration.
Wait, this is a swiftness raid captain build?
Yes.
Interesting.
So Dread Roar, it can run supersonic breakthrough with this crit swift distribution. I think there's some fine tuning with this as well. I don't know if there's a level of fine tuning for whether you're running 111 or 333.
Sure.
But yeah, I think supersonic is the go-to. Obviously, Standing Striker is an alternative. You don't want to think about this because with supersonic, you have to think about things like Yearning buff or the support attack move speed buff, feasts, food, stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm not looking to go too deep into the weeds on like balancing too far, and crit and like movement and stuff like that. Just to try to get just show the class, what it does, how it looks, like general thoughts on it.
Yeah.
And so the big difference is here is just you're holding instead of.
Your T skill as well becomes a charge skill. So that is something I need to change in Arc Passive too. Oh, one more thing I forgot to add, which kind of applies to all of the Arc Grid builds, is you have options with the orange skill that you choose. So I'm using Vengeful Blow mostly because it's push immune, and also with the correct tripod, you can get 2 stacks of it. So that's really nice for cycling your skills really fast. The other, I'm currently using Rending Finisher, which is what you need to use for the Supercharge build, but I believe Spinning Flame is an option, Soaring Strike and Blazing Sweep are also options too. I think there are write-ups in the community guide for which ones you can prefer based on your tastes, but just know that there are options for these orange skills. Okay. So, Supercharge, I mean, most of the things I said earlier apply already. I should have used that. It's okay. So the Rending Finisher becomes a charge skill. T skill becomes a charge skill. Your Piercing Shock becomes a charge skill.
Is your T still your highest with this setup?
Yes, it always is. T skill is always, I think. The difference here, or one difference here, is I guess you're prioritizing your supercharged skills more, obviously.
Oh, Quake is Zephyrus?
Is it? Okay, I'm not familiar with supercharge as much though. Okay, but yeah, the same things kind of apply. You gain your embers, you spend them with an orange skill, preferably your Rending Finisher, because that's a supercharge skill that benefits from your cores. Cast your T skill, your Quake Smash and Piercing Shock with your Z buff, and then everything else is filler.
Okay.
Yeah, that's how a rotation would look, I think. And there's the 222 build, which I will mention briefly. It's a little weird. I think it's getting a buff in KR. Yeah. Essentially, it plays more like the 333 build, where it's faster, more casts per minute, higher uptime. But the difference there is your Guillotine Spin becomes a cooldown reset for your Frenzy Sweep. So with that arc grid setup, your Frenzy Sweep gets a really, really long cooldown, but as long as you're proccing the Destiny effect and then casting the Guillotine Spin, when you pair this with your Frenzy Sweep for your Z buff, doesn't matter if this thing is off on cooldown, this thing just resets. Yeah, I don't know if you want me to show that here, but
I think
that's just the idea.
Yeah, I think we've seen. I think we're good.
Yeah, just know that it plays similar to that, so it requires more cast per minute, more uptime, stuff like that.
All right, guys, clappies to Mr. Chris. Woo! We're gonna show you my Valkyroni and cheese next. All right, we're gonna start with my DPS Valk, then we'll swap over to support Valk if there's someone lurking that wants to talk about it. Cool. The way this class works is I press these skills down here, put them on cooldown. Every skill I press, whether I hit the target or not, this goes up. This is the identity of the Valkyrie. As the identity fills up, I then get the opportunity to press the X key. Now, ideally, of course, like any class that runs Adrenaline, I want Adrenaline stacks because nothing is more depressing when you don't crit. Now, when I hit X, big ass damage, boom. During that, I'm push immune through that whole animation, pretty cool. I tap my Z. When I tap my Z, then makes my red skills empowered. We're running the perfect zone T skill there, so when I hit it, I have to tap it again to get it within the window, sending my red skills, putting those on cooldown, and then we're cycling through my skills like this again. And my identity is going up during this. I could, if the boss is phasing, doing things, I could be over here just jorking it, and then come back in for a big X, and then another Z to reactivate for my red skills. Very simple class, very straightforward, very satisfying to play, visually pleasing. The regular awakening doesn't do crazy damage by any means, but it does hit. You can also put on the support awakening if you were playing a Valk. Let me reset my cooldowns real quick, show you guys this. For my setup though, I am running 1-1-1. And all that does is just make your X go up and do more damage. One cool thing about the Valkyrie as a DPS character is Final Splendor. Your X skill is a gem, so that means you can put a really big gem there and have all the other ones a lot less. So this was a Circa I did. And just to show you what it looks like, 52% of my damage is my X skill. So putting a really big gem there is high value. And then Cataclysm. And then from there, just cycling my skills fast enough. But as you can see, like, everything else, my T skill, and then below my T skill, it's like not a lot of my damage, right? So less return there outside of the attack power up. Let me show you the other, or the hyper awakenings here. Here's one. Chills. Oh. And then we're gonna go over here. Change out this other skill here. And this is the support version. And butt. Does damage as well, a little bit less than the other one. That's the support version. Also gives a really big shield. There's some situations during like prog or during like really high difficulty content where you may want to run that just to help the group out and kind of just protect the team a little bit more. A good example of that is like Kazaros when we were progging TFM or hard mode. Like Valk, because of how low, if you didn't notice in that little thing we did right here. Let me reload that real fast. My awakening right here is like 1% of my damage. So every time I go from 1.6 down to like 0.9, 1% maybe. So very, very small change in your overall damage. Wait, that's the hyper. Hold on. There's the actual awakening. So you can easily like swap that back, do a little bit less damage overall, but provide a lot more shielding for the group, so that your support can target certain things like that. Are you able to get 2x in Atro window? If you're talking about cycling through my skills, let's talk about the cores real quick. Basically what happens is the star core is really good. It gives you a faster cast speed on your X, more damage, and that crit hit damage up, which is very valuable. This moon core, like all, activates Final Splendor, activates Destiny, more Final Splendor damage, and then on use, every time I hit my stuff, it gives me additional light meter whenever I activate Destiny. So if I hit my X here and I tap Z, oh wait, let me turn off the resets here real fast. So if I hit Z, the meter goes up, so it counts as an additional skill to reduce the amount of time it takes you to cycle to the next one. To go through all these skills takes a little bit here. That's one downside, is how long it takes to build, but also makes it very straightforward so I don't have to hit the boss. So showing it again, Z goes up. Okay, so as far as priority goes, make sure we always have our Z activator here to empower red skills, which includes your T skill. Very straightforward class. It's basically push all your buttons, doesn't matter if you hit or not. Use reds when they're empowered. Even if they're not, doesn't matter. Just send it. Better than not. While you're learning and stuff like that. As far as your actual window, it's going to mainly be your X into T into your Awakening. Is probably going to be your biggest, best bet. Cool. There's some options you can do where you drop out like Meteor Strike for something else. You get a little bit less, a little slower rotation, a little bit comfier though probably. You can run Conviction Judgment as well if you want to like min-max a little bit more. Right now I just run quick recharges. This class does suffer from some mana issues, so you're going to want to have a Zenas or put on more Focus Ruins most likely, or play with like a Juice support that can help you out with that. So I don't think there's a lot to really cover about this. I don't want to get too into the weeds about its arc passive, but I will say that in the arc passives here, the only thing you need to look out for is making sure with Adrenaline you hit 100% crit. That's it. All right, guys, this is Mr. Zephys showcasing with paying taxes.
Turn on. Yep, we love our supports. Yep.
All right, let's go.
All right. So
Guys, what is this called? What are we playing?
we are playing the Valkyrie support class. It's Under Warriors.
What are we doing for cores?
So the basic cores are actually somewhat flexible. We have a meta build, but they're pretty flexible for what you use for cores for Arc Grid. And that the only core that is mandatory, and I have these a little bit backwards just because this is the one I consider the most important, is the Star Core Holy Blade Ashes. This gives you 2 stacks. So one thing to talk about first is that, just overall, we have our brand, like every support, we have our 2 buffs, and then we have 2 builders. These are our primary meter gen skills. These are the most important. We get a little bit off our buffs and T skill, but these are our big builders. Something you'll notice as a newer player is that early on, these are at 1 stack. Inside your arc passive, one of these where is it? Is it all the way at the bottom? Can't remember where it's at exactly. If it's
Can
here
Zephys be more energized? I need to feel the excitement of playing support in Loa.
You mean okay? That's the best you're getting. What do you mean, man? It isn't arc passive.
Can you pornact
right?
a little, man?
Like else? No, not really. Isn't it an arc passive or is it a core skill now?
It's Arc Grid.
Is it literally just one base? Yeah, no, one is arc grid. But I thought one of them was an arc passive. Is it just base?
It's
skill?
tripod.
Either way, really early on you'll get. Oh, is it okay? But one of these skills, I don't remember which, has 2 stacks right away. The other one is from arc grid, so you'll feel a little bit less meter gen until you get to 1700 and start building your arc grid up. The other 2 are fairly flexible. There is a best for damage gain, but they all kind of work. If you get Ancient in any of these, you're using that Ancient because it's the best possible gain. For our bottom row, supports are always the same. You're always using...
What about my Ring of Protection instead of Holy Blade Ashes Ancient?
Like I said from the beginning that your Star Core is set. You're using Holy Blade. So technically the meter gen can be somewhat close, but the problem with like Ring of Protection is your Circle of Truth has to be always hitting, and the difference is you can't bank. This gives you 2 charges, which means if you're sitting in downtime, that's building up. That cooldown is building up.
And also stagger.
Can't hit the boss. Also stagger too. True. We'll get in there. And then I don't even know if. I'll be honest. I don't know. Like it's a lot of meter for the other 2, but it's just not as good. Like you want this core when you get here. Build wise, standard support. Most of it is the same. Awakening, drops, expert, magic stream. 2 flexible, and that you can change drops of ether to heavy armor to max MP. Same for explosive expert, by the way. These 2 are fairly flexible. Like if you want max MP, for a lot of people do because you are mana starved. I'll show you later. Otherwise, it's that.
Is it mana or mana when you're a Valkyrie?
Oh, it's definitely mana. Don't stop.
Are you sure?
Taijutsu, man. Wait. God, this guy is gaslighting already in the video. So builders wise. Standard support, brand, and AP. And then you have your 2 builders to launch up.
Can you tell me the name of the skills you're using? really,
you're
really.
these, right? Seraphic. I mean, Seraphic. Like actually, okay. So,
Yeah, like actually for the video.
So as a support, so I'm gonna show you 2 different brands in a second. Circle of Truth is the easiest one. That is your brand skill. You put it on the boss as a support, and it gives this Lights Vestige debuff, 10% to your party within your party. So each support has this for their party. It's 10%. You want to keep it always rolling, always up. You have your 2 buffs. One is a shorter cast, and one is a longer cast. The timings are similar. You kind of have to learn these as you're learning support. Usually one has extra things on it that you want to have more uptime on and be cycling more often. On the Valk, it's Seraphic Leap. It gives DR while it's active. It gives mana recovery while it's active, and you want to be using it as much as possible. The other supports have something similar.
Okay.
Valk is nice, and most supports are like this way now, where they have push immunity on it. So when I do this, I am push immune. This one is, you can sometimes tripod it on some classes, but it's not.
Okay. I know some classes, and just as a talking point, because I know it varies a little bit by supports, what is the optimal use of your 2 different AP buffs?
Sure, so the longer one, and this generally supports us the same way, is that so this one is a longer cooldown than this one. Seraphic Oath is shorter. Seraphic Leap is longer but gives more things that you want. This is going to depend on your gems and how big your magic stream is. If you are going into a fight, so I guess I should also talk about Arc Passive a little bit, in that down here in Evolution you have these 2, you're going to have magic stream from your engravings, and you have Luminary. And Luminary, it kind of functions like Adrenaline for DPS. When you use it, you start getting stacks. When it's fully built, you get an effect. So you get AP, and when it's fully stacked, you get cooldown. And so I use an ability. These kind of function similarly the same way, so we treat them the same way. Magic Stream, so I got 1 stack of Magic Stream, 1 stack of Luminary. When I keep building it, you get 2 stacks. Luminary stops at 5, but Magic Stream keeps going. At max stacks, you'll see when I read it, it says cooldown 10%. This is multiplicative, so it's not like 10% flat, it's based on like your cooldowns. But once that happens, I have more cooldown than while I'm stacking.
Okay.
So the rule of thumb is when you enter a fight, if it's fully stacked, you want to use your longer one, because your gems should be at the point where this will be able to full-time cycle. So I'll wait until, there's a couple ways you can do this, but this is the AP buff, it drops off, I use that, the cooldown is cycling down, before this ends, I can go back to Leap. If you go into a fight with literally no stacks, which sometimes cutscenes happen, if I do this first, and then I do Oath at the end of this cast, at the end of the AP, this will not be up in time.
Yeah.
You have to have full Magic Stream and Luminary to lead with this. So depending on whether you can pre-stack or not, whether you have the energy to, whether you want to, whether you're tired, you will change which you cast first.
Okay.
As a side note, the general order for the buff strength is always AP and then brand and then identity. Usually you can do all first. You can, because your identity is usually fast, you can do AP, brand like that. And as in Arc passive, if you have enough of it, if you have enough points, when you cast identity, you will automatically brand the boss. So you can cast this later.
Okay.
You can cast your brand.
Cool. So now we learned a little bit about AP, how it stacks on this class, branding. You talked briefly about identity, which is your Z. How do I generate Z optimally?
If you're a tryhard, Stimulant gives you full identity meter. It would be the same as me pressing this button.
In general, like, you're in combat. How does your class generate identity? Is what I'm asking.
So everything gives a small amount, but again, we have on Valk, these are your 2 primary builders. You want to hit the boss with these. These are long cooldowns, but give a lot. You want to be really careful.
So you gotta hit
when
those.
you cast them. Hit those on the boss to give meter. And depending on how much specialization where your character is at, you can usually build it in a full cycle of all of these, plus like a counter skill and maybe like a T.
Okay. probably talk about what your X does, Salvation Sight,
Right.
and your shield.
So every time, again, identity, we say that for like kind of the support buff. It's like your identity buff. You cast that, everybody gets a burst of damage. Valk also gives attack movement speed while you're casting this and damage. Whenever you cast that, you get a stack of Light of the Faithful, which is a heal. You can press this at any point in time. Deeper into your arc passive, as you cast it multiple times, you keep getting stacks, and that makes the heal when you cast it.
I was about to say, can you show the icon for them so they can see it?
I don't even know what it is.
You just had your mouse on it. It was the second.
It was the Vidari. I wasn't sure if it was, so we do that. We cast it. Now we have 2 stacks. Like deeper because my priority.
So it's a 10% more heal per stack up to
10% more, and this tends to interact with your expert engraving. So if someone is low and you have 3 stacks, they'll basically go to full health even if they're all the way down.
Show that wings get bigger with the stacks.
They get bigger? I didn't even know that. I'm learning stuff today. Can't even see it very well with the course though.
So you said the order of precedence for applying buffs is always going to be attack power, brand, identity?
Yes, but technically, because it's a little bit, it also depends on where your arc passive is, because generally you're going to use identity at the beginning of a fight. It's if you're coming off and you don't have one, your identity automatically applies brand. So you kind of know, okay, I can just do this, and then it's branded. I haven't even cast brand right now, and it's branded for a while. So it kind of depends on where your identity meter is when you cast it, but in order of importance, if you had to prioritize, it would be, yeah, brand would be second, identity would be third in damage, but because they happen at the same time, you can just use one for both.
Alright, what do your 2 shields do?
So we have Lost Ark, generally most supports you have a kind of a soft DR and an active DR. This one is Blessing of Salvation. It gives a shield to your team. For Valk, it's team wide. It's an A, like it just hits everybody in your group. Cast it, you get a shield. There's some tripod differences. One of the important ones is there's a purify effect, which is so if somebody is stunned, they get hit by things, or they're taking a bleed, the icon will show you whether it's cleansable or not. You can hit that button, give them a shield, and get that cleansed off. They can move. The other one is a more active damage reduction. We call it DR. It's really cool. It's really fast. You can snap to a person, and giving them, how much is it? Lots of text. Is it 70% to everybody within the field, 70% to all allies? So they're taking 70% less damage, and you're giving them a shield when it happens.
70%
A very neat
DR.
thing about Valk, yeah, 70% damage reduction. A neat thing about Valk that they did recently is there's 2 parts to this. While you're casting it, you are completely push immune.
And?
No cooldowns. And during the first part of the cast, you are status immune. You
And?
can go through stuns. And? What do you mean and?
The retaliatory effect.
Oh, that was what I was getting to. That's what I was saying. Through the first part, you are status immune. When this procs, which maybe we can get a monster to show us. Don't use this very often, but we'll try and we'll not kill him. When it gets hit, it refreshes the cooldown and starts again. That second part is not status immune. We're still push immune, but it reprocs and extends the effects.
Yeah.
Now I'm not status immune, I'm still push immune, but it refreshes and goes for longer. It's a very strong DR.
And another cool thing I like about it is I can use it for movement through targets, like no collision.
Yep. Valk is one of the snappiest supports. It's very mobile. You can go through bosses. You can help teammates wherever they're at to go save them.
Same with your leap. If you chain them together with space-bars and stuff, then you can really schmoove around the boss. But
yeah,
no, I'm just mean you can get around the fight pretty easily for repositioning. Is kind of what I'm saying.
Yep. She schmoves. Like if you want to get somewhere, you can. Boy, can she really hop around.
Cool.
As far as stagger goes, unfortunately, the upside and the downside is your stagger is on your meter gen. Sometimes makes you depressed because if you need to do a big stagger check while you've already built, you're a little bit sad, but that's where your stagger is. It's your highest. That's also why we want that core really bad, is because it gives us a lot of extra stagger. It gives us more meter gen and stagger.
What's your legendary Wildsoul? The other one? The one on the left?
It's on
Ash?
Ash
Okay.
for me.
Just
I'm
curious.
not I haven't redone it in a while. My build's a little bit off, by the way, because I don't recommend this for new players. I like Conviction Judgment. Valk has some mana problems, and I kind of like playing with cooldowns and timings. Most people do not do this, by the way. That's just me. I
Yeah.
don't mind playing Conviction Judgment. I like it. There's a couple of tripod options that you kind of have to make trade-offs for that too. One of the skills, sort by equipped, and we'll show, I believe it's on Oath. So like, you want this for your team, because when you use it, you give them an extra HP shield, but in some content where I'm running into mana problems, and I believe my team to survive, you can take magic control for less mana cost.
Yeah.
You can use focus runes. Most Valks will have to use mana food. You burn through mana. You can't, like, even an optimal build. And as I said before, it's pretty common to use max MP on Valk.
Okay.
I like.
What if I had mana problems though?
Okay, buddy. Anything we missed? The T skill is general to supports. When you cast it, it gives you 2 buffs. One is a 20-second hyper awakening damage bonus. This is the only way.
Oh,
to
yeah,
buff
yeah.
hyper damage for your team.
The other, I think it would be good to show the other brand as well if you can.
Yeah, I will. I was gonna do that at the end.
Okay.
Just wanted to say it. So when you cast it, 2 buffs. One is the hyper awakening damage for 20 seconds. It's pretty long. It's pretty good uptime, and then a 10% flat bonus. I think we showed all the skills. The counter, you have a couple options. Most people like the 2-stack. It's pretty good because it means your counter is always up, and then you have the option for either Whelp or Quick Recharge, depending on what you want. And then brand. We'll talk about brand. So this is the one that a lot of people like to use because it's very, very easy.
It follows
And
the
that
boss,
Large
keeps reapplying
and,
brand.
Yeah. So
Pretty great.
if we put this boss over here and let's unsummon this one. Monster this. Let's see. Hopefully this doesn't kill it. Right. If the boss moves, this thing chases it. Let's see. I toss it way up here. It's going to follow the boss. Very easy to use. Very giant. Pretty good. It has some downtime. The other one that you can use is Truth's Decree. It's technically more of a ceiling. It's pretty good. I like the other one because it's kind of just easy to do.
What kind of tripods we got here? Your brand, obviously.
Use this one.
DR, what's the magic suffusion? Is that mana? I think it's mana for the group.
Yeah, that one's really good because like she already has mana problems. You can give it more to the group to kind of do it. We have a DR again. I don't use this one, so we'll just double check it. So
no Paramune on this
still
one on
use-
Truth's Decree. Does Truth's Decree not have it?
So we would do something like skill casting speed. We
Vestige.
need the brand effect. That's on the second tier, and then 2-stack or what's the other one? I assume we do double.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, double stack or
Something that's a little bit hidden in this game is that certain tripods, they don't tell you, but they give you more or less meter.
use the first one. Okay, is it because it has a lasting effect for 4 seconds? Is that why we use that? I'm guessing. Yeah. Okay. And then that reapplies the brand effect for the seconds. Yeah. Okay.
So this is the other one. Tosses out in a line, and it lingers for a while, and it's pretty nice. Let me turn my. So actually, this is also good just to show. Is that is it display or combat? This is something that you may want to look at as a new player. This is battle effects visibility. Sometimes things will be too bright and you can't see the boss. Sometimes you want to see cool effects. This is preference. Play around with it. Other teammates, yourself, and there's also a thing in here for your orb, your Paradise Orb, to make it a little bit less visible. Now you can see it a little bit better. It's still kind of not the greatest, but it shoots out in a line. We'll do it over here for visibility reasons. So in that line, it'll hit the boss. If you hit teammates with it, this gives them mana, or mana if you really want.
Thank you. I was.
As far as awakening goes, general support awakening, give them a nice big shield, where you have your hyper awakening, which is really sick. To let them. This gives. Let's see, what is the exact buff? This is essentially crisis evasion. Upon taking lethal damage, instead of dying, you'll become invincible for 3 seconds and you won't die.
Can you show us that
Unless
again?
It's a raid wipe. Pretty nice.
Yeah, it looks great. Where's my buff?
Uh,
Where is it? It's ticking down. Which one is it? The bomb. Defuse the bomb, Zephys. Which one is it? There it is. Oh, you finally found it, man.
Is what you mean, man.
It's 30 seconds.
It saves your team from dying.
Cool. All right, Mr. Zephys. Thanks for pulling up. Thanks for showcasing the support of Valk. Okay, guys, for those who don't know, this is Umbrella Spot Top Drizzle player NA. Going to be showcasing the Aeromancer class in its crit spec variant. It's going to be doing the 3-3-3 core setup. The floor is yours.
Alright, so this class gets a lot of rep for being easy, but I do think it's a little bit harder than most people think, mainly because a lot of your skills, like Veinstorm, has a long linger effect, as you can see here, for example. Like, I cast it, and then it still ticks for a good 3 or 4 seconds. And that's your main meter gen ability. And you need to be used to those kinds of abilities, because almost every single ability on this class has a linger effect where you need to be on the skill needs to be on the target for a good amount of time, and if you're not used to the boss's patterns, you can easily miss every single skill and you will miss out on a lot of damage. So I'll just show the rotation really quick. So you start with your meter gens, and then you cast your synergy, and then you go right into your burst here. And then you just always repeat your skills. You never want to go out of order on these skills, because your rotation will just get messed up completely. And you're just going to be out of sync and casting abilities out of order, and you won't have meter when you need it for your main damage skills. So Arc Grid here, I use 3-3-3, which increases your Wiping Wind damage, which will become your main damage skill. It also increases your Scorching Sun damage, which will be your, I think, 3rd highest damage behind your T skill and X skill. But there is an option right here, Grapple, that allows your meter to stay infinitely online. And this is actually a pretty viable option for people who hate managing their meter or doesn't really like to manage the meter. All you have to do is, after a Scorching Sun, you just auto attack one time, and it just tops your meter, and you never have to worry about rebuilding ever again. It does a little bit less damage
for that, or
no?
You can just use it.
It's just relic.
I think you didn't mention the cooldown reduction part of cycling your skills while in form, right?
There is cooldown reduction, as you can see here. Like, I'm casting abilities and it's going down by half a second every time I cast a weather ability. But one of the cores also increases the cooldown by 3 seconds of Scorching Sun Wiping Wind. So it effectively cancels that out. And the rotation stays the exact same as before, even with the lower cooldowns.
Okay. Can you show us your awakenings, both of them, like hyper and regular?
That's actually good. So, both awakenings here. Oh, let's stop Nose Blade. Nose Blade is what I use most of the time. It's very long, but it does more damage and also builds your meter. So I'm gonna cast my meter here. Oh yeah, I gotta turn it off. So I cast my meter here and turn off. I'm out of meter. It's gonna rebuild meter here. So this last hit, the last hit of the meter, the ult, even if you miss everything, the last hit will fully rebuild the meter as well.
Yeah. In
case you're wondering. And then the hyper. This is the longer of the two, and also does most damage. So again, that's also why I use it.
And the meter back, right? Because the other doesn't give meter back,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah, the other one does not give meter back.
That noise is so bad, man. It's like a bell ringing in the background.
Yeah, just to get used to it. Kind of like crows pecking with PBA, but not as bad. So this awakening is a lot shorter animation time, but it does a little bit less damage and just covers a wide radius. Let me turn on. So now it's easier to see. So it covers a huge radius, almost guaranteed to hit, short animation time, and you'll never get hit. I honestly recommend this awakening to newer players or just inexperienced players because
Really,
you just
over
won't
getting meter back?
die. You don't really use the other awakening for meter gen, like rarely ever. I actually use this awakening during TFM pog because like I'm not fully aware of like all the patterns, and this is really easy to just get caught in an awakening in just one shot.
Sure.
And then also the same thing with the hyper here, lower damage. Oh, probably a little bit harder to hit though, but much faster. So it just depends what you prefer. Cast it again.
Can you reenact that latest voice line we just heard?
Also, just do want to say one more time, like, the rotation is very strict. If you do not like having to cast the same skills in the same order every time, you won't like this class. But if you do like that, you like that kind of style, this is perfect. All right,
Cool,
thanks
man.
for having me.
All right, man. Thanks for pulling up. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Abishin. And this, you're going to do Asura, correct? What's your core? Talk about your class first. What are you playing?
Oh, I'm playing Asura Breaker. It's the front attack, punchy one. You just punch his front. You do damage. So I guess I'll talk about his skills. So basically, for this class, you want to alternate between your yellow skills and then your green/teal skills to build meter. So I don't know if you can hear it, but when you use like an alternating skill, it like beeps.
Can you turn up your sound a tiny bit?
So the beep just confirms that you're alternating skills and building meter, but if you use like 2 yellow skills or yellow skills in a row, it won't beep, but then you alternate and then it beeps again. So it kind of helps you know when you're building meter versus like stacking skills, which you don't want to do. And this is like the basic skill set for Arc Grid. If you don't have Arc Grid, usually you use Falling Star instead of Hurricane Chain, which is like a movement skill basically that does some good damage. And then pre-Arc Grid, you can also kind of swap out Obliteration. So Obliteration is just like a kick. You can swap that out for Zafranova. And then Zafranova has 2 builds too. Like, basically a cooldown build and a damage build, but that's not really viable with Arc Grid. So the Arc Grid for this class, there's only one viable setup, I would say, and that's 3-2-2. It plays off of your T skill. So there's 2 T skills. There's Only King's Wardance, which is just like, it's a yellow skill, and you can kind of move after you use it, which is cool. The other one is this punchy thing. It does a huge amount of damage. It does more damage than the other one.
Yeah, your game is so bright, Abe. Just like
Yeah,
you.
well, I'm blind. Oh my god, John. So basically with Arc Grid, you want to play around punching after using your T. So the core that you use, or the Arc passive that you use, makes your T give a bunch of meter if you hit someone. It's like
Pretty good chunk, like a third
like
of it.
25%. Yeah. And so you can like keep building meter, and it's really nice because your main damage comes from your punches.
Ah!
And with the
What's the noise?
oh fuck. With the Arc Grid, every time you punch, it reduces the cooldown of your yellow skills. So the more you punch, the more it goes down. So it lets you build meter super fast to get a lot of punches in, or a lot more punches in. And again, you want a front attack.
So I know you said punches and you say I punch. I think it'd be good to like talk about how that works for like a new player or returning player?
Yeah. So to punch, you press your Z. Oh, I guess I'll talk about the identity. I didn't do that. So you have two identity buttons, Z and X. Your Z, it puts you in Asura mode, and then when you left click, you just punch as fast as possible.
Do you still have to like min max by tapping C or
no? They fixed that. So before you had to like auto attack and left click at the same time, so C and left click. But now you can just hold left click and it's like the maximum damage output. And then your X is like a DR. Your X is like a DR. So when you press X, you gain a shield, and this is the timing on the shield, and it gives you 50% damage reduction. And if you get hit, it extends the damage reduction duration. So initially, it's like, I want to say it's like a few seconds. It's not that long for the damage reduction, but if you get hit, then it extends that. It extends by 3 seconds.
2
if
seconds
you get hit
plus
in
3
the first.
seconds if you pocket the hit.
Yeah, so that's your identity. Basically, you're just trying to cycle skills as much as possible and get as many front attack punches in. Yeah, and you have 2 awakenings.
I thought there's something where you can like change direction now, right?
Oh, right. So when you have your punches, they added this. It's new. If you're like on the side of the boss or like the boss turns around, you can like right click and reposition.
Right, that's cool.
Yeah, it's really nice. Because the boss moves a lot.
By right click, do you mean your move click? While holding your attack click?
I think so. So to punch, you left or you click attack, and then to dash, you move click.
Can you show us your awakenings and like talk about use case?
The main awakening you use, or the only awakening you really use for Asura is this one. That was not helpful because basically this one gives meter.
So you can deplete your meter, use your awakening, and then go again.
And then reset it, yeah. So the ideal like opening rotation would make you T first before, like you would Atro T,
and then into your punch, and then awaken, then punch.
Yeah, and that would put your T back off cooldown, so then you can start building another punch really quickly. And the hyper looks like this.
Oh.
Yeah, it moves you forward a bit, but it's not too much. And then the other awakening, it does a lot of damage.
That one's the BK one, though, right?
Yeah,
okay.
It's the BK
if you can show it still.
Yeah. This is a bell. It's just like one hit, and it takes a lot of time. Yeah, it's a lot more damage, but it's not. It doesn't give you any meter or anything, so.
BK doesn't use that one anymore? Oh, interesting. What do you like about your class?
I like the movement, so I would say like 3. I guess it used to be 4, but you have a lot of movement skills, so you can kind of move around a lot, which is nice. And I feel like a lot of other classes don't have that, especially front attack classes. They're pretty slow and bulky. So you can dish out a lot of damage if the boss isn't moving. I think one of the downsides of the class is it's like one of the 2 front attack specs where you need the boss to not move for like 4 seconds. That's really hard to do because...
Well,
like,
I feel like that's not really the case anymore with GT where it's at. Because they have the spacebar Z build now.
So they don't even need the boss to stand still that much, I guess. Yeah. But you need...
Well, punching doesn't give you push immune, right? It's the X, Tui.
No, punching does give push
immune. Oh, it does? Okay.
Yeah. So when
you're
playing...
Has it always been like that, or is that part of the core?
I think that's always been the case. A lot of people like...
Or is that just...
Still,
is it DR? Am I misremembering how it works?
Yeah, it's the DR. It's a shield, and the X gives DR and shield, yeah. So if you have a support, they usually shield pretty consistently, so you don't have to worry about it too much. And I think a lot of people like to so one of the things about this class is that you build full crit on it because that's what your punches scale off of. So before you had to kind of punch and then press your X to reset your adrenaline, but it's kind of a waste of push immune because none of your other skills give push immune. So when you're kind of building meter and you don't have push immune, like especially your T, which can get canceled pretty easily. If you don't have like your X and you're using it, it gets canceled and you lose all that meter. I don't know.
What's your least favorite part about the class? The front attack moving?
Yeah, it's like this game is built off like Hitmaster and back attackers. Every fight feels like it's back attack safe, especially like Kazuro's. Yeah. So you lose out on so much damage because like there's a lot of skill expression for you based off of like how quickly you can adjust and choosing when to like punch and stuff. But it also depends on your teammates being able to not fully rotate the boss or like play in like a
predictable,
because like Hitmasters can play from forever or wherever. So if they're playing like front and back, it's a lot easier to predict how the boss will behave. But if everyone's like around the boss in a circle, it's going to be pretty annoying.
Can you reposition with your spacebar while punching too? Kind of, right? Does it have any sort of build up or wind up now?
So the thing about repositioning is when you punch and you reposition with your right click, they made it so that you don't lose. So the more punches you get, I think it's part of the last tripod, but the longer you punch, the more damage the punches do and the faster they come out. So if you punch with your right click, it doesn't disrupt that stacking, but if you spacebar, it does. So like if you spacebar, you lose like half a second to a second of punches, but if you right click, you don't lose any. So just try to right click as much as possible for movement while you're punching, and then
what's your basic meter gen rotation? It's just alternating skills forever.
So your Brawl King's Advance, it cuts the cooldown in half when you hit something. So that's your like main yellow skill for building. And then for your other skills, it's based off damage. So if I use my Q, then I would use my big punch. Obviously if I had adrenaline stacks, but your big punch and explosive fish, which is your D, and then your spiral uppercut. And then because this is a stacking skill, you would use your other skills while this is stacking still. So you do like your W if you didn't apply your synergy, or your obliteration, and then you'd use the second stack of this as a last resort.
I see.
But it's pretty flexible. You basically just want to do yellow, green, yellow, green.
Yellow, green, yellow, green, yellow, green. Plus punch.
Yeah.
Is there another core option that you would run, or is that pretty much it?
Not for Asura, because your damage is like all in your identity. It's like 70% right now, and using this and getting the cooldown down is just, it's too good, and everything else just buffs your punches even more.
All right, guys, clappies to Mr. Abe. These nuts in your mouth. All right, guys, up next, is Nan available for Wind Fury Arrow yet, or is there a Brawl King Breaker out there before I move on to the next class? Talk to us.
This class is super unfair in most situations.
But I can do
Giga
damage
now, right? It has so much push immunity. It's Giga damage, so much push immunity. The rotation is quick because of the skill reset on shock skills. The movement is kind of minimal, but you can kind of negate that with how much push immune you have. So you can just sit holding your Z, even though you don't need to charge it anymore. So like both of your Zs, they give you push immune, but you don't have to charge them anymore. But you can if you want to, use the full effect of the push immune. But the rotation is pretty simple. When you're in your burst, you just use your big skills, and then you use these two shock skills to build, and you kind of alternate a little bit so you can get it. And then when you press Z, you'll reset 10 seconds of the shock skills. So with a level 10 CD on this skill, it'll come up every single burst.
Does it still have the issue where if you get hit at all during one of your builds, you kind of get cucked and you're in a bad spot, like just pushing skills to survive?
Kind of, but you can use this skill and just hold it down the entire time, and you'll get so much meter from it. so you can kind of recover a bit with that.
Yeah, is that
Also
is there still like
recently-
a rule around the 100 fist where you hold like half or something like that?
I forgot exactly the spec breakpoint, but if you have like 110 spec on your bracelet, you can just tap it.
You tap at 1800, 1810.
Yeah.
All right, so BK,
So I'll
we
just-
cycle skills. You get back into form. We do the big burst. I'm noticing you exit out now. Is that
Yeah, you just exit as fast as possible, so you can rebuild as fast as possible.
which key does that now?
You just press Z again because there's 2 Z skills. So there's this Z skill, and then there's this Z skill that exits you.
Was that the C or the Z?
It's my Z, or my C, but it is Z. I just changed the keybind.
You rebounded to C. I'm just making sure.
Yeah. So the rotation would just be this skill, into another green, and then these 2 skills, and you'll have meter, burst rotation.
Fist into Celestial Barrage, I think is the name of that one. Into your T.
Yeah,
and
you would
then D.
go Eye of the Storm, T, and then this, or
Okay.
just Eye of the Storm and then this, and then just double Z,
And then you're back out.
and then back out, and then just rebuild quickly.
Damn, you built so much faster than I last played that. Holy shit.
Here, I'll give you an example. Like, let's say I missed this skill, right? I can just do this. Oh, actually, it didn't even give me enough. But you can get like that. It's like kind of not that bad, but. Let me put on Spirit Absorption real quick.
For those watching, he's simulating having a support with Spirit Absorption right now, so it feels
Yeah.
so he has the cast speed and move speed up just a little bit.
Oh wait. I need my Destiny. So yeah, you need the Destiny effect active to gain the extra meter gen. So you want to always start the fight with full meter so you can instantly burst and then get the...
And which core combo are you using right now?
I'm using 3-3-1. And your awakening gives you full meter too, so you can get like a double burst in on an Atro.
Are the cooldowns like not back up if you do that?
No. So no matter what, every time you press Z, you'll get a 10-second refund on the shock skills.
On the shock skills, but like will they?
Yeah. So I'll give you another example of
Sure.
like an opening burst with the awakening. You can see my cooldowns here. And then my Eye of the Storm will be up for the third burst. And then it was like 10 seconds for my other big skills to come up, so when I press Z here, it'll just reset right here. That's BK. Also, you can put push immune on this skill, which I like.
Does it suffer in any way? Like damage?
It's like
or-
minus 1% damage, maybe 2%, so minimal. But having push immune on this, I like to abuse it.
I got it. Yeah, it's nice. How big is the nerf in KR?
Very small, maybe 2%.
Okay.
3%.
So just hone your weapon one more time and you're basically back. Okay,
Yeah,
great.
exactly. This class is very unfair in most situations. And you can also shadow box now.
Is it
if you have
optimal
your
to wait for
Destiny.
T and Fist every if on CD, or we chase CPM of Z?
You chase CPM of Z. If your Eye of the Storm is not 2 seconds on CD, then I wouldn't wait. If it's over 2 seconds, then I would just rebuild.
Cool.
Yep. Any other questions?
And do you tap or hold Z?
With the arc grid, you can just tap it because every time you use a shock skill, you just get full meter back. But if you want to abuse the push immune on the Z, then you can charge it, yeah. So I can just sit here and just like tank whatever's coming my way.
I got you, yeah. Cool. Any general thoughts, comments about your class?
The rotation is fun. And the Z skill is just like very satisfying to use, and every time you press it, you're just like, oh yes, so much damage.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah, it's a very satisfying class. The sound effects are good. The skills feel good to hit.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. PD, thanks for pulling up and showcasing
Yeah, no problem.
BK Breaker. All right, guys, clappies for Mr. PD. Damn, did it just get handsome in here.
Oh, shucks, you shouldn't have.
What's up, Big T?
How you doing, man?
So you're going to be showing us a scrapper. Which variant?
I played Taijutsu.
Which core setup you running?
So I am running the 111 build, which was just in the last balance patch. They completely kind of reworked how this Sun core here works. So initially you didn't used to get refunds on your identity meter inside of your identity by using skills. So what most scrappers did was they got their identity, they activated it, and then they just dumped it right away and never sent any skills, so I can chill it off. So it's just the Z, and then you just do a big punch, and that's it, and that's your identity. But now with this core, you kind of have to dump skills inside of it, because when you do, you see I did these 3 skills here, so Ion Cannon, Blast, Battering Fist, and Explosive Fist, and then when I use my Z again, I get a refund. And that allows you to do a very, very quick rotation to refund the entire meter and go back into your Z and do damage all over again. So the kind of big crux about this class right now is that if I go into the arc passive, you have this cool side node right here, which happens to actually be on the shock side, but whenever you go into tenacity release mode, which is your Z, you get omnidirectional hits for 5 seconds, and this is an ambush master class, so
kind of OP.
Kind of makes it so that whenever you go into there, any part of the boss hits is going to be a back attack, and you're going to do the most damage.
What % of the time can you have that up?
So it lasts for 5 seconds whenever you activate your Z. So as long as those 5 seconds are up, you have back attacks wherever the boss is.
How often can you Z then? What's
so
uptime there?
This is pretty much an uptime class now. So I've had fights where my
what's its stat
Z
spread?
is getting cast.
Like crit swift?
Yep, it is crit swift.
Split,
You kind of, you go about 50-50, and then you change it depending on if you have a crits in, bracelet takes into effect, accessories.
Mm-hmm.
But you want to keep raid captain efficiency, because this is a raid captain class, and then also you run standing striker, so you want to try and juggle the line between having about 95-ish% crit and having raid captain efficiency, which is I think 129% move speed. And that's pretty easy to hit with half swiftness plus support buff plus wine and food.
Plus
and
an LC Sharpshooter, right? Ideal synergy. Yep.
Yeah. Let's see. So the general rotation. So you'll usually start off the fight with full meter. You can actually shadow box. So if you don't want to use a stim, which they're kind of expensive and it's annoying because you can't atro, you can just shadow box all the way up. It doesn't take too long, maybe 30 seconds. It's kind of like Shadowbreaker in that sense, because it is the female breaker class.
Mm-hmm.
Usually on the pull, you'll just send random skills. You do have a synergy here, and you also have a synergy whenever you enter your tenacity release state, so that is up pretty much the entire time. No big deal. So you'll build your adrenaline, use a couple skills, then you'll press your Z, press your T, then you'll press your Z again, and then you can and that'll refill your entire meter, and then you can use, I accidentally used Battering Fist, but then you can use all 3 skills again and have a super big burst. So I've seen up to 5 billion DPS right at the start, which is nice. And that's all omnidirectional, and pretty much fully push immune the entire time, except for when you send these 3 skills. Yeah, it's pretty good.
Wow.
And then also, yeah, and then
So you're
also your Dragon
omnidirectional.
tenacity.
Push immune.
Yep. Okay, and if you want one more thing, and this will blow your mind, right? So, I have 2 space bars. I know Wardancer means sorry. I have 2 space bars. If
And
I
you
press
have double
Z,
space bar.
If I press Z, my space bars reset.
And you can reset
So-
your space bar like a Valk, and it has 2 charges, or is it like just a
Yep.
continuous 2?
It's I can use 1 charge, and then it'll recharge in like half the time. And if I use 2 charges, which I can show here in a second, it'll take twice as long. So if you only need 1 space bar to like, status immunity something, or like on Kazura's Gate 2 during the 900 mech when you're dodging the blue circles, you can just space bar once and then keep DPSing, and then by the time the second blue circle shows up under your foot, you just space bar again, and you've immuned it again.
Seems pretty good, man.
Well, it's a pretty awesome class. I very much enjoy it.
Can you show us your awakenings and hyper awakenings and their uses?
Yeah, sure.
Full size.
So the awakening that you'll use on Tai is going to be the Undefeated Dragon King. It's the only one that refills your meter, and refilling your meter on this class is super OP because your Z hits for a lot of damage because of Broke Grid. So the hyper awakening looks like this.
Oh my god, that's a dragon.
Yep, that's a big dragon. And then the other one.
And this build's what you're playing is getting a nerf, right?
It is. I think the math so far has been like 4 to 5% nerf, but I mean that's what, like 2 or 3 weapon taps, I guess. If you do look at the Bible website and you look at the rankings and stuff like that, it is performing like very, very well in fights like Circa and Kazura's, just because of the nature of that fight kind of having trouble with non-omnidirectional. But since this class basically dumps all of its damage as omnidirectional, it's pretty good. And then it has pretty awesome burst inside the Rumble too, so you can get some pretty crazy numbers in there.
Can you show us just like a general rotation?
Yeah, sure. So like I said, you usually start the fight with full meter, so you'll pop your meter, you'll pop your T, and then you'll just Z again, and then you'll ult. Add the ult back up. I would do that, but I don't, so I'll just do this.
Perfect.
And then you go into your rotation of like dumping your skills inside of form.
And in form,
then-
you're push immune and omnidirectional? Because you just
So
hit
you're push immune whenever you activate your form, so it's kind of like you activate it, and it's kind of like spacebar immunity. So
Oh,
if you
okay,
don't
so
move,
single
it'll last
second,
a little
okay,
bit longer. Yeah. But during your form, the only stasis, you don't really have any stasis immunity, but your battering fist has paralysis immunity, and that's it. So that's kind of like your safe button during form. So if like the boss is doing like a push thing or whatever, the other 2 skills are not, however. So that is the one thing that kind of you have to keep in mind. But there are tripods that you can change around, make things a little bit easier, but I would just
You're
suggest
para-immune
keeping
during
the
Z,
same.
though? Wait, really?
Only when you activate it. So if
Not
the
the
boss
whole
is
time?
about to push me, not the whole time, no.
Okay.
So if you wanted to be completely para-immune, you could just Z and then Z again, and then you're completely para-immune during that with tenacity and everything. But not just if you activate the form and are sitting here like this. Then you're still a human.
Para as long as you are in form. Cool. All right. Well, Tony, thanks for pulling up. Thanks for showing us how a tie scrapper works. Thanks for pulling up, bro.
See you guys later.
That's it, guys. Quick clappies for Mr. Tony.
Well, I don't have a big girl. She's a little one.
Okay. Well, this is it's it's like we're collecting Pokemon right now, and you have a rare Pokemon,
Yes.
so it'll work.
All right. The best way I can explain it is very simple. You're going to do at least 90% back attack at all times. You fill up
Because
your
of the
meter,
side node, or because of something else, or are you telling people you have to?
because of just the arc passive in general. Once you fill up your meter, you're doing the Omni regardless, and you hit your skills. You got 5 seconds, and that's it. It's literally that. You build up 5 seconds of DPS for your middle, and that's it. That's literally it. That's your building up. These are your weaker skills. Most times we have to use our T skill outside of identity, but those two green balls right there dictate pretty much. You have two skills that have the majority of the additional damage that will take all of the shock meter away. And those two skills will do extra damage compared to any other skills that you would use during the identity. So even if I was to use Supernova or Judgment, it won't do as much damage or additional damage, or it won't take from those two green balls. The only skills that can use the green ball is Shredding and Chain Destruction. And this is with, I believe, the 3 for shock. 333 for shock.
323, you said?
333.
333. Okay, is this the most common build there is for shock?
Yes, because it does the most damage.
Right. As it should.
As it should.
What's your heaviest hitter in this setup?
It's probably Chain Destruction Fist. Only because it's guaranteed 100% crit after I hit Fist of Wind God, and then as soon as I hit this right after, even if it's outside of identity, it's gonna probably do still the most damage. 100% crit, 100% additional crit damage, and additional shock damage.
Does this class have any like movement skills or something? Because it's looking a little slow here.
It's very slow. Charging blow is probably the only movement skill we got. So, but with shock, you really have to maximize your power and minimize your movement and your crit. So the least amount of crit you can get, the most amount of crit that you can get is probably like 80% around there, including the back attack, the 10% from back attack. And after that, man, you just want to put everything into spec, hit those skills, and get up out of there. Build and keep it moving.
All right. And use the same awakening as Tai that we just saw, the Dragon King.
Normally I use it just for build up on Circa, but I definitely do not use this in any other raid other than Circa. We use the Kabloomy Blam.
Okay.
So normally it looks like this.
Oh my God, is it slow looking?
yeah, it is. But man, when you hit it, and the closer you are, the more damage you do.
All right, we got a question. Once played shock with that Arc Grid, I remember you were not using Chain Destruction. What makes it good now? Is that part of the course?
No. Yes. So before you were using, where is my baby? Death Rattle.
Death Rattle was the big one. That's right.
Yes, Death Rattle was the biggest skill, and there is I think it's 111 for shock. It does still exist. You can do additional damage with all of these skills, Death Rattle, Fist, and Shredding Strike, but it just feels so good to just hit the ground and build up and blow it up.
Mm-hmm. That's part of the core, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Other than, you sounding like you're really enjoying that.
Yeah, I do.
Oh my goodness. When I hit the ground, I felt like that.
I do. It just, melee characters, they give me like that Hulk feeling more so. She's a small little thing, but she hits hard when you allow her to, or when I crit.
Yeah. What's your ideal synergy? Like Gunlancer plus crit sin, or
if we can get a crit sin, absolutely. Or what's that class? Deathblade? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, Deathblade.
If we can get a Deathblade and a crit sin, amazing.
So you're actively doing your rotation, right?
Yes.
Okay.
All the time.
I'm so slow, bro.
You see it? You see it?
How many business days to finish a rotation as a shock scrapper?
Honestly, it's literally once you get your identity up, if the first burst you want to do, you just want to pop your T, and then it should be over by the time this ends, and that's your that's 4 or 5 seconds maybe. Literally, it's 4 or 5 seconds.
Yeah,
now it takes some time to build up.
Like big
hits.
Yeah,
big. I want to say, now I'm not a big girl, So I don't know if this equates. I'll probably do an opening of, I want to say 17 billion in my first 2 rotations.
If you play the standard arc grid, all your green skills get reset when entering identity. Is that
No.
333 or 111 or something? Is it a different,
I believe that's 2.
like 222?
Yeah.
Okay, so there's another build out there.
Yeah. Yeah, I believe that's 2. But it doesn't hit as hard, and it takes a lot of time to. You have to run more yellow skills as well.
Is there a skill like Earthrend for shock?
What skill is that?
Skill like Earthrend for shock. I don't know what Earthrend is.
Yeah. What
Sick
is
one
Earthrend?
said no.
Okay.
That's the Z for tie. Okay.
Oh no. We just have.
You also don't get to punch the ground with the other build. That's true, man. And did you hear how happy he was, guys? Like,
I enjoy this class so much. I don't care if it's not meta. I don't care if it's not like.
I don't think it's that low
super-
right now. It's like middle of the pack, isn't it?
It doesn't get a lot of love. People don't run it. People don't try to put it on the board, the leaderboards or anything like that, and it's fine. I love it.
Have you tried
I
the
enjoy
4-4 build?
This is the only build I run, baby.
This is it. Do you think you do more damage with screen shake because slow hit, you know, like big screen shake? Yeah.
Even if I
and when
don't,
you're
I
pounding
know
the
I
ground, sheesh.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's a really nice class as far as like you want that big hit, you want that big feeling, but you also want that ability to just focus on back attack. As far as no matter where you are, if you gotta go ahead and make a move, you can still hit it all back attack and be fine.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Yeah, this is 333.
Mm-hmm. Unfortunately, again, not a lot of crit, but
Yeah, what's up, Kadebia? How you playing your scrapper these days, Kadebia? We just finished tie with Mr. Tony. Now we got Trophy Guy in here. We're talking about 333 shock.
I do think it's a bit unique in a way, which with scrappers in general, you would like to want to focus on back attack a lot more, especially with like your stone or anything like that. Any type of back attack that you can get, whether it be from your bracelet or your stone, you might want to go ahead and incorporate it in there that way. Because you're doing 90%, almost, if you're decent, you're doing 90% back attack damage. So if you can do,
Where'd you get that 100 quality there, buddy?
I don't know what you mean.
What do you mean? What do I mean?
I don't know what you mean.
Where'd that 100 quality come from, man? Where'd you get that from?
I'm not sure. You know.
Did you find it on the ground? Like,
Yeah.
Cool. All right, Mr. Trophy Guy. Thanks for pulling up. Thanks for showing us a shock scrapper in the wild.
All right, legendary Pokemons. Here we go.
Yeah, that's right. All right, guys. Clappies, Mr. Trophy Guy. Go ahead, Mr. Walpurgis. What are we looking at?
All right, so I play DI. These are my cores. It's 332. This is the most common build, but there's also Eternal Blood, which allows you to be in demon form forever, which is 222. Some people play that. It's really strong. It scales really good with your gear because 332, which is the one that I'm doing right now, gets a minus 30% damage on demon skill damage. So it doesn't really use your gems entirely, right? Because of the minus damage. So 222 scales a little better. But a lot of people really like 332 because I mean the damage difference is not that much, and it cycles really fast. So the cycle for 322 is you do D and F, which are never moving. You use your X, A to reset. This is the to reset your skill, and you cycle in, and that's the entirety of it. And then you go back into demon form, and if you I mean, I took like a few seconds in human form, but these cycle really fast.
Yeah, it's like instant back and forth. That's crazy.
So it's like five more seconds, right? So in 5 more seconds, I'm like ready to go. And once again, right?
There's blood everywhere, man.
Yeah, that's part of why I played it fast. Like
because there's blood everywhere. No, Walpurga, that's scary.
I mean, I like the vibe, so I always play DI. I never really liked PS because why would you play the class that can turn into a demon and then not turn into a demon? Doesn't make any sense to me. But you know, you do you.
Sure. So you just hit SFD or SF and it's like full charge.
Yeah, so that's one of the quality of life.
What are those skill names down there on those?
Yeah, so Demon Grip and Demon Vision are the ones that you're gonna use, and then you have Demonic Clone and Howl as backup. This one here is kind of like new tech that we found, because if you realize, right, like the entirety of your damage are these 3 skills, like D, F, and your X skill, right? And then if these skills are in cooldown, the rest is like kind of whatever. I mean, you use them, right? But it's kind of whatever. So when you're in demon form, you're not really in a rush to get back into demon. When you're human, you're not really in a rush to get into demon form, because once you go back, or the only skills that you're gonna press are like Massacre, the scratches, all that stuff. The damage is like, I mean, you're gonna use them anyways, but you're not gonna get a second cast of each of those skills in demon form, right? You only get to use them once. So because you're only using them once, you have some extra time in human form, and this skill does really good damage. Because when you turn into a demon, you get 30% crit rate. So the bleed that is ticking is gonna, it's a lot of damage and it's gonna crit, right?
Yeah.
So you use it before turn. So you have meter, you use it, transform, and then the ticks ideally are gonna crit.
So back to Demon Grip. I've heard Coddy talk about Demon Grip, Demon Grip, Demon Grip. Stop.
I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh, you don't know anything about that? Okay.
That's
okay.
I think that's a different game.
Oh.
That's Marathon maybe.
Oh, okay. Is that a marathon thing?
Yeah, that's a marathon thing. Yeah, we don't do that here.
Oh, okay. Okay, so like in the talk me through your skills here in form, like what you're using with names, if you can.
Yeah, of course. So so let's say that these are in cooldown and you're waiting for them. So your synergy is gonna be E, which is destruction, and it lasts 16 seconds.
That's a really long time, yeah. Yeah,
it's a long time. You have the what is it? Core bleeding. The flow. These are just fillers. Like these are just fillers. These used to be a really cool skill back in tier 3. It was your biggest damage, and now it does nothing.
Wasn't there like a cooldown break point to hit that one twice in form or something like that too? Was that Blood Massacre or something else?
Yeah. So back in season 3, you needed I don't even remember. It was a long time ago. You needed like at least like some like level 8s or level 9 CDR gems and like some spec. I don't remember, to be honest. It was a long time ago. But yeah, you needed to hit 3 times your S skill to like do optimal damage. I think it was level 7 actually. It was not that high. But yeah, that was the entirety of it. Now we have more tools at our disposal. This T skill is really cool because you can move across the boss.
Oh, that's neat. Yeah.
I use it.
Does it do damage through it or only on the impact point?
It does on the impact point. You have to hit it.
Okay.
You can use it from afar and still do all the ticks because it does it at the end. So it's like a reposition skill.
And this class is getting a nerf in the next bounce patch, right? In KR, how much you guys getting hit by? Like 5.5%, I think I heard.
Yeah, 5.5. It's a spec scaling. It's a few weapon taps, but I already tapped those, so I'm gonna be back.
We already offset the nerf by honing.
Yeah,
got it.
Yeah, I already offset it.
Got it.
But yeah, also our hyper, for whatever reason, that's C. I hate it. It takes so long. I mean, it looks cool, but it takes so long, and it really doesn't do that much. Wait.
I mean, that's all hypers. I feel like at this point in the game, they've kind of gotten like power crept.
Yeah. Yeah, if you like do a natural opener with your awakening, it does like.
How's
so
your
much more
awakening?
damage.
Okay. Just like bloody pea
really
hands. Cool.
Yeah, the
Can you show us the other awakening as well?
I can, but it's for humans. We don't.
Sure. No. Yeah. I still would like to see if you don't mind. for the people
Yeah, of
watching
course.
so they can get the vibes. I'm not sure if you or Will, like Real Talk, are able to like slap something together for PS just to show it, what it looks like.
I guess.
Do you have the cores to do that, or
I-
does Will?
I have never played PS in my life. I have no idea what it does.
Yeah.
So the regular one is this.
So this is
Which I think
only
is used for.
perfect suppression, yeah.
Yeah, it's only for perfect suppression. I think it's just meter.
Yo,
gain.
Alice, can you pull up with PS?
Oh, at least can play PS, yeah. And this would be the hyper.
Okay. Okay, that one's kind of cool.
Yeah, it is kind of cool. But yeah, so one of the selling points I would say for playing DI right now is that 332 has a lot of push immunity. It used to not have that. Demon 4 has perma immune.
Perma immune while you're in form, yeah. Do you have push immune at all?
But push immune is so because you don't spend that much time in demon form, it's only for your burst. Once you use DNF, like all this section, your entire damage, all this, the jump and this, that's all push immune. So you can't get pushed out of your highest damage skill.
Yeah.
And then you go back in demon form, and then you're good to go again. You see, there's really not that much downtime. You're always doing this. And because your skill cycles so fast, your burst cycles so fast, you can greet almost anything. Like, you know, like some classes have to in G2 Taimine, right? Like at 900, when there's the circle and you have to go to your spots to get ready to get inside.
Mhm.
You can cycle this for just waiting, right? Like you're waiting. Sorry. You're waiting like on your spot, and you can do all this and get an entire cycle again, and then do this, and then jump behind the boss. You can get an entire cycle and then just keep doing the mix. So that would be my selling point for DI right now. That it's easy to greet. You have a lot of push immune, really good damage, and I mean the vibes are fine. Like the whole demon thing.
Yeah, no, that's a cool looking class now. Was
Yeah.
that was that demon
one-
grip you just used?
Yeah, that's demon grip. But also it might confuse some people that play this class. This skill you don't use anymore. But to be fair, there's no really a skill that needs to go here.
When do you use T? Someone's asking too. That's only in
I'm sorry,
form?
what?
You only use T in
Oh
form,
yeah,
right?
yeah. So yeah, this is a demon skill, so you can use it. You can only use it in demon form. This skill here, I have it as a reminder of what we used to be. I don't ever press it. It has good stagger, so you can use it for 700.
It's just a
G1.
memorial, like a funeral pyre.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you don't really need anything here, right? You can do this and it's the class.
Just have
plays
one off to
the
flex.
same.
Got it. Nice.
Yeah. So I just have it there as a reminder of what we used to be, because it used to be a backup meter chain for before the rework.
I got you. Yeah.
Also, what's really nice is that this class doesn't technically need to steam before raids anymore, because you need to stack adrenaline, right? So you can do this to gain meter. You do thorns, transform, and then you apply your synergy, and you're at 6 stacks, and then you can keep going. So you don't need steam anymore. That for me, that is a really good selling point as well. No steam.
This class is
So you
kind
can
of
add all this
broken
stuff.
now. I'm gonna send this over to Smilegate. Yeah, like it should be nerfed. Yeah.
Yeah, this class got some really good improvements after the rework. It's like it fixed everything basically. You can even, like, if you are for example, if you're doing 700 in G1 Taimine, right? And then you're doing the thing, right? Before the stagger finishes, let's say that you
and
use
all will be
this,
killing.
and then you have your stack ready, and then you just, oops, sorry, I fucked it up.
Are you blunt
you
thorn
have
or
it
Sand
ready?
Striker, by the way? Someone's asking.
Oh, I do stand in, but you can do blunt thorn as well. I think blunt thorn technically is better. I just don't like it, and the difference is like kind of marginal right now. So.
Cool.
But yeah, anyways, so like you can like get your X ready, right? And then the cinematic happens or whatever, and then you have it back up.
And then
So you
demon
can
grip.
So you
Stop.
can do this, and then you can, and then you have it. You have this is like much faster. Right? You can do like 3 technically like 3x in a row, so to speak.
So if you wanted to, you could do infinite cooldowns and just never stop demon gripping.
Yes, I believe if you place unlimited resources here.
So we could just
no
maybe
cooldowns,
go to the front of the Liger here and deploy infinite demon grips on it.
That works too.
Guys, everyone say bye to Mr. Walpurga. Bye, Walpurga. So we kind of went through general Shadowhunter stuff. So what makes PS special?
For PS, you use normal skills, like you don't transform, and the playstyle is kind of similar to DI right now. That's like kind of why I kind of switch right now. So I just recently switched to DI, but I have been playing PS like my whole time here. It's kind of like, so PS in general is like a
which core setup are you using, by the way?
Sorry?
What core setup?
So the thing about PS is there are like different variations.
Sure.
So what I'm doing right now is 1-1-1, which use like the normal skills. But there are people who also do like 3-3-3, which is like purple skills. But I can show both too. But let me show like what I play first. So for 1-1-1, the playstyle is basically you have two identity builder gauge, these two, and then you just like use your spenders. There's one that are like in highlight here. Then you just spam everything. So like the whole cycle is pretty much this. So first you apply identity, and then you go in with your sharpen cut. Then you like spam everything, and then you can get out, build gauge, you walk around with stuff, and then you just go back in burst.
Walk around, do stuff, go back in. Okay, like noted.
Yeah. It has a lot of like I would say.
Isn't it? Wait, what's the stat spread on this? It's crit swift, right? And we have just downtime of
swift.
Like throwing our discus into the sunset and running around.
So the thing about this class is because it's like limited by your identity, you cannot really go max swift for this build. Like if you go like all in swift, then you will have like identity issue. So that's like one of the bad thing about PS right now. So yeah, like I said, the gameplay is pretty simple. So you go in, you build stuff, you go in here, you use all your skill, you get out. Then you build ident, you walk around, or you can just auto attack a bit.
Oh my god.
And then you just go back in.
And you recently swapped to DI, right? Because PS is kind of yeah.
And so I play 2-2-2 on DI right now, because I have full 10s class. So
wait, you do 2-2-2 for DI. Interesting.
Yeah, I do 2-2-2. So it's a bit the reason I swapped to 2-2-2 is because the gameplay is kind of the same for like 1-on-1 on PS, but like 2-2-2 on DI is strong.
Yeah, full 10s with that level of like not having buds is crazy.
Like, this is with full 10s and with like 1 K3 swift, and I still have a lot of downtime. So
that's crazy, man.
Yeah, but I mean, it's kind of like the weakness of this class right now, but it's also can be a strong point when the raid is like harder. I feel like the gameplay is literally you go in, you burst, and then you go out. So like on like proc rate and stuff, it's very good. Because, like,
is this the ceiling build right now?
Pattern.
The one you're playing?
I'm sorry?
Is this the ceiling build, the 3-3-3?
I mean on Trixion 3-3-3. No, so what I'm playing right now is 1-1-1.
Oh, you're playing 1-1-1 DI
yeah.
or sorry, PS right now.
Yeah, 1-1 PS.
Oh, okay.
And on Trixion, the ceiling is supposedly 3-3-3. I test them a lot, and I feel like they perform similar. And
show
but I
all
don't
your
like
push and paramune.
Oh yeah, my bad. So like one of the thing about PS is that it has a push on demand skill, which is this one. It has a used the wrong gem.
Like it looks even less flashy. It's like worse in every way.
I mean, you are not wrong on that one.
Visually,
I'm not gonna lie, this-
mechanically, damage
Yeah,
wise.
mechanically it's not much. It's just mostly like identity management. But like I said, like its weakness is like it has a lot of downtime. But
Yeah.
in like I said, like in harder rates, it's way stronger. Like especially on proccing. Yeah, so that's basically the gameplay.
Yeah, if you enjoy it, you
So
enjoy it. Sure.
again, so back to Paraimune stuff. So this class has been fixed. Like back in tier 3, it has like Paraimune issues. But like right now, you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Paraimune. Also, your X is push immune, and your S is also push immune. So basically, you have 2 push immune right now on the kit. That's it.
And then is T just used whenever, or is there a specific window?
So your Ultra Burst window should be... Okay, so this is something that I kind of debate with people too. So one-on-one, I feel like it's stronger because your burst is better. So your burst attributes would be this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then you build gauge. You wait for these 2 to come back, and you burst. That's it. That's your attributes. And your T, I mean, with that, if you have to time for Atro, then you time your T and X during the same like window. But other than that, yeah. I mean, my consensus on this class is it's actually not a bad class. But it's not flashy, like you said. Like it's just very plain. The gameplay is like very simple in a way.
Yeah.
But,
Which could be good for
like,
some people, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I'm a
Like,
simple
simple
man
is
myself.
not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like, I mean, if you want, I can show 333 too. Like, that's the thing about like one of the things I like
Is that the
about
infinite
PS2
purple one?
It has like a variety of builds. So I haven't played purple in raids, but on Trixion, purple sometimes do a bit better. Sometimes because like both builds use a Bunthorn. But the issue with purple is, for me, I think one of the issue with purple is that it doesn't have push immune on demand. Because for this Quan, you have to use this tripod here.
Instead of tenacity, okay.
Yeah, so it's basically a faster gameplay, but it doesn't have the push immune. Okay, I'm gonna skip. So basically, it's a purple build right here, but the gameplay is. Let me fix the chat. Oh yeah. So one of the things about PS versus DI is that PS used 5 damage gems, but DI I think used 6. So it might be something.
I feel like damage versus cooldown doesn't really matter as much anymore. They're pretty close in cost, if not matched, right?
Yeah,
Compared to before, at least.
Yeah. But I mean, it's something that,
unless you're getting unlucky and rolling wrong.
Oh yeah, so purple you use full swift instead of like so it's like 180 swift instead of 130 swift.
I see.
Yeah. So it might be something that people like to. It feels very fast. Okay, so for purple, you basically just turn your brain off
and push all your skills.
Spam everything. Yeah, use all your purples. That's it.
And for those asking, this is going to be a representation of the build. Obviously, you just did it quickly off of memory to just show us what it looks like.
Yeah. Like that's one of the things that people can like and hate about purple build because it's just like brain off, and it's pretty strong too. Okay, so this is the standard setup for purple. It's very rough, but you should look like this. So you have your movement skill, you have your counter, and then your 6 damage skill for purple. The gameplay is you don't really think about like any kind of identity management. You just use your X, and then basically it will buff your next 4 purple skills, like this. And then you just like walk around having downtime, And then when any of these goes up, you just use them again. Like this. And then, so when your next X goes up, usually you should have like your 4 main.
It looks like it has a lot of downtime, kind of like the other version, though, right?
Oh, not necessarily. It's because I set up my stuff like very rough right now.
Sure.
But it should have a lot less downtime than like the other 111 build. Yeah, it should have a lot less. Yeah, but yeah, basically this build has a lot less downtime, but and it's pretty like no frame, basically like this. You use your Force Bender and then you walk around, and then you should have like your skills back up very soon too.
Okay, yeah, look like they're cycling faster now.
Yeah. And then like by the time your X goes back up again, like your Force Bender should go back up like this. Yeah, that's this basically the Pro Bowl gameplay.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
I won't lie, man.
So like,
it looks about the same to me.
I come here to say like PS is not weak, guys. You can still play it, but you know, DI is like look flashier and stuff.
And a lot more damage.
I just recently swapped to DI because I'm kind of bored right now, and because the races are like too easy to play PS. But like on the proc rate, I might swap back to PS. That is all I'm gonna say.
Damn. All right. PS campaign. Cool. Man, well, I appreciate you pulling up and showing us PS Shadowhunter. We had some clappies for Mr. PS.
Okay, let me just start with a quick explanation of how the class usually works. So Aero identity basically revolves around you using like a builder skill, quote unquote, and then you use that shield to do damage. So you'll notice that if I use my 2 builder skills, which are my W and S, like my E, R, and D all light up, which means I have like a shield around me. And anytime I have a shield on me and I spend it, I do more damage. So like that is technically like the traditional Aeromancer that exists. So the build right now that exemplifies like the most traditional Aeromancer build is probably 333, which is
the piercing
Wind Blade. Yeah, this is the Piercing Wind one. So it pretty much plays the exact same way as old Aeromancer does. You just use your spender, use your builder, use your builder, use your spender, and then, you know, use your T and your X off cooldown, making sure you also have identity on. The only thing that changes is the fact that your Piercing Wind now has push immune, which is it's pretty cool.
Pretty good.
Especially with this tripod. It lasts like a pretty long time, so your push immune like lasts longer than your spacebar if you just cancel it. But it's also good if you take like this tripod, for example. Like I like using this in like TFM where you can use it to reposition and you can like go through the boss.
Wait, you're a Soul Eater.
Yep, I'm vestiging.
Damn.
But it's pretty good to reposition while also being push immune. So that one's pretty fun. But the only thing that sucks about this build and why like I wouldn't really recommend it is because I personally find the worst part about Windfury Aeromancer to be the fact that your rage does not have paralysis. And it is a very long skill. So your R is your rage and it takes forever. And you pretty much have to hit the combo for it to do full damage. And in raids like TFM or Kaz where para is pretty important, like having this skill canceled actually gimps your damage by a lot. And if you go 3-3-3, you pretty much stay with no para on rage, which is like the biggest weak side of it in my opinion. But I know this build is actually getting buffed in the upcoming build from KR, so people who like it, who like the big burst damage of it, continue to play it, but I am not a fan of it right now. So that's 333. And then this is the most popular build. Or I say popular, this is the ceiling build that I'll just show you right now. With 221, basically this build plays completely different from the traditional Aeromancer. I know I mentioned before that Aero's identity is around using a builder and then a spender. But with 221, you basically don't use those spender tripods anymore. So usually you take reversal on all of your big main skills, but you'll notice that for this 221 build, you don't take those at all, and it's because the Arc Grid core setup basically allows you to not have to use those and you still do damage as long as you have a shield on you. So they added this new UI change to Aeromancer where if you have a shield on yourself, which usually it's with W or with Z, but I'll just show it with Z. If you have a shield on you, you'll have these air currents around you. And what this Arc Grid core basically does is it increases the timing of that shield to 8 seconds when usually it's like 3. Oh, sorry, 4. So basically how it plays is you turn it on and you pretty much just send all your skills while you have the buff for 8 seconds. Refresh it. And you just keep spamming it. And the good thing about this is, again, since we're using the 1-star core, which is what gives Rage para, you'll notice that the casting for Rage is like way faster for this one. It's like almost instant, which is so much better from what you saw like for the Piercing Wind build. And you have para, so it doesn't get canceled. So that's probably the best part. The only thing that sucks, quote unquote, sucks about this build is that I don't actually know how it would play out in prog because the build only does damage as long as you have a shield on you.
That was 2-3-1, right?
This is 2-2-1.
2-2-1.
Yeah. So if you're like in a raid where there's a lot of chip damage and your support is bad and does not shield you properly, the shield that actually gives you damage might run out, in which case you're not doing any more damage. So that's like the only downside of it, but if you trust your support and you're able to manage your shield properly, you'll still do good damage. It's pretty brain off too. So yeah, that is 2-2-1. It plays pretty much the same. You just have to be a little bit more aware of having like this buff around. You can see it here too.
Do you just spam
build.
basically?
You can spam. Well, you can't really. Oh yeah, once you have the shield on, you basically just spam. So. And
then when it's off, is there ideal like rebuild to get back into it, or does it just keep spamming and then when it's up, hit it again, keep spamming?
Yeah, you pretty much, yeah. So if I turn it on, I proc Conviction Judgment, I'll send out all my DPS skills. Like 8 seconds is just enough time to get everything off, and then after you can use your W to proc your shield again. Do more damage and it builds up, so I turn that back on. Spend everything. Refresh my shield again with W. And just send everything.
And you have to use this T, right?
Yeah, you do. You can only use this T. You just send your T off cooldown too.
What's your least favorite part about this class? Stagger?
No, actually, so for this build, because you don't have to take a builder and you only take spread for your counter and for like filling in the shield gap whenever it's not there, you can actually take 2 weather skills. So what I take is Wiping Wind and Whirlpool, and I just slam Overwhelm and Vision on both of them. So I actually do quite a bit of stagger on this class. Like I'm just gonna pull up my TFM log and see how much stagger I did. In Gate 1, I did 9.4k stagger. Okay. And I had a Shotgun GS do 10.5. So it's actually not that bad.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah. And then the last one, which I think is like the most brains off one, is 111.
Is this just standard build? Pretty much?
Yeah, this is like the most bread and butter build, I feel like right now. So basically 111 takes the same star core as 221. Again, we really don't want to give up that rage paralysis immunity, so we continue to take the 1 star core for both the 1-1 build and the 2-2 build. But the 1-1 build still uses the same like bread and butter tripods of using reversal. So it's still the same concept of having shield, consuming shield to do damage. But what's different about 111 is our Destiny proc actually allows us to not have to actually use a spender at all. You like literally me using any skill already applies the shield on it. So I don't have to use my W at all technically. I can literally just go in and attack the boss, and my Destiny proc applies the shield for me and then consumes it already as well. So it's like even less thinking than old Aeromancer. So I like to go 1-1-1 when I don't want to think about anything and just like hit the boss. So it's like there's like no DPS rotation either. But you'll notice that for this one, yeah, the skills still light up. So you can do like the traditional W and like see it light up and do it, but you don't actually need to because your Destiny like procs it for you. So you'll notice that if I like press my skills really fast, they'll like light up briefly because the Destiny proc like applies the shield, but it consumes it instantly as well.
Yeah.
So it's like super, super brains off. But yeah, it's a very, very easy class. And I think with the buffs and everything, it does pretty okay damage too. I feel like arrow counter is great. Like the stagger is pretty good now too. It's definitely better than Drizzle. But
well,
yeah.
After the patch, the Powder Snow tier list has Drizzle going to the top.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
Allegedly.
Yeah. And then in terms of awakening, it's really up to you. You can take... So what's important about Arrow is to basically have your identity, because this Wind Fury buff is what maxes out your raid captain and your mass increase, so you have to make sure that you have it. But sometimes you don't want to stim. Also, stimming on an arrow just feels bad. So technically you can also build in the workshop by just spamming your umbrella skills, right? Because Aeromancer is also like Asura, where you don't need to stim, but sometimes you just want to go in. So if you don't want to do all that, you can just use... how do I change my awakening? Oh, save. You can just use this awakening, which basically fills up your meter for you. I think this is the awakening that Drizzle uses. But it takes really, really long, which is why I don't like it. The animation takes forever. So aside from that, you can take this awakening, which is like pretty instant. And it's like good for stagger. Like I don't really think awakening takes up much damage of any class nowadays. So
like
I prefer to just take... Yeah, so I prefer to just take the stagger one because this is max stagger. So it's good to like spam this in TFM stagger before like Shandy reset or something, because it's max stagger every time.
So wise. You guys, did you take notes right there? That was a good tip.
Yeah, for anyone who's still trying to get their TFM clears. Do people showcase like what the hypers look like too? Do you also
we
want
got that in the Drizzle part, but
oh, cool. Okay, so I won't do that. But yeah.
So I'll pair the two like Aeromancers together, so you got all that already.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Show us the Wildsoul.
Okay, let's go to the Wildsoul. Okay, so I used to play both Wildsoul builds, but now I just play PvA. Yeah, I just don't think Ferality is very good right now with the lack of stagger and everything. So right now I play the infant. So
can you show us your weapon glow before we go any further? Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness.
That's a red ribbon hog right there.
Oh my gosh. It took everything from me. With Wildsoul for PBA, you're pretty much your sun and your star core are pretty much set. You're always going to use Infinite Awakening, or you're going to use Boom Boom Punch.
So what is this?
Your moon core, you can pretty much use whatever drops for you. The only thing is, you should not be using Crow's Descent if it's relic.
What do you use?
I use Crow's Descent because I have Ancient, but this core is like not a damage increase if it's not Ancient, because the CD reduction that you get from the core is different. But I see people using it regardless. I would not recommend that. I would recommend people go Spiral instead.
Like 1-1-3
the default is
or...
Spiral. It's 1-2. It's 1-2-2.
1-2-2.
But you can use 1-1-2 as well. Like there's not really a difference. I'll show the Crows build and then I'll show the one after, because this is probably not the more common one. But yeah, PBA Wildsoul, super easy class. I also think this is a pretty brainless class. The Crows build might require just like a little bit more thinking, but even then it's like 1 brain cell over 0. And the good thing about this class is you do not have to stim at all, like at all. But yeah, be ready for this. So basically, usually when I go in, I'll start by stacking my adrenaline. Turning on your Z is also a stack. Then my crows, 2 skills. Crows, 2 skills. Crows, 2 skills. And then once I send all 5 of my skills, I just press Z. Wait a little bit. Crows, 2 skills. Crows, 2 skills.
If like Screen
Crows,
Shake
skills.
had a noise, that's what it would be, guys.
Yep. So personally, even when I play this class,
they turned
the
this down a
sound
little
bothers
bit.
me a lot. Yeah, and I play
Yeah.
on speaker, so I don't hear it as much. But it's definitely one of those classes that I feel bad for my viewers when I'm on because the sound is so ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a mess, yeah.
But you have to spam it that much to like get the full damage. So yeah, that is the Crows build. But if I just go to like the typical build, basically you drop Crows and you can take another synergy skill. Some people take MP cost. I just like to take the synergy just to make sure that I'm not
Dropping it.
losing uptime on it. But yeah, this one doesn't play that much different either. Yeah, go in, stack your adrenaline. And this one you pretty much just like spam all of your Phantom Beast skills. Press your Z, reset it. There's like less going back and forth since you pretty much just spam all your 5 main skills and that's it.
You just spam skills and basically both
Yeah,
builds.
spam skills, press Z. Spam skills, press Z.
Now it's
you
the
can
same for the
min-max
Crows one,
it.
right?
The Crows one is a little bit different because you're using 2 skills and then pressing your Crows, using 2 skills and then pressing your Crows because you're trying to maximize your Crow damage. But for this one, you can pretty much just base roll your keyboard across everything while upkeeping synergy. Z once you're done, T skill whenever, and then yeah. There is a little bit of min-maxing with like stacks and stuff. Like technically it's best to press your Z when it's 6 to 8 stacks and then 12 to 8 or 12 to 13, but yeah, just kind of
And that's
just
the
spam
purple
it.
stack you got going there?
Yeah, purple stacks here. Basically, the closer that you are to 20, the higher CDR you get when you press your Z back. So usually, if you're trying to maximize, you can try to go into like a cutscene with like 16 stacks, build a little bit more, get all the way to 20, and then basically use your Z to reset it completely. But it's just situational. It's being aware of like how close your meter is to running out and how close you are to 20 stacks to understand when you want to wait till 20 or just send it right away. Yeah.
Can you
that's
show
pretty
us
much
like
PvE Wildsoul.
both awakenings, both hyper awakenings?
Yeah. So the PvE is stuck to using the Chaos Brawl Awakening. Very short. I can wait. Let me up my display because if you have full display on, this shit is as bad as Drizzle. So usually if I'm like doing my whole Atro rotation and I send everything, I pretty much can't see the boss because there's so much shit going on.
It's like a animal war zone there.
Yeah, so if you put it on 100, it's even worse. But yeah, that's the awakening for PvA. Hyper, pretty cute.
Oh.
Ooh. Yeah. The PvA hyper awakening I think is a little bit longer cast time, but yeah, the regular awakening cast time is definitely pretty short.
Can we get in the woo for the boys in the back though?
Will you with me if I do it like a call?
Okay, guys. Now we're all wild souls. Good job,
Yeah,
everyone.
now we're all
Good job.
Yep.
Good
I
job.
think
We're
this is a
wild soul
great
mains
time.
now. Wow.
This is time for us to switch to Ferality
Okay,
to
now
really
we're gonna
bring
check
the.
out Ferality.
Right now,
She just
Ferality is pretty
resubbed
much
for
just
26
stuck
months.
with using
Mr.
333.
John.
It's pretty much the core set that enhances your Fox skills. You're pretty much stuck with this, but yeah, this one is. Man, how do I even explain Ferality Wild? So basically, Ferality is a little bit more brain power than PvA because you're trying to maintain 3 different meters. So you have your human meter, which is what you need to be able to use your animal skills, which are the blue skills and the yellow skills. And then your yellow skills is your bear meter, and then your blue skills are your fox skills.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, the class revolves around building up gauge for either your fox gauge or your bear gauge to be able to use like the final animal
Question of,
skill
I
that
can
does
use
damage.
that Phantom Beast Liberation Core 2 instead of Spiral.
Yes, you can. The moon core does not matter for PPA at all. It's literally just sun and star that are set. So yeah, with Ferality, pretty much you kind of just like spam your skills while keeping in check like how much your skills are building up your animal skills to be able to use your spender, which is your Z. So whatever form you're in is what like Z you can use.
Which one's your favorite? A woo or roar?
Roar.
Yeah.
I would say it's roar. Yeah.
Is it still Boulder Bear?
It is still Boulder Bear.
That's
yeah.
so good.
It's actually so good. Yeah, Ferality is still bugged, by the way. Typically, like you'll notice that on the side here, you have like these 3 paws. It's because our arc passive basically says that depending on how many stacks you have, it does more damage. So technically, you want 3 stacks to be able to inflict the max amount of damage according to our arc passive, which is 40%. But right now, it does the same amount of damage whether you have 1 stack or 3 stacks. I don't know why Smelgate is not fixing that, but right now I have 3 stacks, so I'll send it. It's like, 1.7 non-crit. Even if I send it with 1 stack, I'm pretty sure it does the same amount of damage. Yeah, it does the same amount of damage. I don't know why they did that, why it's bugged, but I think it's only in our version. It's not like that in KR. It doesn't really matter, to be honest, because if you're a good enough Wildsoul player, your management should not make you overcap, but yeah, it is what it is. So yeah, if I just do like a full rotation, and this class you do have to stim on if you want to do damage on it. If you go into this class without stimming, you like pretty much do no damage in the opener. Typically, the actual rotation for this class is you go in, stack your adrenaline. I like to proc my Conviction Judgment, send my Fox, T-skill, get the 3 stacks. That's literally just have it. Send out my bear.
I like the bear claws. Nice.
Yep.
Very cute.
Awakening to get my full human meter back, and then I'll send a final Fox. That's like pretty much the rotation for your opener. And after that, you just continue to manage your human meter while using your other animal skills to continue filling it up. And because we're using the Fox build, you're always going to be using your Foxy more than your Bearsy. I think with the new balance patch that comes out, the bear build actually is completely reworked, and you don't have access to your Fox meter at all. Fox build, you can still use your bear skills. It's like a lower CPM than the Fox one, but the new bear build that's coming out in KR, it's like only bear.
Are you gonna try only bears?
Oh yeah, and I'll show you why I'll try only bears. I have a very good reason for that.
Okay. Do you have ancient cores?
I do. I have full ancient.
You have full ancient?
Well, almost. My star is not there, but like it's just a star core, right? It doesn't even matter. So.
Oh, you're a pig.
Yeah.
What is this?
Yeah, I'm a piggy. I'll definitely be swapping to the bear build.
Piggy. Damn. All right.
But yeah, I mean, I feel like the Ferality, like Fox build, is still pretty fun, mainly because like you're in Fox form most of the time, and it has increased attack and move speed, which allows you to use mass increase if you don't want to use Curse Stall. The thing is, this class just like does not do that much stagger, which I feel like with all the raids and the content right now, we just gotta do a lot of stagger, and it's also super mana hungry. So if your support does not have the greatest uptime, you definitely suffer, and you always need mana food with this class. Always. It's like impossible to not use it. So yep, that's Wildsoul.
Pretty cute. I like your skin.
Yep. And I'll show you the amazing hyper. Also for Ferality, the Awakening does not really do much damage. It literally, its only function is to refill your human gauge. That is our hyper. Yep.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Thanks, John.
Thanks, Laura.
Sorry, I've never had to explain my character before, so I probably didn't do the best
I
job.
haven't really
but...
either, and you did a better job than me. So talk to us about Deathblade.
Yeah. So I'm using the Arc Grid. This is like a newish build that came up like recently, but It's called Fatal Wave. This is the 3/3/3 variant for RE.
Yeah, all right.
So you're using Levin Slash, Deathblade Wave, and Death Sword Energy. And those are your main class cores that you're going to be using for RE Blade. There is another build that you can play, but it is slightly weaker, which is why I recommend this one. This one is also easier to play for a beginner or like a newer person. Yeah, so that's the arc grid. And then arc passive is pretty standard for like a back attacker. You just run your full spec and crit, but you have a lot of attack speed and movement speed, so it doesn't really feel like that. And you run strike. This is like the back attack kind of node that you take. And you're running master because you're kind of low on crit and standing striker. And for this build, you're going to just go in the RE tree, and then 2 points in orb circulation. This will help you generate meter a little bit faster while you're building bubbles. And then for leap tree, you do want 3 points into this. Ideally, you want the cooldown on T. It'll make the rotation a little bit smoother. And there isn't really like a spec cap, but like higher spec does feel better because spec affects your cooldown reduction. Like when you surge, you get cooldown reduction is based on how much spec you have. I get this question a lot, like how much spec do you need? To be honest, I don't really know the answer to that, but I do know like more spec does make it a little bit smoother, especially on your T cycle. And let me just go through the rotation.
Dude, you're 7.7 KCP.
Yeah, I might be.
You might be
a little
pig.
strong.
You might be a pig.
Yeah, just a little bit. So there's this rotation. It's kind of a long rotation. So usually it'd be like one cycle, and you surge, and that's like your cycle. But since I'm playing 8 damage, this is the build you will be playing because with Arc Grid, you kind of lose a lot of damage by not running 8 damage. And a lot of people like the spin cut build, but I don't really recommend that going forward because it's just like a lot less damage in this build if you learn how to play this build. And what I mean by like 2 rotations in one, so I'll just show it real quick. I'll do like a fast one and then like I'll break it down. So you Maelstrom and then Void Strike. Oh, stop. Okay, so your Maelstrom, and that's your one rotation. You surge, and then you're trying to fit in your skills before you.
Can you LARP every button you push?
Not really. Okay, that was a bad representation actually. I'm used to like doing it in like one go. Okay, let me just start with the opener.
Just if you could do it like seriously though, can you do it like slow, like for all the apes like me out there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, it doesn't work when it's slow, but
sure. I get the concept of like you're trying to cycle fast enough to get into the next, right? So just like for the because there's gonna be like new and returning players, and you going that fast, they're gonna go
Yeah. Okay. I'll do slow first.
Yeah.
So
into the full.
So your rotation is going to be 1 Maelstrom. You're trying to use 1 Maelstrom for 2 surges. So what you're going to do is you're going to Maelstrom. You do at the start of Void Strike rotation. So there's two rotations. This is Void Strike. And then you're going to Void Strike, Twin Shadow. You're always using Twin Shadow every surge cycle. And then you're going to T. And then Fatal Wave. And then Tourney Slash. This is your synergy. So you'll have this up. This is very high uptime. You don't have to worry too much about the uptime on this. And then when you Tourney Slash, you get a reset on your Fatal Wave. So then you're using 2 Fatal Waves, and that's why it's called like the Fatal Wave build.
And Surge is your Z press, right? Your identity.
Yeah, Z, and then it reduces the cooldowns of everything that you just pressed. So I'll just do that first part really fast.
Sure. All right, guys, buckle up.
So that's the first part of the rotation. And you notice how I still had my Maelstrom buff up. This Maelstrom buff gives you extra meter on the skills that you press. So, and movement speed and attack speed, which is also important because you're running Raid Captain, and the attack speed just helps you cycle faster. So basically, you're just trying to get as much skills as possible within this Maelstrom window, and you're using 1 Maelstrom per 2 surges. So that first surge that I just did was just 1 surge.
Mm-hmm.
And let me just show you like the second part. I'll just use Maelstrom just to build the meter, but you don't usually use Maelstrom in this rotation. So you use Soul Absorber first, my F, and then Blitz Rush, my A, and then Twin Shadow. You're always using this every after every surge, basically. So you're using this for both rotations, and then you're gonna do the Fatal Wave, Trinity Slash, Fatal Wave again, and then you should have full meter there. And you're trying to fit all that within 1 Maelstrom, my R. This is like our buff that we have. So then I'll just do it fast real quick, and then you're just going to be cycling between those two. And then my E is a on-demand counter. This is to fix your meter if you don't build enough meter.
Like if you get interrupted,
just,
knock down, miss, whatever it is.
Yeah, like if you don't fit in enough skills in your Maelstrom, like you'll be short a little bit meter, and this is like how you recover. And I get, I mean, this would go a long time if I talk about recovery options and stuff, but
sure, just high level, yeah.
There's just like a lot of stuff that you can do, that you can build extra meter if you mess up. And you notice how about like 2 Twin Shadow stacks, you would use like second Twin Shadow stack, for example, if you like need more meter as well. And yeah, let me just do the rotation real fast. I'm trying to fit in 3 skills in my Maelstrom window. So I'm trying to get Soul Absorber, Blitz Rush, and Twin Shadow on the second set while having this first buff available. So you're doing all that within 1 Maelstrom window. And that's like 1 full rotation, basically. To be like this. Let me show it one more time. And that's 1 full rotation.
Okay.
It is a lot to take in, but it does take time, and I do recommend if you're going to play this class, you should definitely just be sitting in Trixion for a while. Like
until
at
you
least
can cycle
like
properly.
Yeah.
Can you show us both
like
awakenings and hyper awakenings and stuff too, just for aesthetics?
Oh yeah, sure.
Before
I do that, one thing I wanted to mention is your surge actually moves you like to where your cursor is, so you're gonna have to practice your mouse micro as well when you're playing this class, and that is very hard to do for a lot of people because most classes don't have this thing. But yeah, let me just show the awakening. This is the regular awakening. And you awaken. You're always gonna Fatal Wave and Turning Slash and Fatal Wave because these are this is gonna be your biggest damage by a long shot. This is 30% of your damage, and the next highest is like 18. Yeah, this is your highest damage. Use it 4 times per cycle, basically. That was the awakening, and then this is the hyper. The hyper you don't really use very often. It's just like it's kind of like a time stop now. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah,
I got outscaled a little bit or power curved.
Yeah.
It's
still good at like lower levels, but
can you show the other one
for a time stop?
Even if it's not like ideal. Do you ever use the other one or nah?
Nah, I never use this one.
Does Surge use it or anything like that, or just nah?
Nah. This one is sick, but you don't use it anymore.
Yeah, that one's cool.
It's like
I forgot about that one.
Yeah, it's like an instant cast, and it gives you your meter like instantly. So you say I have Maelstrom, and then ulti, it's like almost all your meter.
Yeah.
And then this is the hyper. The hyper is also cool. Yeah, unfortunately, you don't really use that one, but yeah.
Yeah, kind of looks better. Not gonna lie, kind of looks better.
Yeah. I think I will say the gem requirement. I mean, I have 10s, but you don't need above 8s. 8s is good enough. But like I said, your Fatal Wave does 30% of your damage. So like having a higher level gem on this could be pretty good for that. And cool. Yeah, I mean that's like a breakdown. It's like a lot to take in, but hopefully I.
Do you have Surge set up at all to show it real quick? Because it's gonna be like hunting a unicorn, bro.
I don't. I also don't know how to cycle it. I haven't really practiced
in a
it.
while, yeah, I gotcha.
And I also have to go like very soon.
Yeah, no, I got you. All right, guys, that's Mr. Matchu. He streams on Twitch. Also got a YouTube channel if you want to check him out. Ask any questions. He's Deathblade God X. All right, ladies and gentlemen, up next, we are going to have an absolute legend joining us. Everyone's a big fan of this man, community legend, in fact, because he's always played and doubled down on DPS Paladin, yeah. Hey, bro, Shazza.
Can you hear me?
I can. The legend himself. It's an honor.
What's the first thing? This class is a.
Is it a positional attacker with ambush?
So the three. So let me start. Okay, so you can go ambush, and that's the one that I would recommend. For starters, because that is the standard, quote unquote standard build that I go by. The other two builds. Is technically Hitmaster. You can go Ambush Master with it, but you don't do as much damage. And by builds, I mean the Arc Grid.
And which core setup are you doing?
Yeah, so the standard is 222, which is a focus on your Holy Sword, which is your Holy Sword. This is your biggest hitting skill. This is your bread and butter for the 222 Arc Grid. Because on your Moon, which is your Destiny Activator, is activated once you use Holy Sword. And then on activation, it applies extra damage on your Holy Sword and immediately disappears after use. So it's just a one-time activation each time. So if just to demonstrate. So you saw it activate and then it immediately goes away.
Okay.
So this is the standard. So your bread and butter is this skill, and you will always want to use this off cooldown on the back if you can. And
so
the reason
fast
you're in the
with that, holy crap!
Yeah, the casting speed is very fast.
Is that the core, or is that just the updated skill now?
So it's a little bit of both. Both the tripods. So the attack speed tripod is the go-to tripod for the skill, and then. It used to be a delayed, so this skill used to be a two-parter skill, so you would hit the target and then it would thrust forward for the additional damage. And if you didn't hit your target, you would just stand there looking funny, just poking your sword with nothing. But Smilegate changed it, so you activate it just once and it just goes through without the delay. And then the Arc Grid is what speeds up the casting. So the Star Core is what speeds it up. So on the 14 points, if you can get there, it's increased the casting speed by 20%. And also this will increase. So basically the entire 222 is all about Holy Sword increasing the damage of it. This is the build that I would recommend for anyone who wants to try this out. I don't know if there's any other questions regarding that, but that's basically it.
Yeah, okay. Can you show us like your general rotation and like what skills and...
one thing I should note before I get into that. This class, for some reason, Smilegate thought that it would be funny to backload most of the damage by turning off your identity. Which is very counterintuitive. So when you activate your identity, you get a buff called Divine Knight, and that increases your move speed by 15%. This allows you to run Supersonic. Where's the arc passive? Allows you to run Supersonic Breakthrough. You used to have to run Standing Striker before the mini rework, and because of the lack of push immunity this class has, you would cry every time you got knocked down because you would lose your Standing Striker stacks. Sure. But now with the rework, because you get an additional 15% move speed buff activation, when you activate your identity, you can run Supersonic Breakthrough. Now, the funny thing is, the class, when I hit a target, you see this, Sword of Punishment. This stacks up to 30 times.
That's like the surge stack for this class, right?
Yes. Yeah. So, in order, I'm gonna explain the Judgment Paladin is basically budget surge, Deathblade, but in the worst possible way.
You're selling it real good.
I'm not trying to discourage anyone from making a Judgment Paladin because Smilegate, when they made this class, they did not expect this to be a DPS class. Now that it is, or it has a somewhat usable DPS spec, they kind of made it this weird surge, pseudo surge class, or at least spec. So every time you hit your target, you gain a stack with your blue skills on the blue sword. Your X, which is your other, I guess, quote-unquote identity skill, is this. Your Judgment Blade. This is what gives you a gold sword stack. So this only stacks up to 3. And at 3, you get a buff, or you max out at 3 stacks of this buff. And then when you deactivate your identity with Z, you will notice that swords fall from the sky. And the more stacks you have, the more swords fall from the sky, and the more damage you deal.
So limit of 3, you said?
So the gold sword stack is capped at 3, while the blue sword stacks is capped at 30.
So are you going for 30 blue and 3 gold, or or you just send it?
The ideal sweet spot in order to min-max damage is to have 2 gold sword stacks and around 20, anywhere between 20 and 30 blue stacks. That's where you ideally will be min-maxing your damage. Obviously that depends on like the raid itself and the boss patterns and whatnot, and depending on like the whole party's damage, because depending on the damage you can go from phase to phase, cutscene to cutscene. So you send it at your own discretion. Ideally though, it would be at 2 stacks and are anywhere between 20 to 30 for the blue. And then you'll see the more stacks you have, the more swords fall from the sky.
Oh, that's kind of cool, yeah. So what's your biggest damaging thing in your kit?
So your T is what is your biggest hitting skill, followed by your X, and then your Holy Sword. In terms of individual skill damage. But of course, throughout the course of a raid, the more skills you use, your Holy Sword is going to obviously be your biggest damage-dealing skill through the course of the entire raid.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because you're using it so often, and that is, if you're going the 2-2-2 arc grid build, that's going to be your bread and butter to go to. So your T, depending on your arc passive setup, you can go this, which is immediate judgment, where you do 2 strikes, so as you just saw, or you can go execution sentence, where it's just 1 instant strike.
Okay. And is there a damage difference?
A minor damage difference. I think the instant strike one is slightly lower, but you do get to cycle through your skills a bit faster. So let me see if I can demonstrate. So it's just one singular strike.
Double, right?
Yeah. But the double strike one is the one that hits harder.
And we like doing more damage in this game.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and in the game like this, where you are trying to pump out as much damage as possible, you go whatever you can to do as much damage as possible. But yeah, that's basically the 2-2-2. I can do a quick, let me see, a quick cycle. So, quick setup though. I do a, Conviction Judgment build. There is a quick recharge setup that you can do, but it is going to eat through your mana very quickly. So that's why I run Conviction Judgment.
Right.
So Conviction
with the Zenas, you still run out with an artist and everything?
Yeah, so that's the other thing. So when you turn off your identity, your mana replenishes depending on how many stacks you have. So when you are cycling through everything, you will drain your mana very quickly, and then when you activate when you turn off your identity, your mana instantly refills. I should note that I don't have a support here, so that's why my mana is constantly being drained, and I don't have the engraving setups right now for a support supposedly being in here. But that's the general idea of just spamming all your blue skills, sending everything off cooldown. Then turning off your identity. Again, very counterintuitive. I don't know why Smilegate designed it that way, but turning off your mana turning off your identity to replenish your mana, turning your identity back on, doing damage, etc. etc. That's your 2/2/2.
Okay, cool.
But that idea basically translates to your other Arc Grid builds.
Can you show us your Awakening and Hyper Awakening?
Oh, yes. So, because Paladin is originally a support class, you don't ever go the support Awakening, which is this. This is your big shield. I'm sure.
Just like Valk, though, you could run it right to like if you
could
like
technically
TFM or something like that. Yeah.
Technically, you can if you are very like desperate on surviving, but because of the way the class has been designed. Because this class is very old. This class came out in 2019, so keep that in mind.
Sure.
You ideally do not want to run the support Awakening, and also because this is a class that doesn't need stim, and the support Awakening fills your bar, and when you go Judgment, your identity never depletes. You are always full on your identity.
Right.
So you would never. Unless you're, again, desperate for survivability, you would never go the Support Awakening. But this is the DPS Paladin regular Awakening. I'm not going to pronounce that because I'm terrible with pronunciation.
Alathanes is light. There we go.
Yeah. Alathanes.
Thaneses.
Yeah, so you just charge your sword up and you send out a holy blast.
What about that Hyper?
Now the Hyper I think is very cool. If you guys remember the old CGI Thamine cinematic, when Kadan appears and throws his sword from the sky.
Chills.
That's basically it. It's just a giant sword. You summon a giant sword from the sky.
Do you have any push immune?
Currently, the only skill that gives you push immunity is your X. That's literally it. You can switch a tripod on this skill to give you push immunity, but that's not ideal. It does lower your damage.
Sure.
Quite a bit. So you are literally at the mercy of knowing boss patterns to know what you can and can't push immunity. But that's basically the rundown. The other two Arc Grid builds, you never go the support, so these bottom three support are the support cores. You never touch these. The 1-1-1 build, let me swap these out. So the 1-1-1 build is focused on doing working on this skill by itself, Flash Slash. I don't know why they focused on this skill particularly, but the way this Arc Grid is set up, this build is technically a ceiling build. It can do a lot more damage, but this is a very high APM class or spec that you would go into. So basically this is the key. So this will give you a stack of up to 3 for Flash Slash use. So let me activate it. So go to identity. So you use X to so you use your X to turn on your destiny. So this is active. So you use your identity. So you have this called Divine Power. So Flash Slash use can be done 3 times. Korea calls this the mini Sura build for Paladin, because you basically activate Flash Slash and do this.
Wait, that's kind of cool though.
Yeah, so you are constantly just mashing Flash Slash, and you are just doing, you are impersonating a Sura.
What about
breaker.
the damage difference between 2/2 and 1/1-1?
So 1/1-1 is technically a higher damage ceiling build. The only problem I have with this build is because I'm old and my wrists can't keep up with mashing buttons constantly.
Sure, sure.
So I default back to 2/2/2 because it is much simpler. But if you are young and you have the hands to do so, and you have the finger strength and speed to do it, I would recommend 1/1-1 because that is the higher damage build. And also, you don't have to worry about turning off your identity with the 1-1-1 setup, because when you use your X, it automatically sends out however many stacks of your swords that you have. So notice that how, like, I get the stacked, etc., etc. So you get the gold and blue sword stacks. When you use your X skill, you immediately just see the swords coming from the sky. So you don't have to turn your identity off. You can if you want to, but you don't have to with this build. Which is why I say this is the higher damage, this is the ceiling build, because you are always in identity, you're just constantly sending skills out. And yeah, so again, you are a mini Sura breaker with this build. You are constantly mashing buttons, and I'm too old to do that, so if you have the hands for it, by all means go for it. And this is a non-back attack build. As well, so you can just hit the boss from any direction, like DPS Valkyrie. And also this the Star Core, I know it's not the most important, but this one is also allows you to have stacks on your other skills like Flash Thrust, and increase the casting speed of it.
It's like instant.
Cooldown, so you are very mobile as well. Now the 3-3-3 build is, I think it's the weakest one of the 3 core setups, but it is viable. I wouldn't recommend it, but it basically focuses all your damage on your X. You are literally a Surge Blade, but handicapped.
Okay. I mean, we don't have to go through it if it's not like...
Yeah. We don't have... It's basically just you send X and you pray that it does a lot of damage. That's basically it. As sad as it is basically just that. So again, just a quick TLDR. 2-2-2 is your standard. 1-1-1 if you want to go peak, do as much damage as possible while also trying to not break your wrists. And then 3-3-3, I don't recommend.
Okay.
But that's basically the rundown. You are just spamming blue skills off cooldown, and you are either, then depending on arc rate sub, you are either turning off your identity to do more damage, or you are just sending your X skill to do more damage.
Yeah. Looks pretty freaking cool, though.
It is very cool. It does fulfill the fantasy archetype of a paladin to a certain degree, but if you're looking to be a top DPS dealing class, you are going to need to
swipe more than everyone else.
Yeah, and also, or just make a new class. Don't play DPS paladin if you're trying to do a lot of damage. It's not a exciting class to play, I will say that. But I like the class. I've been playing it for the longest time, and I played this class through tier 3, where it was a depressive state of why are you even playing the game? But I sat through it. I went through it, and here I am.
You face tanked it all. I always invited you, though. Let it be known. And I said,
I do
show
remember.
Me.
I do remember, and I always disappointed, but you know.
You never disappointed, Mr. Broshad. You up for doing the support one, or should I grab someone that like?
Oh yeah, I could do the support one. Yeah, let me exit Trixie into get to the setup. All right, support much more straightforward. Let me see. So, setup wise,
is Sword of Justice still what you do?
No, so I haven't, because I haven't played support in a long time. I still have Sword of Justice as my brand. But for anyone who is trying to make a support paladin, your ideal branding skill is going to be Holy Explosion.
Really?
Yes, I'm going to swap to that. Give me 1 second. Then the tripods, I believe, are this, and this. I'm sure there are other supports, paladin supports in the chat that can help clarify things. But basically, Holy Explosion, because of the way they did the arc grids for support, they made Holy Explosion a much more viable branding skill. before the soft Paladin rework for both support and DPS, Holy Explosion core used to be a, I believe it was one of the, let me see, I don't remember which one. Oh, this one, okay. So they still have it. So this Star Core, the Prayer of Divine Surge, used to be the one that everyone went with because it gave you 2 stacks of Holy Explosion, gave you very fast casting speed of it, so you could just send it out, brand, and it's a long-lasting brand. But now, because of the way they reworked the skill, it's much better. You don't have to use it, and everyone goes Sword's Prayer instead. And the reason why is because you gain push immunity on your counter skills. So your 2 blue skills that you use for support, Executioners and Holy Sword, Executioner gets, I believe Holy Sword, I might be wrong, but Executioner gets push immunity, which is very good, and because of that, everyone is running it, or everyone should run it. Also, your Holy Sword gives a brand as well, which is very nice. And you also get meter from it, and you get 2 stacks of Holy Sword. So 1, if you miss the counter, oh no, you send it again.
That's
then
so
you
fast,
also,
man.
yeah, and it also brands the boss, so you see the brand is applied. And so if you ever, I mean, you really shouldn't, if you're a good support player, you shouldn't miss your brand, but in the chance that you do, your Holy Sword will send out a brand, apply a brand for you. Paladin is very, I don't want to say brain dead, but it is a quite brain dead class, support class to play.
I think it's definitely the easiest of them all, right?
Yeah, compared to the other support classes, it is probably on the easier side, or definitely is on the easier side because of the way the class is set up. And then I think for the cores, the Star Core, everyone should be going Sword's Prayer because of just how good it is. As for the Sun and Moon Core, that's probably personal preference. I go Heavenly Resolve because Heavenly Blessing, which is your buff, this one of your main 2 buffs between Heavenly Blessing and Wrath of God. Heavenly Blessing activates Destiny, which should be almost up every time because of the way that you're cycling your buffs. And when you activate it, I have Blessing of Light, which basically is a soft DR for your party, and that will allow, and also allows your aura, your blessed aura, to be more effective. So you can see at the 17-point line, it gives you a little bit more of a juice for your DPS to deal more damage. You could go Heavenly Agent or True Justice. Those are just personal preferences of, do you want to do more stagger? Do you want to do more healing and shielding? Most supports that I do know go Blessing of Light because it allows your DPS to deal more damage.
Sure.
And that's basically the rundown for the red cores. Support, same thing for everyone else, or every other support. Weapon for stronger buffs. Echoing Stealer, Brand, or Death. Any of these 3 is fine. I think a lot of parties prefer one of these 2 because it decreases defense, or you allow more crit damage. Again, depending on party setup, party composition, synergies, etc., you can go any of these. Echoing Brand, it just enhances branding. For Paladin, because of the way your skills generate so much meter, you technically do not have to go Faith Enhancement that other supports usually go. Like, I know Bard and Artist usually go Faith Enhancement just because they need to generate the meter for their buffs and their identity. Paladin has a little bit of flexibility. They can go actually Flowing Magic, which actually helps with cycling your buffs because of the skill cooldown reductions that everyone gets. But yeah, any of the 2 Sun and Moon cores in the blues can be done by personal preference. You don't have to. It's not law that you have to go one or the other. Ideally, again, whatever party composition setup, etc., that your team is going with, you go and pick and choose which one. But Paladin, I would personally recommend Flowing Magic just because it allows you to cycle through all your skills faster and you don't need them extra meter regen. I personally would either go Echoing Death or Echoing Brand. I think I have an Ancient Echoing Death, so I think I'm running that, so that's just me. And of course, Weapon is the go-to for the Star Core.
Sure. All right, I try not to get too far into the weeds on like cores right now. Just trying to do like a surface
Sorry,
level.
I wasn't sure how deep. I wasn't sure how deep I was supposed to go.
Just trying to
with that,
showcase like what a class looks like, aesthetics, like how it plays, and.
But that's the Awakening. You just fly up into the air, and you give a giant shield, generates meter, and then your Hyper is same thing. You summon 2 more Angel Spirits to come with you to give you a shield, and you get Angel Wings with you.
Nice, and that's our cheat death as well.
Yes. Every support has the Hyper Awakening of, hey, you don't get to die this one time, and you get special wings with this.
And then Wrath into Heavenly, commentary on that.
Wrath, Heavenly, you cycle through those 2 buffs because those are your 2 main buffs for your DPS. Again, depending on your gems, higher gems obviously means a shorter cooldown for them. You don't necessarily need that if you're cycling, and if you are also running your, as every support should, Magic Stream, that will help reduce the cooldowns on your skills at max stacks. So the more skills you use on your support, you see this Magic Stream buff appear on your bar, and then once it's stacked up fully, I believe it's capped at 10. So once you're there at 10, you get the full effect of mana recovery plus all your skill cooldowns go down by 10%. So you should be able to, even with low cooldown gems, you should be able to cycle through both your buffs smoothly without having to worry. And again, because Paladin, like I'm going back into core, but Flowing Magic will help you very much when you cycle through.
Can you still run Holy Area and drop 1 blue? Is that still a thing or no?
That is technically. That is usable. I personally don't go it just because of the utility of having multiple counters.
Double counter stagger, sure.
Yeah, exactly. And especially in like a raid like Circa, the latest raid currently in the game, where the stagger check can be a little tight sometimes. You can go the 2 blue. You can go 1 blue and replace Executioner with the Holy Area for extra meter gen if you really need it.
Sure.
But again, you do not. It's not mandatory. It's personal preference. I know a lot of people will say you like. I do know of many players, Paladin players, that live and die by the 7 yellow build is superior, which I'm totally fine with. I whatever. I think
it's just flexible preference, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I just go with the utility of having 2 blue skills.
Yeah, and then Light's Judgment's your main meter gen plus your Wrath and Heavenly, right?
Yes.
Blues a little bit, but not as much.
Yes. And then also your Z skill Divine Wave will also give you meter as well.
And it also heals, right?
Yes. I personally, and just as a side note, I personally hate that Smilegate changed the visual indicator of how far your aura is. You just get a little fart cloud following you as your aura instead. I wish they brought back the big circle because I like to see the indicator of where my DPS is and seeing if they can get the buffs. But I mean, that's just me. But
and then
yeah, so
Godsent. How's it looking these days? Yeah, you have to put it under your feet, right? Still.
No, not
for
necessarily.
You to get it.
Well, for you to get it, yes, but because of how tanky Paladin is by themselves, you don't necessarily need to put it under your feet. Again, if you are positioning yourself close to the boss, you can just put it under your feet, and everyone who's hitting the boss should be close to you, unless you're like a gunslinger halfway across the map using your sniper.
Sure. Can you show us like a general flow rotation of a support, building up to a Blessed Aura?
Yeah. So you go in, ideally before you go in, obviously you stim up so you have your full meter, and then you have your you can spam skills to stack up your magic stream, as I believe most supports should be doing. You don't have to, but if you want to just go straight in and be able to fully help your DPS do damage, you stack up everything and then you go in. So you give your buff, your brand, your T skill, your aura. So then during this state, all your buffs are out, and all you're doing is just waiting and watching to see if your DPS need help with shielding, healing, etc. And then continually cycling through your DP, your buffs and everything, shielding. Watching this red box is very important because that is the main buff. So as it goes down, you want to press your buffs, and the way
or you
that
can do it based off of
everything.
cooldowns, right? It's a preference.
That too, yes. And then again, pressing your T off cooldown, or ideally during a big damage window. So like for example, when you're in Circa and you go into Rumble, you ideally want to have your T skill up for the first or second one, and also having your aura. The beauty of it as well, you do not have to be a fully stacked or you do not need a full meter or full identity to activate your aura. You can technically be at 70%, and you also can use skills that can fill your aura while you have the aura active. So right here, this little, you do not need to go all the way to the top, and you just activate your aura. And then you can spam skills that will also, so you see it's still climbing up every time I use a skill. So you can extend the timer of the aura as you play the game and buff your DPS to do more damage. Cool. The aura does deplete faster and faster the more it is up, so even if you are constantly pressing your buttons non-stop, it will eventually deplete. But yeah, that's basically the rundown of support paladin. It's not very difficult. It's not like Bard where you have to keep in track of like 3 bubble, 2 bubble. You gotta send I don't know what, Serenade, etc., etc. Oh, and then just a quick rundown support. I'm sure if you've looked at the other supports that you've covered, same thing. Spec Swift, Goddess Blessing, Passionate Dance, Luminary for the additional skill cooldown, Prayer, and this is where I think opinions differ. I run MP Firmness just because it's a just flat brand power buff, and you shouldn't have any mana problems as a paladin. But I do know some that run Standing Striker over MP Furnace. So again, that's personal preference. No strict restrictions or whatnot about what you go. I just personally go MP Furnace, but you can go Standing Striker.
All right, Mr. Bro Shaza, thanks for showcasing the Paladin class, both builds. Artillerist, Barrage, Enhancement.
This class is pretty strong at the moment.
Yeah, looking pretty good on the meters. Which combo are you doing for cores?
So for cores, I'm doing 333, so that's Sun and Bomba Tank, and then you run Safe House Moon Core and Vanquish Star Core. This basically enhances your doubly skill to do the most damage and more uptime on your wheelchair, so to speak. You could play this build with just Sun Relic and the rest on Legendary. It works completely fine, but obviously you're going to get a lot more damage the more Relic cores you have. And one thing, if you were to like pity an Ancient Core, just go for blue cores first, because red Ancients are pretty worthless. It's just like extra W damage, it's not that worth it.
Yep.
Yeah, don't even bother looking at the other cores. They're pretty worthless. 111 is like old one-shot. Wait, 111 I think is that Shoot and Scoot? No, that's the old Barrage. So it's like old like.
Yeah, 111's usually closest to old style, right?
Yeah, it's closest to old style, but you're basically rotating so fast that you won't have cooldowns back up. So these cores are like not that great.
What's this character's name?
The strongest cores right now are 333. Skill tree is gonna be like this is like the same build as old Shieldless Barrage. And for your T skill you'll be running Steel Rain basically. So this is the Conviction Judgement setup that I'm running, which is like the highest DPS output. For gems, it's like 5 damage, 6 cooldown, I'm pretty sure. The thing with Artillerist is that you could pretty much hard rise farm gems. To begin with, you could literally run Barrage level 10 and like event gems on the rest, technically, and the class will still be pretty good. That's because Barrage skills does like over 50% of your damage,
right? And
your T skill does like 20 to 25%.
For those that don't know, Barrage Gem covers everything in the chair, right?
Yeah, so Barrage Gem covers this Howitzer, Focus Fire, Energy Cannon, and it'll also cover these
What- the
ACT turrets
ACTs
around
too,
me.
yeah.
That's in my arc passive. But it is good to have high level cooldown gems on Gravity Explosion and Flamethrower, because these two are your builders with the highest cooldowns. So, and you need these two skills to get on your wheelchair. So basically, these two gems I have at level 9. But the rest you could literally just rise farm them. It's no diff, pretty much.
And for those that don't play
or-
Loa, what he means by rice farm is you can just sell the gems you earn.
You could just cheapo them. You could just use event gems, or you could just like use the solo level gems and be completely fine. Talk about the bracelet for a second. Ideally, you get like a high spec bracelet, since Barrage scales really well with like spec. So I would get like at least like 100 spec on my bracelet, but my bracelet has low spec because I'm poor.
Oh man.
Or I need to cut a new one, but I'm lazy, so whatever.
Yeah, so for the newbie players out there, you can drop probably forward, what's it called? Forward barrage, right? Or summon turret, I believe. You can correct me here, Inti. Or you can drop one of the bombs to put on like the push immune shield, which is nice for someone that's brand new to the game. I can't remember which one you drop, but
yeah, okay.
homing,
So
is it
if
homing?
you
Yeah, okay.
do use shields, I think you would drop either air raid or pressurized heat bomb, but yeah, I haven't played shieldless for a long time, so I'm not exactly sure. You would lose a little bit of damage. It won't be the highest damage output, so I'm not sure what you would do.
Yeah, for like brand new players, so
honestly.
it's pretty nice.
Yeah, you could use shield if you want.
All right, show us general build.
Okay,
dump,
so for
cycle.
engravings, you want me to go straight to cycle, or can I talk about like engravings
Yeah,
and
you
arc
can.
passive and
Whatever
stuff?
you want, man.
Okay, so for engravings, Grudge, Adrenaline, Keen Blunt, and Crystal, these are like mandatory, and then all-out attack. So the reason you use all-out attack is because attack speed is actually really high value stat for Barrage, especially for the new core. In the past, you'll probably use like Hitmaster as your last engraving, but with 333, all-out attack will be the same or stronger in like a real raid scenario. So there's no
Because you're
no reason
cycling
not to
your
use it.
skills that are all holding faster, right? Which would be your
Yeah, exactly.
flamethrower, your grab,
Which would be
and everything.
W, yeah, all of your turret skills, and
then laser
grab
plus.
explosion, and T skill now too, because you're using the new leap node for T skill, which I'll be talking about. So arc passive with this setup right here, I have like I think 119.36, if I remember correctly, crit rate for Bluntthorn. Pretty much all you have to do is calculate your own crit and be around like 119% for Bluntthorn. Optimized Training 1 versus 2 is preference. I'm using OT2 until I get a level 10. Gravity Explosion and Flamethrower. OT2 is also good for T-skill cooldown, which makes for like a lot of your damage. Use Master Critical since crit will have more value over Pulverize due to EVA damage from BT, of course. If you have like a crit synergy, you could just swap Master to crit, or Master to Pulverize, sorry, and adjust crit from there. Or Evolution, or Enlightenment, sorry. I've seen people using this one here, over here, Positioning System. This teleports you on entering wheelchair, but I've never used this one, and I think the attack speed value is way higher, so I'm using this one, but you could use this one if you want.
You can put a point there for like quality of life for like a new player, but then you're getting used to teleporting when you enter chair, when you can just get a little bit more damage on the other right.
Yeah. For leap, just take 5/5 since T skill cooldown is long, and you shouldn't ever run out of mana with Azenas or food, so you don't need instant spell. Do the rotation. So with your opener, you basically 2 turrets for synergy, your 2 nukes. Press ZZ here. This is something that I do to... How to explain this? So, while your nukes are falling down, you can press Z, right? Because your meter is full. And then you'll get meter right back. So, it's basically, I call this like a squad. So, just 2 nukes.
Just to get your ACTs
ZZ,
rolling.
and Awakening here, and then get on your chair. And then W, Q, W, E. You would use your T skill at debating, but I forgot. Get off, use your Third for synergy, napalm, nukes. I kind of fucked up here because I was talking slowly, trying to explain it, but
Yeah, take your time, go slow.
yeah.
For like new and returning players, basically what it is filling your identity right. There's an optimal way to do it, is what he's kind of explaining.
Let me talk about this actually. Yeah, so let me do a second. If you do this and get back on your chair, you're gonna have 6 turrets instead of 3. These little ACT turrets around me. Usually you'd have 3, but if you open with the rotation I did, you'll have 6 of these. Just hitting the boss. It's easy. Awakening. T, and then you use W. So Q resets your W with these cores. So you could use W twice while you're in chair. E, press V. Use your nukes. And you could like cancel flamethrower here and get another chair. So you get on again. Conviction Judgment.
You gotta show him like the coolest edition, man. You're not even using it. The teleport.
Oh.
For new and returning players, man, like when they like get in the wheelchair, like, oh man, I'm about to be hit.
Yeah, so basically with the new patch, or the latest balance patch rather, you could teleport once. Using A. This just puts you in a different location.
You don't sound very excited about it, man. Like you gotta sell it.
It's pretty good.
Thank you.
Use it.
Yeah.
Make an Artillerist now, guys. Make an Artillerist now.
Yep, there we go. Now we're selling it. Okay.
There's also a status, so you could use this to like immune earthquakes if you time it correctly and stuff like that. So it's actually pretty useful. So basically, off of chair, let's say you just use the rotation, you use Conviction Judgment here, flamethrower,
and it's
nukes.
a requirement when you're holding flamethrower to walk back and forth, right?
Yeah. So if you use Conviction Judgment, you're gonna have your skills back, all of them back up when you get out of your chair. But if you don't, you might have like a small delay.
Can you show us both Awakenings and Hyper Awakenings in use case?
Oh yeah, so this Hyper Awakening is actually useful. So the way I would use it is I'll always use my Hyper Awakening when my T skill is up. And the way I'll do it is I'll have full meter on Hyper. Spawns like small robot. So T, W,
shit.
Q, and if you get off, it's gonna fill your meter and you can just get back right on. So it basically just fills up the entire identity for you.
Is that Gundam 00?
This guy is pretty cool. You just get in the chair like this. So that's like... This Awakening is technically stronger than the other one, but it's a lot harder to use. This one basically just fills up an entire meter from 0.
It also does more stagger. Easier to miss because it has a delayed hit.
This one's like a lot slower though. So you have to like you have to make sure the boss is standing still. Well, that's the same for the... Yeah, this Hyper is like super slow though, so... Yeah, this one takes forever to cast. This one you have to like... There's like an extra press you could do. And if you press V, it'll like instantly shoot out like a laser. Like that. And that fills up... That's the one that fills up your meter, so... This one's like a lot harder to use, but it's technically stronger, so...
Yeah. Do you still run the stagger synergy on Napalm?
Yeah, of course. Stagger synergy right here, target focus. This one's like OP.
Stagger
Use it for your team.
Plus 20%, guys. That is a lot.
I'd say overall, Artillerist, Barrage, DPS rotation's like really easy, but the risk of this class comes from like not missing your nukes, which is like ANS. They take like half a second to land, so if the boss moves, it's kind of over. Like you just lose.
I don't know if you called it out, but just in case, that shield you get while you're in this, you can press while doing other things at the same time, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, so this will give you a shield, and it'll also give less meter gain. Like, I don't know how to explain this, but like...
Yeah. I think that covers that one. For the meter. You don't have to, I don't think we have to go to depth on that one. But, like, it also...
Yeah.
Does it still give it a Dren stack on the shield?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, which is real nice. And then, which one doesn't give a Dren again? Laser or the napalm? I can't remember.
These all give a Dren, but you have to finish casting it for it to give a Dren. See, it's like 3 right now.
Yeah.
But it's not going to go up until I finish casting. So now it's 4.
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah. A gives a Dren, and Q gives a Dren. Yeah, the build I'm playing is shieldless, so I guess another difficulty is your only pushing mean outside of wheelchair is your spacebar, so...
What about firepower? What do you got for us?
Okay, I'm gonna be honest, I don't see a single reason to play firepower ever since the Barrage changes, but if you want to play firepower, this is the build I have. I don't even know what these cores are, honestly. Yeah, I don't see a lot of people playing this one. They play like the piano version, but I'm playing like the cycle version of firepower.
I miss the good old firepower Barrage 1, you know? The good old days.
That was like the season 2 firepower.
That's fun, man.
Yeah, it's pretty good. So basically how you play this build is you use your 2 builders, Napalm and Flamethrower. This fills up your meter, and then you'd use Kindle after throwing your nukes.
Did I see one called Rocket Jump?
And then you jump. Yeah, you jump, and then okay. So this jump reduces cooldown for pressurized hit bomb and multi-rocket launcher.
Can you show me the jump again?
Yeah, sure. Boom.
You
could go far with the
You look like an idiot. I'm not gonna lie to you.
This is stupid. That's why I don't play this build. I just get laughed at when I'm playing it. It's like fucking Mario. Why would you play this?
It looks so bad, man. The cast speeds are crazy, though.
But you cast fast. Yeah. But you need to get everything off before Kindle ends, or you're doing no damage. So, 3 seconds, and it's
Yeah,
gone.
but look at that Gatling gun backpack with like 20 guns.
But if the boss moves or anything happens during this time, it's doomed. So, and then I think you are crit swift for this build.
Looks like crit stacked with swift.
Crit swift. Yeah, I put a point on illicit spell. I don't know why. I think I was running out of mana at one point. So
must have been.
And yeah, Blunt Thorn. And yeah, 2 points in Kindle here. If you're running the other one, you would put points here instead. That's it.
Cool. What do you got next?
That's all I know about firepower. I could do Enhanced Weapon Deadeye if you want.
Sure.
But I think it is 333. This is like a full shotgun build. You're going to be running 333. Sun, Shotgun Overload, Moon, Frenzy Specialist, and Dominating Shell for Star. You kind of need all these cores at Relic, or else you will lose infinite damage. You could technically use Star at Legendary, but you will need to... I think you need to swap off... Or, sorry, Sun. You could use Sun at Legendary, not Star. You need Star at Relic. You could use Sun at Legendary, but you need to swap off MP Furnace to, like, Standing Striker, or else you'll run out of mana. And similar to Artillerist, or Barrage, rather, if you were to pity an Ancient core, sorry, just go for blue cores, because red Ancients are pretty worthless. So just go for these. I would not even bother looking at the other cores. They're pretty bad. I think 111 is, like, old one-shot burst Deadeye, and 222 is, like, a rival build. And both of them are a lot weaker than 323, so they're kind of not worth playing.
This is like a swift and fast as hail.
Yeah, so this is going to be like full swift build here. If you look at my skill tree, first of all, you're just using shotguns all at max, and then the rest you could literally choose what you want to do with the remaining skill points. You could choose your utility. You don't even need synergy tripods on your pistol skills, because your shotgun skills will apply synergy. So I just put,
is that part of the core or the arc passive?
Yes, this is part of the core.
Okay.
You need the cores for shotguns to give synergy. So yeah, and your T skill you're using obviously shotgun T skill Doom Shot.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty cool. It's like a really fast shotgun. And for gems, it's like 5 damage, 5 cooldown. I'm pretty sure you could rise farm 1 gem here. It's the one non-shotgun gem. The rest of them are just going to be shotgun damage and cooldown gems. The 11th gem is just like this doesn't even need to exist. You could just replace this with anything. You could like use another gem, higher level gem from like another character and just put it on, and it'll be fine.
Nice.
You could also sword a rise farm shotgun dominator gem, cooldown gem, because this skill is like
low.
Will always be up almost, and you don't really need the high cooldown for this one. The only important gem you really need is Sign of Apocalypse cooldown. Like ideally this is like level 8 or 9. This will help you like cycle your rotation faster. For your bracelet, ideally you want like a high swift bracelet, like 90 plus. Engravings, Grudge, Adrenaline, Raid Captain, Mass Increase, Ambush. You could technically run stuff like Crystal, Keen Blunt, or even like MP Furnace if you're on a budget, but these 5 are the strongest engravings. you get full value off Raid Captain and Mass Increase, so there's literally no reason not to run these. So for myself, my character, I have like around 86 crit rate with this setup, and spec for Deadeye gets a lot of value. So, especially the lower it is, spec gets a lot of value for Deadeye. So I'm using 10 spec, 30 swift. If you were to have like higher level cooldown gems, you could technically swap 1 point of Boundless for another point on Optimized Training, because like 3% diff cooldown, right?
Yep.
So if I had like level 10 cooldowns, I would be using like this right here. Yeah, but with my gem setup, I'm running these. MP Furnace obviously is good. Master, because we're lacking a lot of crit rate. Enlightenment, you could just use 1/1 here. This one is like the dash. This is like mandatory, and then the other one you would put for damage, because putting 2 points into this is not that useful. 5/4. I think you need 2 points in this, or else you might run out of mana, but I could be wrong. And full range. Okay, so for this rotation, I might have a hard time like explaining it while I do it because it's like fast, but I'll try. The rotation is like pretty easy though. You pretty much just infinitely cycle your shotgun skills.
Sure.
And use your T skill whenever it's all off cooldown. So your activator is SD, Shotgun Dominator, so use this first. This gives you your Destiny activation. So you stack Adrenaline first of all, using your pistol skills or whatever. And then you would use Shotgun Dominator, E, Judgment Day, SRF, Sign of Apocalypse, Master Quest, Judgment Day. Oh my god, I can't talk. Yeah. Basically, it's 2 skills into Sign of Apocalypse. Judgment Day, SRF, SOA, Shotgun Dominator, Last Request, SOA, and you just infinitely cycle these skills. That's it.
That's it.
That's it. That's
That's
literally it. Yep. And
That's
you see
all.
like how I'm dashing in between every skill?
Yeah, that's that Callista effect, right? Every time you use a skill, right click it.
Yeah, so
Or
this
move right click
dash will give you this buff here called Tactical Bullet. You need this buff to do damage, so you kind of need to dash in between every skill. You don't need to like dash like super far, you could just like dash into the boss like this, and you just still get the buff. But yeah, you do need to dash in between every skill. And this dash is also useful, because it lets you like maneuver around the boss. Say like the boss like turned and is facing you. You could just like get full uptime DPS and just move around.
That's cool, yeah.
So you don't need to like lose any damage while going to the back of the boss to reposition. You could just keep using your shotgun skills.
Do you ever use the rifle skills at all?
You never use these. You'd only use like Kata if you need push immune. So basically, the gist is that
that's I'm good too, yeah.
the damage comes from your shotguns, and the rest is just utility. So I put 10 points in this, which gives me push immune during somersault. So this is push immune, and it's like 2-second cooldown. So you could like use this instead of like your spacebar. And your counter is also useful. I put push immune on this too. So if you need like extra push immune, you can just like spam your pistol skills or your rifle skills.
Yep.
Yeah, so this class does a lot of stagger. Like this skill is high, mid, high, 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 and like this is like mid, high. I'm
Those
pretty
cooldowns
sure.
are so fast too, Jesus.
And you're like just permanently like doing back shots. So I think like every single week I've done circa so far on this character, I've done like over 100k stagger on gate 2 on this character. That's all. I'd say this class is actually really strong if
Yeah,
you're
it seems really
like
good.
playing it correctly, because you have so much utility with your other skills and like so much movement too. You're full swift as well, and if Egger, I think like the only downside of this class is that you're just squishy, but it's kind of hard to get hit honestly because you're so fast.
You're fast as fuck. Did we already show hyper awakenings and awakening usage?
Oh yeah, so you would use this awakening here, bursting flare. This basically
kind of
use
cool.
fire here. Yeah, you just fire your rifle, but there is no reason to use this ever, unless you're using your hyper. This is like DPS loss. Like during this time, you could get like 3 shotgun skills off, so there's no reason to use that. But
sure.
Yeah,
I guess
hyper's still useful.
Push immune in a pinch, status immune.
Yeah, that's your hyper. So
And then the other one?
If you need to use Hyper for safety, you could use that. The other one you don't use at all. This is a Pistoleer awakening, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah. And then...
Chills. Construction worker.
This is garbage.
What do you mean,
Why
man?
did they
Did
make
you
it
see
like
him
this?
put up the like, oh my gosh.
The steel beams, I don't know, man.
He's
It's
got to
not
do
it.
construction work today. Damn. If you had to
Pretty
pick
good.
between Artillerist and Deadeye.
Okay, if I were to recommend a class for a beginner, it will 100% be Deadeye.
Really?
100%, yeah.
No
'Cause-
way, man. I'm going to recommend him that jump build, Firepower.
Yeah, they're gonna quit the game very fast.
And then
man.
I'll tell him to send you a DM for lessons. Cool.
That's
Mr. Andy, thanks for pulling up, man. I don't know if you have what was the other one? Scouter, I guess.
Do have a Scouter, but I'm not like super experienced in like explaining how the class works.
All right, I'll ask around, and if I can't find anyone, I'll bug you.
It's actually not my main Deadeye. My main Deadeye is also an EW.
You're not the Broshaza of Pistoleers? That's crazy.
No, unfortunately.
Unfortunately. What core setup you doing for Pistoleer?
For this one, I'm actually playing the fun one instead of the ceiling one. I am doing the one that buffs Secret Weapon, which is buffing my C skill.
Crazy, yeah. What is it? 333?
It's I think it's 222 actually. Yeah, it's 222.
All right.
Yeah, so for the 222, in general, thoughts on the class. Of course, it's if you don't care about the meta and you just want to play something where you click buttons, this is a class for you.
Yeah,
If you're
Pistoleer is great for
chas-
new players, man, for sure.
Yeah, great for new players. If you're chasing the meta, don't do it. Other than that,
Well,
yeah, of course.
I think that being
222,
said, if you're a new player that wants to eventually chase meta, you can graduate
then you
into
can
enhanced
swap
weapon.
the EDED
Yeah, exactly.
enhance. Yeah, so you have that choice. Let's see. Before I get to rotation stuff, yeah, I think NT already showed the awakening, but
Yep.
it was that, and like, should put unlimited cooldown so I can reset that. Here,
Hit us with the helicopter.
helicopter. Yeah, let's go.
Construction working. What?
Yeah, but anyways, now
Did you
let's
see that
not-
scaffolding? The scaffolding right there. The quality of that. I didn't see a single welding beam or bead.
Yep.
Wow. That's incredible work. Great craftsmanship.
Incredible quality.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, for rotations wise, this class is. Oh, yeah, and there's also the engravings.
My class
so-
fantasy is working on metal.
Yeah, so the engravings are pretty much just a mass increase, precise dagger, adrenaline, curse, all grudge. You have a choice to choose something else than precise
Yeah, I thought
dagger.
they dropped precise now.
Yeah, that is an option, but honestly, I didn't bother changing it. It would boost combat power a lot since precise dagger does lose out a lot of power. But it's good for covering crit.
Mhm.
So if you're lacking crit, so for a beginner player, they won't have a lot of crit rate, so they'll probably want precise dagger. I'm a rat, so don't mind my
Don't look
chums.
at that. Don't look at that, guys. But you have an ancient core.
Yes, I do have an ancient core at my star core. That's fine. But yeah, rotation-wise, this class isn't really a rotation-based
It's just
class.
push all your
except
buttons.
Yeah, push all the buttons. But for your initial rotation, you definitely want to like just randomly stack your adrenaline, whatever, anywhere. But then once you do go into it, you press your C skill to set
Oh my
off
god,
your
spinning. You guys. Oh! Did you guys see that?
spam. Yeah, spam skills, and the more skills you spam, the more cooldowns you get
And this
back on your
is
C skill.
Hitmaster, if I remember right, but it does want to
Yes.
prio hitting the back because of what cool tracker or something like that. Unless they changed it, or one of
They
those skills
changed
down
it.
there.
They changed it. There's actually no reason to be on the back anymore.
Okay, there's like a new tripod, I guess.
Yeah, they put the same tripod gunslingers have in a tight spot.
Can you still anime run with the T?
Yes, you
Okay,
sure can.
Can we showcase that? That's very important.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh shit! Oh my goodness, guys! If you don't want to play that, I don't know what you're doing.
Yeah, and I guess the things that are important to explain to new players about this specific core build. Oh my gosh, if I can look at the cores part. Okay, I can't do it like that. Okay. So the important part to know is using skills for the Sun core, the Hidden Fang, which is the main part 222, gives you, let's see, is it here where it explains it gives you even more cooldown, or is it the other one actually? No, it might be the Moon Core bit. Yes, so normally by default, the Z skill already gives you 0.5 seconds weapon cooldown for any skill you use, but then you get an additional 0.5. So you're just making sure you get all that cooldown back, and unlike normal Pistoleer build, you'd actually get a cooldown gem on your Spiral Tracker instead of a damage gem on the grenade, so you don't even take any gems on the AOT grenade, wherever that is, this skill. No need for gems. And for class gem priority, there is honestly just even out all the gems. Your real priority is your Z skill on this core set. This is where all the big damage comes from. Pistoleer, except you've got a secret shotgun.
I mean, can we see anime run into secret shotgun?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! Into construction worker? Is that possible?
Into construction worker? Yeah.
Oh my goodness, guys! Now this is the class for me.
But pretty much,
Full
yeah,
body
there's not
chills.
much else to explain on this on Pistoleer, honestly. But yep, there's not much. It's just kind of an alt class. You can choose to main it, but it requires a lot of investment in that
Really?
case to even compete with other main classes. It's a fun little class.
No, like Pistoleer, I made one on my alt roster on West when I had like 2 different rosters going. I had so much fun playing it.
Yeah.
This is a good time.
It's definitely
Great beginner class, honestly. And then graduate into EW.
Yes. And then
Or
you
just
graduate
don't.
to
Or
EW.
just have fun. It doesn't matter, right?
Yeah, I actually ungraduated and made a second Deadeye into this Deadeye here, and I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna make a permanent Pistoleer.
As you should.
Right? Yep,
As
as
you
I
should.
should.
Cool, man. Thanks for pulling up and showcasing the Pistoleer Deadeye. Guys, Mr. Nova Blazer. All right, so we're doing Soul Fist EO. Was it Energy Overflow, right?
So I do think it's important to go over the main Arc Grid build, just because that covers all the like actual mechanics, and then the one that
Keep it
the one
as
that a lot of
like high
people-
level as possible if you can, for sure.
Sophist is a pretty old design class. I made mine, I think, before Kyangel, and it really hasn't changed much. When we went into Tier 4, that's when people started like getting different options, because before it used to be you just have to full swift and then dump your skills. So there's the generic Arc Grid cores, and then there's Hypeless, which are the 2 main EO builds right now.
And what was the core combo?
So the generic one is actually, is there an easier way I can open this? Yeah, I'll go through Arc Grid.
333.
So generic is 111, Meridian Surge, Circulating Melody, and Wallbreaker.
Mhm.
And then the other one that's kind of meta is like Bare Knuckle, Instant Step, Twin Strike, Barrage. So 111 and 333.
And which one are you playing?
I play 333. It's very different from what people knew about Soulfist in Tier 4 up until the Arc Grid came out. The core main mechanic is hype for Soulfist. In EO, you have 3 stages of hype. Every stage that you activate, you get a little bit more CDR, attack speed, and damage. So it jumped out from like 5, 5, 10 to 10, 10, 25. And then hype 3, very strong. 25% CD, attack speed plus 15%, damage to foes plus 60%. So the old version is EO. You kind of just play around your energy release, which is kind of like a ready attack. If you're familiar with like release Zerker. So for 6 seconds, you get a massive attack power buff, and you want to send all your skills in that time. So what it would look like is once your hype is off cooldown, you activate hype, activate your ER, use some skills as you're cycling through your hype levels. And then since hype 3 is your largest portion of damage, you want to try to get all your skills available in that time. So the problem with this is that hype 3 is like 50% of your damage the last time I saw. What that kind of means is all your damage is backloaded. So if like the boss goes into a mechanic or enters a DR phase or something, then all that damage is wasted. Alternatively, in a fast raid like Act 4, where if you're in a very strong party, you kind of just literally phase mech to mech within seconds. it's a very good cycle. Time during a raid that you can hit the boss without DR that you're in hype 3, the better. Fit everything, all your damage skills into 12 seconds, and then the boss phases while you're recovering from hype, which takes longer as you go up every hype level, then the better it is. A lot of the top Solfists now are using the bare knuckle build. So this one is full swift, and everything that I explained about Solfist before, like all the mechanics with hype and everything, you just throw that out the window. The only thing that matters in this build is you activate your destiny, and then you just start hitting the boss without touching your hype. So activating your destiny, you just use your movement skill twice. Once activates the first level of destiny, and then the second one will activate the one that actually gives you the power buff. So in the old versions of Solfist, all of your damage came from using energy release, but with the hypeless build, that's kind of baked into your destiny, and then you can't use energy release anymore. If you activate hype, you get, in hype mode, damage to foes minus 80%. So you can't use hype at all, and then you're kind of screwed if you activate it by accident. The only times I do use hype now is in your arc passive. When you activate hype, your skills are shortened by 10 seconds. All of their cooldowns are reduced by 10 seconds. So the only time I ever really use it is during the Procol phase in
Can you use it like right before a cutscene or something like that to reset?
With the full swift build, your cooldowns are so short that activating hype is basically useless. The other thing to consider is this destiny effect only takes place when you're not in hype. When you cancel hype, you're in spirit recovery, so you don't get the damage buff, which kind of sucks, but that's just how they want you to deal with it. It's more similar to the old tier 3 version of Solfist, where you just had like 20 seconds of hype 3 to do as much as you can, but now it's more freeform. As long as you have destiny activated, you're kind of good to go. Your skills, other than the movement skill on E, the blue ones and F they're all relatively like close to each other in terms of damage. I think in my previous logs it was anywhere from like 13 to 17 or 18% at most, and they all have super short cooldowns. They're pretty fast as well. So your rotation becomes more priority based than actually like following anything specifically. R, Pulverizing Palm, is your strongest skill. It's the one that gets buffed by your arc grid. If you don't have arc grid, you don't use the skill ever, because it's like a massive 200% buff or something. Current Solfist now, if you want to just not really think about the game at all and just focus more on like maintaining uptime and dealing with the boss rather than timing anything in your rotation to it, this is the build you want to choose. If I go over the arc passive real quick, the only thing that really matters is maintaining like a very high crit rate. 5 of your skills are back attack friendly, so you can use the strike tripod here, which is recommended. And then you want to take into account the 10% crit buff that you get from back attacking, and then you just want to be as close to 100 crit as possible. So if I crit synergy, I'll swap around critical or master or drop keen sense into limit break. But for the most part, you just only really care about hitting the boss as much as you can. When I swapped over, I think it was back in January or so, when I was starting TFM and then practicing for speedruns and all that, I swapped over once I had the grid set up, and then I was getting like 20 to 30% more damage every pull. And it didn't really make sense to me at the time, but now thinking back, it's, with what I know, it's more like you want to focus on your uptime during speedrun. Your team is solid. Even though you're going faster, it's not at the point where it's like mech to mech, like in Act 4. So it's still very much uptime focused. And then playing this, the bare knuckle build, or hypeless as some people call it, it's just more consistent damage. And,
all right, so could we see like just the general rotation here and like?
I do have Conviction Judgment runes on, but these are the 2 filler skills. Sometimes you'll swap them for counters or quick recharge, as a lot of people do. Basically, what I do is I go into the raid, activate Destiny, and build my adrenaline stacks with my movement skill. Use my synergy, which is my Q, and then I just start hitting. I'm running full 10 cooldowns, so my cooldowns are very fast. How do I phrase this? I tend to try to play around Conviction Judgment more than a lot of other people I see. It fits well with your T skill.
And the T is just on cooldown, or is there a specific window?
Yeah. You can use it for movement too, because it phases through the boss. And it covers a lot of distance. Something that a lot of people complain about for Soulfist is that all of the actual skills, they have very poor range. So you basically have to be hugging the boss all the time.
Isn't the class description low to mid range or something like that?
I don't think they had class descriptions when I made it, but I would put it at low range.
Yeah, no, I remember like the original class descriptions in the game. I remember reading that it was like low to mid range or something like that, and being like, oh my gosh, it's like mid range, not quite Hitmaster, but has some stuff to it. But never saw it. Yeah.
Yeah, which kind of sucks because I think a lot of people when they made it when the game came out was because they wanted to shoot like energy beams and stuff like DBZ style. That's definitely why I picked it out too. But nowadays it's just, or it's kind of always been like, you hug the boss as close as you can, hit him with as many skills as you can, and then try to sync your downtime if you have it.
Can you?
But now you don't really have downtime.
Show us your awakening and hyper awakening.
Yes. So for bare knuckle build, the awakening is useless. For the default level awakening, I almost never use it unless I need the push immune. But the hypers look pretty cool. This is the laser beam one.
Oh my. Oh my.
It's got very good range. Doesn't really do damage because you don't have any spec invested.
Can you show us the other one? Yeah.
This is the slowest, one of the slowest awakenings in the game.
Boom.
But for the old...
Can't even see it on my screen. Boom.
Oh, sorry. You just want to like activate your energy release, use your awakening, and then be in height 3 when you do it. And it fits very well into the old rotation-based cycle with downtime.
How about that hyper though? Oh. Oh. Oh my.
That one is very cool.
Cool, man.
Yeah, that's Soulfist in general.
Thanks for pulling up, showing us EO. Guys,
oh, one last thing. I don't recommend new players play it at all.
Yeah, no, guys, don't play this class, please.
It's definitely felt like a sunk cost fallacy over the years.
Yeah, it's most of my classes, because the new one comes out, that looks cooler.
Course I got set up is the 1-1-1 build.
Okay.
Which is a pretty crazy upgrade from where we left from the basically before our grid, because we got the Sun Core here that is all we needed for being a, I wouldn't say a good class, but just like feels good to play a class, because you gain max movement speed from it, from the 14p.
That's pretty cool.
So you are always running fast, maximum movement speed, and it allows you to play raid captain.
How's your stat spread looking?
It's a bit weird right now because I tried a higher Swift build, but I'd recommend playing lower Swift, like 600, and put the rest in spec. So that would like
I feel like Esoteric's
like
always had
spec.
like a weird split, kind of like what Wardancer has done, where you put some into Swift, some into spec, some into crit, you know, and balance it out based on your stats and preference.
Yeah, like the difference between what I have and what I would recommend is just higher uptime, so a bit of a higher ceiling, but I'm a bit shit at the game, so I need lower uptime to be doing good DPS.
Don't sell yourself.
I'm gonna
like
be going back to higher spec. Yeah, so you are still playing the.
No
Fate
way,
of the
bro!
Lesson
You're
cards.
not doing Fate Umar.
No, but
there's
wait,
no
wait,
way.
John,
There's
wait,
no
John,
way.
wait, John. There is a way. There is a way. Like you are not forced to play it. But
Then why
if you want
are
the ceiling
you,
in,
man?
no, wait, John, wait, John. Hold up. You are only forced to play it if you want the ceiling in the gates that have no weaknesses. If the gate is anything other than, no, wait a minute. If the gate is not weak to fire or like lightning, you can play the card set that is weak to whatever that is.
Okay.
We don't have this right now, but except Earth set for what it is right now. What is it? Drextalas? Guardian Read? Yeah. So you play this if you want the high ceiling, but go check logs online. There are some pretty big strikers that don't play that shit. They play the regular card set and they are doing pretty fucking good damage. So yeah, you're not forced into that shit if you don't want it, but it's pretty brain off.
You like
it's
using
not
it.
as I don't really mind it.
Do you hold skills still, like to make sure you have it in the window, or do you just keep sending?
I just hold basically my T because it's synced with the cooldown of the proc. So when I see my TCD going back up, I'm just starting to slowly glance at my buffs bar to see it proc. Some people can hear it depending on their sound settings, but I personally don't hear it, so I just check my buff bars. But I don't hold any skills for it unless I know there's some big damage window that's coming, like let's say the Cast G1 Clash at 660.
Okay.
If we go from 700 to almost Clash, I'm just not gonna do anything, so I can big burst the Clash while someone's clashing. But most of the time I just don't care about it because you don't need to think about it that much.
Okay, so with the new style, your identity is the Eso orbs in the middle, right? And is it still pretty much alternating because each skill uses one orb and just kind of going back and forth?
So
with priority, obviously.
When you read the tooltips, some skills say consume 2 bubbles, some say 1, some say 2. But the Eso build just makes that all skills use 1 bubble. Whatever the tooltip says, it's not true for Eso. It's just 1 bubble for all skills. So that's your identity. You don't have a Z, you don't have an X. It's just bubbles. And so yeah, it's a pretty simple class because when you go in to a gate, you just stack up your adrenaline with your movement skill here, your counter, and then your synergy, and then you just go into your rotation and you spam your skills. And once you started that rhythm from the start, you just press what's coming back up as you see them come back up, and that's it. That's Eso Striker.
You shove the Awakening and Hyper Awakening on both?
So the first one that I'm using right now is just some punch and kicks.
God, I remember playing Deathblow Striker and that shit just never crits.
And the Hyper is probably one of the best one in the games.
Is this Tiger? Is it Tiger? Oh.
Meow.
Meow. Yeah. Perfect. Well done.
And the other one is cool as well. I just don't like it as much.
Oh, you gotta right click it and then save it.
It's the regular one is a bit cooler. It's a big kick.
Yep.
The Hyper is a bigger kick.
Oh my god. Hoo! So Eso still pretty much is uptime, spam your buttons, sniff butts. Alright, Deathblow time. Is that still the Unga Bunga one?
Yeah, you can play Unga Bunga. You don't have to. There are 3 builds that are pretty good, close to each other. Some are harder than others, but I would say standard Deathblow is the easier one. I don't have it set up right now, but I have Unga set up. Yeah.
What's the cores used on Unga?
It's also 1/1/1. Literally does nothing to change your gameplay. It's just damage.
And this one is still cycle skills, noise happens, use your T.
It's not as brain dead as the first iteration of Unga Bunga because you have to be aware that one of your skills is consuming 2 bubbles and the other one is consuming 1. As before, it was only 1 bubble per spender, so you couldn't just brainlessly just go through your skills. So you kind of have to think a little bit about which builder you are using for which spender. But it's simpler than it sounds because when you know which one does what, you just know when you just play.
Mm-hmm. This one uses the full orbs for each one of these skills.
Yeah, the tooltip is right for Deathblow.
Calling out for the people that are watching. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Just you have to keep in mind that like this one blast formation says consume 2 bubble, but the last tripod changes that to 1 bubble. So you have 1 bubble spender and 1 2 bubble spender. One thing that I forgot to mention is we got a pretty nice QOL in the last balance patch. Is one of our spender is full push immune. This one is fully push immune. As before, it was only the jumping part. When I am in the air like this, that was the only push immune window, and now it's fully push immune.
Alright, summon that monster, show it.
Like, the opener is not the same as the rotation, so you kind of have to memorize the the full rotation, and the opener. So you go in and you first build 4 bubbles. You would go in with W and F. Yeah, and then go Tiger. Then build 4 orbs again. Go T. Boom. Then go Big Builder, Big Spender, Small Builder, Small Spender, Big Builder, Big Spender, and then you do a last 4 orbs, fully stacked Spender. Boom, and then you have a full 4 bubble Z. Big T skill incoming.
Big T, boom. And you hope it crits.
And that's why you play Delbo. I think that's about it for Striker. So you can play some other builds that are pretty fun too.
Sure.
There's one build that you can play. Lots of Delbo started playing is one that you just have 1 spender and the T skill is your other damage in your breakdown. The reason why they are playing it, I think, is because you have a skill that lets you go through the boss. So that's pretty nice as a slow class. You can just
what's that?
through the boss.
What's that called? What's it called again?
Yeah, the Sweeping Hidden Dragon.
Yeah, I couldn't remember the name
You
of it.
just
Yeah, Esso had
go
that
behind
like
the
back
boss.
in the Akon days. I used to have it in my main 6. It was pretty fun to run. You just had like you could stay on the boss with uptime within.
I think that's the this core right here.
Yeah.
With Spiral Kick, Sweeping Hidden Dragon can penetrate through Guardian monsters.
Oh,
so
and
you
2
can just
meters.
go.
Let's go.
Yeah, so you can go behind bosses to straight bag attack the boss easier.
Yeah, one of my it's always the biggest frustration of the charging of your Lightning Tiger strike. That's my problem with Striker always.
But you play Supercharge and you have a big casting speed buff in this, so it's
pretty quick,
fast.
Yeah.
And then the R passive, you play the fast charging one on your T skills, so everything gets pretty fast.
Nah, man. Well, thanks for pulling up and showcasing the Striker class. Okay, all right. So you're showcasing Pinnacle Glaivier. This is Mr. Dreeps.
Control first, but yeah.
Control, and then Pinnacle.
So yeah, like if you're a returning player, like this class got like 2 like big reworks and like back-to-back balance patches like middle of last year. It kind of fixed all the problems with the class. Like before we were kind of in the gutter, but now the class is actually like not bad. So like what happened is we had a crit rate buff and it only worked for like half a rotation. We had to use like Shackling Blue Dragon for it, but then they moved it to our X skill, and this is like the bread and butter skill. It's like the highest damage, and it's a 15-second buff, and the skill is less than 15-second cooldown. So it's actually 100% uptime now. And like the other thing they did is they made it so like a lot of the skills got like clone tripods. So like clone, they like cast the skills for you, so you didn't have to worry about cast speed anymore. I don't know if you can like you can kind of see them.
Well, that's
like,
kind of
casting
neat.
for you.
Yeah.
So the class it's actually like the least frustrating class ever. So you just like go to the back of the boss, you press your X to get your crit rate buff, and then you just like spam all your skills in the back. You just kind of use them in an order that like syncs up their cooldowns, but it doesn't actually matter like if you mess it up. And all the skills, they reduce your X skill cooldown. So this is like the bread and butter skill. So you can kind of see like as the X skill is kind of going down faster than it should. And like the only 2 skills that do like significant damage are X and T. And, like I can pull up like a random log, and you can see it's like this is like most of the damage, and these are all like kind of like all the same.
42% of your damage.
Yeah.
So
and then
Giga APM spammy still.
Yeah, it's still it actually got more spammy with Art Grid, but
and which cores are you running? Sorry, I don't know.
So it's 2. So for Control Glaive, it's like 2-3-2. This is like the main build, but 2-2-2 and 1-1 are both like completely fine. 2-2-3 is like the really spammy build, and it's the best build as well. It's also the most fun, but all the other builds are like completely fine, and they don't really fundamentally change the class all that much. Okay. Like the good thing about the class is like the X and T are full push immune, and they're your 2 strongest skills, so you don't ever have to worry about getting knocked out of them.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah.
I don't know. The class kind of has like push immune out the ass, like because you can press spacebar and it's only 4 seconds, and then this skill reduces it more, so you can always have it, and like you could reduce it.
What's consuming your identity gauge in the middle?
So these 2 skills have like tripods that like consume this gauge here, but like this you'll always have more gauge than you have the like skills. Like you can see like that consumes it, and it's just like a tripod, so even if you do miss it, it's like a irrelevant skill, right? So you can just cast it. But if you have full uptime, like it's never going to be like fully gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's always back. So it's not something you ever have to like look at or worry about.
So this is just basically turn brain off, go behind boss, push your buttons.
Yeah, you just push your buttons. You have to like abuse your push, like your push immune skill. So it's like a very good class to prog with, because like you have to like learn the boss more than you have to learn your class. You have to learn like when to spacebar, so you can greed as much as possible. But yeah, it's a very simple class. I actually kind of like recommend it for new players. And like it has like I think the best sin in the game. It's got the crit hit damage sin.
Yeah, that's pretty
So people want it.
Pretty good.
Yeah. I guess for hyper.
But that T doesn't have push immune.
The T has push immune. X and the T have full push immune.
Is that in the leap thing or something?
Yes. It's in the leap.
Okay.
Yeah, it's this node. Because of push immune.
Gotcha. Cool.
Yeah, and then for Arc Grid, like the build changed to full Swift. Usually it's like 70-30, but you just go like full Swift Adrenaline. The other builds they don't go Adrenaline, and they're 100% crit rate. This build's also 100% crit rate. This build gives you like cast speed. Like this core gives cast speed, which stacks on top of attack speed. So you have full attack speed, 140%, and then you get more cast speed on top of it. So you can just cast all your skills like instantly. And the other builds they don't have that, but this class already casts pretty fast anyways, so it doesn't really matter. And I guess for the hyper, looks like this. I don't know, I like it with the moon. And then the regular awakening, it doesn't actually matter because the cast is so long, it's actually better to just press your skills.
Oh, and then show me the horse. Oh my, it's Lubu. All right, show me Pinnacle. I miss playing my Glaivier, man. Pinnacle Glaivier is so fun. And then which cores do you use as Pinnacle now?
So the ceiling is 2-2-2, but most people, I'd say like 80% play 3-3-3.
What are you playing as?
Yeah, I play 3-3-3. So the thing about this core set is like a problem like a lot of people had was like with Blunt Thorn, and what this does is it actually lowers your crit rate. Because the red skills, if you don't know, they all have like 100% crit rate tripods.
Yeah.
So you're kind of forced to go Blunt Thorn, but this one lowers their crit rate, but increases like their crit hit damage. So you don't have to go Blunt Thorn anymore. You can just go, I think I'm going Furnace. So I guess, yeah, the kind of the purpose of the class is like, you apply your Sin, you swap, and then the Arc passive, it has this thing called like Yeon Style Encore. It's like a buff. It increases your next skill's damage. So you just use it on your T or your Red Dragon Horn, which is your...
Depending which one's up when you cycle, right?
Yeah. T is more important, but yeah.
Don't you need a... Does the synergy last longer now? Or I thought you always ended with...
Well, because of the way this one works, you don't... because of the way this one works, you don't need the crit rate buff on your red skills, because your red skills are almost 100%, like without the shackle buff. The shackle buff is a 20% crit rate, and like your red skills are already critting anyways. So you just use this, which is just like your regular synergy on your red skills.
Okay.
If you cycle fast enough, you can get the crit rate on your... It's kind of important to get it on your T skill, but like if I was cycling like in a raid, I'd have it up for the T skill when I cast it. So yeah, that's pretty much the build. It's about like sand swapping and stuff. I just wish it was like a bit stronger. I think that's the main problem. And use the same awakening as the other one.
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to run it back.
Yeah, no, it's all good on that. But yeah, I loved playing Pinnacle. It's so fun. And any class that has to run Blunt Thorn just feels like shit.
Yeah, well now you don't have to do that anymore, so that's good. And like I think all the cores are like kind of unique. It's just like a shame that like this. I was playing this 1-on-1 for a little bit. Like I was just like trying it out. I kind of liked it, like the Red Dragon Horn being omnidirectional. They're just like it's getting another buff, but I don't think it's strong enough anymore. And a lot of people like this build just because you don't have to go Blunt Thorn and stuff.
Yeah, I would run that if I was a Glaivier main right now.
Yeah, and I don't know if I'll talk about it. We have like a parry.
Oh yeah, parry's so nice in this class.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. You can parry like some random stuff. Like you can parry the bombs in Circa.
It's
like the bombs that spawn in like a grid.
That it doesn't have the Gunlancer status immune though.
Yeah, that is a bit annoying. So it's not like the best parry, but you know, you have one if you need it.
Thanks for pulling up. Thanks for showcasing the Glaivier class, one of the unicorns on the list. All right, and then starting with Predator, which
this would be, what number is it? 333. This is a spin to win build.
And this is not the gimmicky one, right? This is actual.
No.
Okay.
I'm not gonna recommend the gimmicky one.
Bro, I did that. It was so boring
like,
after a little bit.
It's so it ain't it. So the important things about Slayer is your high movement speed, high attack speed at all times in the fight. Even without support, you're overcapping movement speed and attack speed usually. About 40, 60 crit. This is just gets you pretty much go for 90% crit rate without back attack, and then rest and swiftness. Limit break, strike. You got critical and pulverize, and we're doing supersonic because we're giga fast. And we have on for our side notes. We're taking the crit damage one. This one's not technically more damage, but you just use too much mana. And depending on your support, that might not be worth it. So most people just go for this one, which just buffs normal damage. We're using the charging T skill.
So weird to see Predator using charging one.
Yeah. And then this class has a stacking mechanic.
And you have like
where we
giga
to
move
back
speed
up.
when you're spinning too, right? This build?
Yes. So yeah, we have to build up for 10 stacks here. This gives us a lot of move speed, so it's just spin.
Yeah, because I remember I had this build before I got the gimmicky one, and I was just like flying around the map.
Yeah. And then every attack you do on the boss lowers the cooldown of your spin. So at all times, you want to have a wild stomp just linger on the boss. So you're just constantly lowering the cooldown.
Yeah.
So like, even though it's like 14 seconds, by the time you're done casting, it's at 9.
Does it increase your DPS to wiggle back and forth while spinning?
No, but it's fun.
I think it does. No, I think it does.
Like honestly, it feels like it does. Yeah.
I think it does. I think
But
it does. Yeah.
Other than Hurricane Sword, it's just a skill prio.
Yeah.
Where it's just your spin to win, then your brutal, then these.
So
And
literally
then
just
I
put
don't
everything
have
on
a-
cooldown behind the boss.
Yes. Everything on cooldown
Perfect.
behind the boss. I'll just show both Wikings on Punisher because they take the same anyway. But yeah, and then you have your Awakening, it does okay damage. And then Hyper
Oh
here.
my god, it's Susano.
God, you put the sword on the ground.
Wait, we dropped every frame. Guys, it was the manga of Susano. Hold on, let's try again. Oh, he's back in full speed again. You got the other
They're
Awakening.
buffing another build, which I'm excited for. They're buffing 111, which is just pure brutal damage. And you can see like it's just a one big brutal number, and that's what you play for. So for Punisher, we're also very high move speed. The way I do mine is
Cool cats.
you do full spec. I do 50-50 for crit and swift because I like to have higher crit rate.
Mhm.
And then you don't need too much points of swift to max out Red Captain anyway. Here we're taking Punishers because it like with the resets you're very mana hungry. And then we have Crushing Fear, which just applies our synergy automatically, so we don't have to worry about that. So for this class, it's a builder instead. So you have to build. And then here, we could do a Guillotine, into a Brutal, into a Guillotine. Triple Gang, into a Guillotine.
The T skill.
Into a Deity, into your T skill.
Ooh. And one of the cool things about this setup for this class is like, yeah, you get the guillotine resets, but that's a lot of stagger. Guillotine becomes like your highest damage, and also
Yeah, so for damage priority on this one, instead of your Bloodlust like it normally would be on every other build, your Guillotine is doing more damage than your Bloodlust by like, I find like 3 to 4% more.
Yeah.
So gem priority goes to Guillotine instead of Bloodlust like normal.
And Bloodlust is still up there. Another cool thing is you get a push immune with the setup on your ground smash, which is real nice.
Yeah, then this can also reset. Like if you get counter with your punching brawl, you can reset it. This is the less popular Punisher build. The more popular one is the Rage Explosion. I don't have the skill set anymore, but you just instead of taking Guillotine and Volcanic here, you swap those out for more meter gainer and mobility, and you just only meter build.
Meter build,
brutal, Z, or Z brutal, meter build. This is a pump and dump, more like a Taijutsu.
Yeah. And which cores are the the guillotine build?
Guillotine is 111. And then we have 222, which is charging, but that sounds like self-torture.
Yeah.
So I don't think anyone's ever gonna do that.
Yeah. No one likes that.
Your Awakening hits really hard on Punisher, at least.
When you're in Z form, at least.
Yeah, when you're in Z form, your Awakening can hit really hard. If it crits, your T skill is really hard. So like this class has insane burst. Like when I'm doing Circa, my initial burst is on an Atro is like 40 billion in total.
Yeah, it's real nice.
It's just insane burst. For
And
a while.
then you get a little bit soft, afterwards. Like,
Yeah,
it's
and
okay.
then you just fall off a cliff. Like
It's
you
okay.
have
It's
an
okay,
insane
though.
opener, and then you just fall off a cliff.
Yeah, it's all right. It happens.
Yeah, but we got that 5% buff coming in, and then here I can show the other hyper. It's not as exciting. So this is the Awakening you would take on. Oh, I didn't save it. This is the Awakening you would take on the brutal reset build. The annoying thing is about this Awakening, is that you have to hit every part of the Awakening for it to count.
Wait. What if, guys, hold on, that was domain expansion? What if this had the
Yeah, here's
solution
the
all
Awakening.
along?
Norwaking isn't bad, but I find the Hyper one to be a little...
Hyper's
kind of overwhelming.
Pretty good, pretty good. I like that.
Yeah, but I like the Giant Rock Smash more. Punch with some of the drawbacks to this class is outside of form, you're pretty slow. You have no mobility skills unless you go for the Brutal Reset where you can actually take your one mobility skill, which is very nice. But on Standard Punisher, you're just kind of slow. Chasing the back every time, crying if the boss turns while you're charging your T-skill.
Yeah, Punisher has some of the most satisfying bursts in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, like, it's a really satisfying burst, but if it doesn't go right, you're just very, very sad.
You're very
especially
unhappy boy.
somewhere like Kazros K2, 2-2, and 2-3, it's just really hard to ball it off.
And now we're doing Gunslinger.
Yes, Gunslinger.
Let me see.
Alright, so yeah, this is why we call it Gunslinger. Alright, so for Peacemaker, the important part is you have 3 weapons. You have your shotgun, and then you have your sniper skills. But every time
this
you
was
swap,
Peacemaker first, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So for Peacemaker, the one I do is you get to, how much cover am I at? You approach play near 100. I think I'm at like a 95, 96, somewhere a bit higher. And toss the rest of spec. The build I like to play for Peacemaker is of 222. This is the shotgun main build. It's not like Deadeye was a full shotgun. It's just your shotguns are stronger than your snipers in this build.
Okay.
So you instead of playing normal Peacemaker, you play for 3 sniper skills. On this one, you're playing for 3 shotgun build, 3 shotguns instead of 3 snipers. So the important part for Peacemaker is you have a weapon swapping buff that gives you attack speed, crit rate, and damage to foes. So, but this buff can only be replenished whenever you swap. So if you're leaguing on a gun, you have to most likely want to keep on pistol because your only pistol damage skill is bullet rain. But for this build, you just do 2 pistol skills, Blaster Crush, shotgun, Blaster Crush, shotgun, Blaster Crush, shotgun, Blaster Crush, shotgun, and then you do your 2 snipers. This one's a little more annoying because you're quite animation, like shotguns are a bit more animation locked. But it's like if I was doing like normal Peacemaker, you would just never touch, you'll never touch Last Crest here. You'll just do your shotgun skills, swap to your sniper skills, toss them, and this class there's no set rotation. It's always just skill priority and which skill is up and which one do you want to send based off that. This is a 222. This is just where buff the shotguns. And 101 is just a normal Peacemaker where you just buff normal Peacemaker. You're just buffing your normal playstyle.
Yeah, 111 for most classes seems to be consistent, like just the same thing but a little stronger. Alright, we got Time to Hunt up next.
Oh yeah, it's in the Hyper Awakenings. They make the Goon skin even better. So the way this class works is you have a lot of different buffs going on. You have this buff here, where it lowers your rifle skill. You get by 0.2 seconds every second. In order to get this buff, you just have to throw a pistol skill every 4 seconds. So the most important thing for TTH is trying to keep this buff up, so all your cooldowns are.
Is it 2?
I
played it a little bit. Was it 2 or 3 rifle skills between pistols?
Depends on which ones. Like you can
Does
do.
reapplication of Spile Tracker count as that, or do you have? Is it the swap?
It's an actual pistol skill. You have to throw it, and you have to use an actual skill, not swap.
And then, like, I mean, if I sent Spile Tracker, which has continuous hit for a few seconds.
No, it's on skill cast, not on hit.
Cast. Okay.
So that's the first buff. The second buff is our quick scope buff, which gives you attack speed, movement speed, or attack speed, but we don't really care about that because this buff is what buffs your X. Our X does 100% damage depending on the number of stacks, so each stack is 5% damage. Then when you press your X, you spin all stacks, and you do a massive hit. And then we're getting a buff where each stack does 1% more damage. T-skill is kind of ordinary, and then 101 is just the same thing, but more damage.
So you're 111, you said?
No, I am 222. The 222 is the more popular and more stronger build. 101's getting a slight rework, where they're making it so after you press your X, you get 2-second refund on every sniper skill, besides your X. Currently, it's a 8% buff after you cast. It's kind of a little useless.
Can you hop into Trixion and show us like a general rotation?
Yeah, I'm trying to swap this back, but I can't swap all stuff on cooldown. So the current popular one is and strongest is 222, and this is also honestly this is also the most fun one, because what you do is you turn your bullet rain into another Rose Blossom. So you have 2 Giga Burst skills that you have to stack. So here we're stacking, and this one stacks every time you throw a pistol skill. You can either give 1 or 2 stacks. Your sniper skills build more if you hit the boss on certain tripods. So here we're just building every skill. It's just a general playstyle you just build. And then once you have enough of 1 stack, like you just we're gonna send the bullet rain.
Holy moly. Your tracer.
And then we're gonna send the X.
Holy moly, this class does giga
Then you
damage.
take your T. Yeah, your burst is pretty insane. And then you just spam the Pyro Sniper skills off cooldown until your skills come up. And then the moment these skills come off cooldown, you sell them. Doesn't matter how many stacks you have, because you just want them to always be on cooldown.
Can you show each awakening in the hypers?
So here's the normal one. Here's just the normal awakening people let you go.
It turns out, oh my god, doesn't crit. Classic. Classic
Yep.
Gunslinger Awakening right there.
Hey, this is a 95% crit rate.
I swear that thing never crits. Wait, the construction things came down.
Oh, did they? But you get the butt shot. I mean, you don't notice because you get the butt shot. This one you just cast in the sky. It's a little faster. Here's the hyper.
Oh my.
So I currently want to do Adrenaline, Grudge, Crystal, Kimble, and Massacres. I would say Massacres is only used on 222 because we get a 10% attack speed and movement speed buff from Bullet Rain. And then we also have the Quick Step buff. So you're usually at like you're usually like 120, 130 attack speed with Massacres. Whereas 101, you don't get any type of self buff. So I think that's about it.
Cool, man. Well, thanks for pulling up, showcasing the Gunslinger. This is a Sorceress.
Quick disclaimer, I am playing a different build from the Nexus guide, and just going to quickly talk about the only minor difference, which is my brand on this class, my synergy. I'm using Blaze. If you're using the Nexus build, you're going to use Energy Discharge. It's a different... it sucks. I hate it. I'm not playing it, and I dropped an Ancient that lets me not use it, and so wahoo me. The only other difference is if you're playing the Nexus build, the Destiny proc is from using 4 different skills. It's your brand, Esoteric,
Synergy skill,
Wall, and and Reverse Gravity. Those 4 skills proc your Destiny from the Nexus guide. The build that I'm playing right now is your Destiny is proc from these 2, Punishing Strike and Explosion.
Okay.
So the main takeaway with Reflux, there's not really a rotation with this class. You have a priority, which is keeping your Destiny up, keeping your class buff up, this Magic Charge, which comes from using your Blink skill. You build meter pretty poorly, so at the start of most fights, you're going to want to Stimulant, unfortunately, on this class to go in. Throughout the fight, you'll pretty much upkeep it flawlessly, and she does have a secondary buff in her Arc passive. It's one of her side nodes that gives you attack speed, and that's just from using your Blink a second time. It goes up to 2 stacks, and you just maintain that throughout the fight. So you're just going to regularly be blinking. It gives you push immune and an attack power buff of 26%.
What's the core combo you're using? I don't think you said.
Her core combo, this is 111. So Biased is pretty much used on all the Reflux builds because everything is going to be, for the most part, instant cast. The one I'm running for this secondary that is different is Current. The one on Nexus is going to be Exchange. Exchange says when you use those 4 skills we talked about earlier 3 times, you proc Destiny. The one I'm running says if you use Punishing Strike or Explosion, you proc Destiny. So you kind of alternate those 2 skills to maintain your uptime. the third one is just kind of what this is the one that's on Nexus, this null element. That's the different synergy skill.
Okay.
Energy discharge. So it makes energy discharge do a ton of damage, but it's kind of trash, and I hate that synergy skill. So I'm happy to swap to this guy right here.
So using 1/1/1.
Yeah. I'm using 1/1/1, and this is the other. This is the one I'm using. So the cool little thing about this build that I'm playing right now that Sork unfortunately suffers from is mobility. Using this build, when you use the skill Explosion, applies like a short-term debuff or buff that lets you basically reset your spacebar cooldown. So every time you cast that, you can spacebar quickly after, and your spacebar does not go on cooldown. You can use it back to back.
Another blink, got it.
Yeah, basically gives you a little extra mobility where Sork unfortunately lacks. So the too long didn't read of Reflux is she is a priority class. You are pressing your buttons off cooldown all the time. If you're using the Nexus Guide, you don't care about any of this stuff. You're just pressing them as they come up. The build that I'm using, your Destiny proc is happening off these two. You're still pressing them basically off.
So this is just spam your skills, priority kinda.
Yep.
What about T?
Yeah.
It's on cooldown?
The T is basically you stack your adrenaline and you press it the moment it comes up. And this one is kind of cool. It's like this little ice move that is projectile based. You do have to aim it at the boss. You can miss this. Unfortunately, I do that fairly often. And it has a little delay, so if for some reason the boss is like leaving or going somewhere, there is a short duration where it pops after it actually hits. So you have to be mindful of that when you're aiming it. You can send it off into creation if you're like slightly next to the boss and you press it the wrong way. Oops, it's over there now.
Yeah. What about Awakenings, Hypers? Can you show those?
They basically use the same Awakening and Hyper. This is the normal version. It's just a meteor shower, and it is centered around your cursor. It hits multiple times.
That looks very annoying to land on a moving boss, right?
Yes, it unfortunately is. And
Right.
I noticed someone earlier said that their Hyper Awakening was very slow. Let's watch. Waiting.
Oh,
waiting,
meatball.
waiting. And
But
then
look
it
at that
hit.
thing.
I mean, it is crazy. It is like, honestly. Igniter used to run in Viscas, and that was simply because you could occasionally miss some of your meter genning skills, and so you would run this one, and it actually does generate meter. The other one we used does not, unfortunately, generate any meter. And then this is the Hyper version. And it's basically Siva from Final Fantasy. So that's Reflux. It's basically press your buttons off cooldown. If you're following the Nexus Guide, you don't really care about the skill order. You're just pressing them as soon as they come up.
Cool.
So we'll swap to Igniter.
Next up is Igniter Sorg.
This is the triple Doomsday. This is pretty much the standard Igniter build.
What is it?
So
333?
333. Yeah. Repeated Apocalypse, which basically says Explosion resets your Doomsday. This is just more Doomsday damage and cast speed. And then this guy, it'll pop up. There it is. Destiny's activated on resets Doomsday, and Doomsday has a longer cooldown. The Doomsday long cooldown thing is basically what's going to gate you for Igniter. The higher you can get your Doomsday cooldown gem, the better this build is going to perform, and so it's really important to prioritize a Doomsday high cooldown gem and pretty much a Frostcall high Doomsday gem. But in this build, 40 to 50% of your damage is from Doomsday, and so those are what you want to prioritize.
Yeah. Can you show us like general rotation build into burst?
Yeah. Let me pop this and clear it out. So starting off, you're just building your meter. Yep. You basically don't ever use these three. You're just building with your other filler skills. Frostcall is your biggest meter gen, and so you want your highest cooldown gem on Doomsday and Frostcall. And so once you get that built up, you pop Igniter, it resets your cooldown on Doomsday, you press Doomsday again, Explosion resets your cooldown on Doomsday, you Doomsday again, you
a whole
finish
lot of
with
Doomsday.
Rhyme Arrow, Inferno, and then you end. You cut it off immediately once those are done, and you start building right away. So this is a builder dumper build, similar to a lot of other classes, but she has a little bit less of the quality of life stuff that some other classes have. She does get a free blink. So we didn't talk about that with Reflux, but Reflux has blink that uses her meter to maintain. Igniter has a blink, but it's on a 30-second cooldown, and it's free. It does not consume your meter. Your meter is only for your Igniter rotation. And she does use the same Awakening. She uses a different T skill. There is the option, no one runs this, but you can take a different leap node that basically every time you ignite resets the cooldown of T, so it's always up during your igniter, but everyone takes this one because it's 300 and almost 300% damage. Igniter has this thing that's basically like cooldown drift. You will inevitably get more Ts out of a long fight than you would having your T reset every ignite, so that's why we use having it reset every ignite. Sounds really good, like theoretically, but over a longer fight, you get more damage out of this node. The only other difference is I do take a different counter skill, because unfortunately Igniter suffers from a lot of push immune lack and in general just low mobility, and so I use this counter instead because you have the option to take a tripod that gives her push immunity. Ice Shower, this Tenacity node, gives her a push immune on demand. If you weren't running this, you could instead take Squall like Reflux would, and just move these points out into Frostcall and take this last node of Frostcall and Enhance Strike for a little bit more damage, but you lose the functionality of having a push immune on demand. That's it. That is the lady of the hour.
All right, Nick, thanks so much for pulling up. Yeah, no. This is artist recurrence, right? DPS artist.
Yes, DPS artist.
Okay.
And this class is kind of just it's sort of a mix of a lot of things. It's like you have a ready attack in your S skill, which is like a different tripod of your support buff. You have your brand, which becomes your synergy, and then you have from your arc grid this skill right here mixed with the moon core. Basically, whenever you hit, so one of the biggest problems with Artist originally, which made it like completely awful, is that full identity took like 30 seconds or something ridiculous to build up, and then it did less damage than a Valkyrie. But with Arc Grid, they changed it so upon Destiny activation, which is either using your one stroke, using your X, or getting 3 bubbles, but with this build, the one that can be shortest cooldown is your R skill, your one stroke. So whenever you hit this, it instantly fills your bubbles, but in return, it makes it so your Z does 57% less damage. But even with that, it's better because it just changes it from, say, 30 seconds to get a Z to 11. So it just feels so much better. And so basically all this class does is make sure you have your ready attack, basically, which is your support buff. And then all I want to do is prioritize doing as many Rs as possible. So I would Z, and then I would R to get it short up banked. And then in the time I have until my next R, I can basically just spam everything else. So I would always make sure I have my ready attack buff up, and then I would just prioritize everything else. So
This
I would
was
do T
222,
first. Right now I am on. It's not 222. It's I'm on 221.
221.
The Star Core is somewhat flexible. Right now, as I said, since I'm doing my one stroke a bunch to get full Z, I'm casting Z a lot, and so what this one does is increases the crit damage of that by 50%. And I also have this one at Ancient. Technically, you could run some of these others if you had Ancients. I don't like this one because it increases the cooldown, but it's not bad because you can't gem your Z, but you can gem your Swift Brush or your One Stroke. So technically, if you have good gems, this is better because the damage would multiply to those gems versus this one, which is just flat. But otherwise, you're just making sure you have your buffs up, hitting Z, and then prioritizing other skills.
Do you have to
basically
hit
just
the
always
R
spamming.
to get the balls? Someone asked.
Yes, it's your Destiny activator. Hitting R is what instantly fills your Z from Arc Grid
Do
Destiny
you have to hit the target? Is that maybe that's what he's asking? Like, can you hit nothing?
Oh no, you just have to cast it. So you don't have to stimmy or anything before pull. I just hit R, and then while we wait to pull in for the cooldown to reset, and then I would open up the pull with a Z into an immediate R again. So I basically did 2 Zs back to back. And then just spam everything else off cooldown.
And then T usage is just free spam.
Prioritizing. Yeah, just when it comes up.
And what does your X do?
X is just more damage.
Okay. So you use it
doesn't
on
really
cooldown.
do anything else. The thing that I really like about this class, or at least one of the things, is that it just has infinite push immunity. Your S skill is basically the same as support build, so you get push immunity from it, and that's a pretty decent cast. You have to do it on cooldown, but the fact that it's always push immune is nice. R, your Moon Core, gives this push immunity when you cast it, so that's another push immune on 10-second cooldown.
What's your biggest damage?
Yours,
R?
number one damage is Z. It's like
Oh, Z.
30%. But the thing is, you can't gem it, which really sucks. And then second is One Stroke, and then it's like T, and then W and E are pretty close, and then X, A, D, F. R's you have to cast on cooldown, but that gives you push immune. Z you can hold any time between your R's. You just have to make sure you don't overcap. But that's also push immune, and then your X is also push immune. So you basically have 4 push immunes just in skills. Technically, these 2 skills here, my D and F, are kind of flex. I have this on just for another counter because, like I said, you have to cast this on cooldown, so you can't really hold it for a counter.
Right.
So having 2 kind of helps. And then F is just a bit of damage. But technically, if you don't need counter, or if you want to do less damage from this skill here, you could do something like put on Starry Night, which I've done before, and just have another push immunity and be like effectively immortal. It's like if you were doing TFM or something and just wanted the extra security. It's like using a non-DPS Awakening as a sup for the extra defense. You could do that with Starry Night, and it like this skill's like 2 to 3%, and this one's like something like that, 2 to 3. So you could easily remove one of these for that. So basically, it's just I'm just always spamming skills, always push immune, always greeting, always hitting the boss.
I like Magic Card.
And I basically have a skill up at like all times.
Why does this look more like a summoner than summoner?
Yeah, it really does. Like summon a lot of the paint skills, summon things like the tiger, I guess, and the birds.
The tiger, the car.
Yeah. And the T skill. I wish the T skill felt a little more impactful. It doesn't really do that much, but
cool. Can you show us the Awakening and Hyper?
Normal Awakening, you're just kind of spinning and drawing a tree. Hyper, kind of just doing that. You're summoning a phoenix on the boss.
Damn.
And this Hyper actually does a lot of damage. It's like one of among the arbitrarily scaled Hyper Awakenings.
Did she do a Naruto run or something? Or is that not Wildsoul?
That's Wildsoul.
Yeah.
Wildsoul does a Naruto run. And then you're just running around.
I mean, maybe a little bit,
summoning
though. Like
butterflies.
an airplane. It's more of an airplane.
Yeah, I guess for that one, yeah, you are.
More of an airplane.
Yep.
All right, Mr. Paul, thanks for pulling up and showcasing DPS artists for the boys. All right, guys, this is Mr. Castform going in as Artist Full Bloom. Right now, he's going to start with the cores, and then we're going to take a look at the support kit a little bit. Won't go to too much detail, obviously, because, I mean...
Hello. So I can go over the cores one. The cores, for the cores, for the order ones, you can use any of them, like whichever you get first, you can use. The meta ones are like Sun Embrace and Unspeakable Soft, between those two, but it doesn't really matter that much. I'm using the Unspeakable Soft right now.
What are you doing for the second one?
For the second one, it's also the same. You can use any of them. The only difference is like is buffing different buffs, and the way you proc them is different. Different skills proc different things, so you can use any of them.
Which one are you using?
I'm using Sun Warmth.
The number 1.
So my AP buff procs it.
And then you're using 1 on the last one, so 2-1-1.
And this is the only viable one. Bouncy Brushwork. I guess you could use Sprinkle one, but this is the most fun
push
one,
immune and a popper and speed is great.
So the basics are the same for all with all of the supports. You have like your brand, which is your mark in other games. It's like 10% more damage whenever you apply the mark or brand of the boss. Your 2 AP buffs. This class has an AP circle that people need to step on to be able to get the buff. And you have to cycle it between your circle and your AoE, any range AP buff. So basically you have to be looking at your icon and then cycle in between to upkeep the buff. They don't stack. The other buff is your identity, your Moonfall. And you can use either 2 bubbles to use it, or you can use 1. The damage buff is the same for both of them. The only difference is the duration. For 2 bubbles, also like another cool thing about this class that the other don't have is you can keep stacking your buff. The duration of your buff. It's still the same damage, it just lasts longer. So you can if the boss is like high uptime, and you can doesn't have that many mechs and you can keep hitting the boss, you can basically maintain the buff for the whole duration of the fight. So pay attention to my identity buff, the yellow buff.
Damn. It's infinite.
26 seconds. The rotation wasn't perfect, but
how's Story Night now? It's around you now, right? No, you can target it after the bounce patch, is that right?
You can just keep maintaining the buff, the identity buff. Yeah, so now it's not on you anymore. You can like use it like any area around you. So you can like, if I want to put it here, I just press it and it's like a bubble.
Okay. Do you have to like cast it on yourself too? Like on the edge of it?
I can put it on myself too.
Yeah.
But you can like use it like, it has to be close to you basically. Either around you or on top of you basically.
Mm-hmm. And then the big difference in the core is getting the push immune on your hopper, right? And a little speed on it. Show me.
With this,
can you bounce on it for me?
With this core, what it does is it makes the cast speed of hopper really fast. I can sort of show you. So this is what it looks like without the core.
Mm-hmm. Very slow bouncing.
It's like way slower. But with the core, it's way faster. And you also want to be hitting the boss while you shield your allies. So ideally your allies are close to the boss, so you can just hop.
Do you prefer to bounce on it slow or bounce on it fast?
I like bouncing faster so I can get to the right spot, so I can counter. Another cool thing that this class has, so before the issue with this class was that when people got hit by attacks, you would want to hop on them, but then you would get knocked because the attacks were like knock-ups or knockbacks. Mm-hmm. But now with this cord, it has push immunity. And the good thing about push immunity is not just the knockbacks and the knock-ups. You can also like use it for the just cords. And just cords are like mechs that you see, patterns that you see later on that people have to do. They have to press G for it, and you can like, a lot of them you can just push immunity. So you can just greet it and just apply shields on people in case they fail it, and you can also build gauge. And also this it also lowers the cooldown of your hoppers. So it's basically on 5 seconds. Well, 6 seconds if you don't have your stacks up, your adrenaline, magic stream up. It's 5 seconds. So every 5 seconds you just have push immunity. That's your builder's gauge generator. So you want to prior this after you use your buffs.
Okay. And then don't forget you have your heal now, which is different.
Yeah. So the cool thing about my heal, it's the same as Valkyrie, where I can target someone and it also splashes, so it heals the target. It targets it. You don't have to like click on anyone. It just targets the lowest HP player. So if you see your teammate dying, you can just like press your X and it heals them. And it also does like an AoE around it, so other people also get healed, but a little bit less.
What if they have potions though?
Well, they rather use a potion, so I can use my buffs on them.
Right, as you should.
Yeah.
It's about you and your uptime.
Another cool thing this class has is my portal, which you get. It's more convenience than.
No, it's really cool.
Anything.
I wish more classes had like some identity like that.
But yeah, this class I can put a portal down and people can take it.
You can walk up and
So
hit
cool-
G on it and teleport
Yeah,
you to them.
and they teleport you to me. So sometimes they have to do mechs or patterns, and they have like they have to drop like a poop out. So I can just put a portal them, and they can just take it and go hit the boss again.
You can also
Which is
put it
like-
on places where a Just Guard is to troll people and wipe the raid.
Sort of, yeah. They fixed that a little bit, but yeah. It's not as bad as like before we had like eggs that people had to pick up for heals, but we don't have
Put
that
down
anymore.
like 2 eggs in a portal or 2 and then see
Yeah.
what happens. Oh, you want to hit G right here?
My T skill is oh, that's my orb. If you can see, whenever I press my T, you see like a dragon.
Okay. Chills.
You see it?
Yeah, it's a nice dragon.
It's pretty cool. It's
Did you
pretty
draw it
sick.
yourself?
Yes.
Wow. You're so incredible.
I'm the best artist. Another
That's freehand too, guys. by the way.
mechanic. If you do, you notice something around me or no, or next to me?
Yeah, aura.
My flowers.
Oh, that was my second guess.
Yeah. My flowers are basically stacks. Whenever I press my identity, if I use 2 bubbles, it gives me 2 stacks. If it's 1 bubble, it gives me 1 stack. And the cool thing it does is, whenever I press my T skill, and then I press my, if I have 9 stacks and then I press my identity, it lowers the cooldown by 4.
Where are the flowers going?
Oh, I don't have any more flowers because those are your stacks. They indicate your stacks. So right now I have like 3 stacks.
Bring
so I
them
have 3
back. How do I get
flowers.
them back? I want you to make
You
me
have
flowers.
to have really good. You have to be really good at the class, and you have to be having good uptime.
Okay.
So you can be building gauge, and the more gauge you build, the more bubbles you can drop on people, and the more flowers you get.
Okay, so I will never have flowers.
So this class really wants you to have really high uptime, but it's also like pretty easy and simple. Like my brand is like a really long range, and the cooldown on it is really long as well. And you don't have to be pressing it. Like, look, I have it up right now, and I still have like 5 seconds left. So it's one of the easier supports. I can show you my awakening now. This is the regular one.
Chills.
I'm like borpoing.
Show me how.
Around.
Can you make airplane noises when your character makes airplane noises?
Yeah, I can show you. I can do the airplane mode. This is my airplane.
Show me airplane form. Your airplane fat sounds so different than what I pictured and heard in my head. I was like picturing engine noises or something, but thanks for pulling up. Thanks for showing us your airplane noises. All right, guys. Coming up next on the menu is Cat's homie champion.
Well, I did swap off Robust for obvious reasons, but I still have the build. This is, the build that I'm gonna show is the most popular Robust build right now.
Is it 1-1-1?
It's 2-2-2. It's the beam build.
Okay.
So how this build plays is my Energy Blast is like the biggest hitter. It's a full push immune.
Oh my god.
Like 2 seconds of what do you call it? Push immune beam, and it hits kind of hard. This core, how it builds is the bullet lowers the cooldown of the blast. So each time I bullet, it lowers it by 3
So
seconds.
cycle skills,
something.
bullet, and then into beam.
Yeah,
Or beam
so
bullet.
how it plays is, it's just Adren, right, 3, 4, 5, the self buff, then you beam, then you T, then the buff is almost out, you send 1 bullet, then you do the smaller buff, send the filler skills, these are the filler skills, you self buff again, you beam again, And this perfect class just AFKs after, because why not? So I do nothing here. I can lower the cooldown. I guess that's the one useful thing I can do. While I'm waiting, I can still lower the cooldown of my blast with Energy Bullet. But I physically cannot even spam my other skills because I'll run out of energy. So if the boss needs to be countered, I may not even be able to counter it. As you can see, I cannot.
That's not very good.
Yeah, it's a perfectly designed class.
Okay.
And it has like 4 or 5 different shackles, not just 1 or 2. You have self buffs that you're always constantly thinking about, and you have the hype cooldown that you need to look at the boss HP. Are people bursting? Is it going into a cutscene? The awakening does kind of hit hard, unlike EO.
Is it still like the big bomb, like, and that's a big part of your damage? Or
No,
is it
no,
being
no.
higher
You
now?
do this. Yeah, you do this. The Giga Beam, because why not? Beam, beam, beam.
Beam into beam.
Everything.
Into.
Yeah.
Meow.
And the
Is
whole
that a meow?
mechanic is your bullet is just lowering the cooldown. And I guess it has a lot of push immunes, right?
Does
the
anyone
self-buff
play
has push
this?
immune.
Like, this seems terrible.
It is like a range. It's semi-range, right? Push immune. Not too bad, but the current boss design, like this class, I don't suggest it to anyone because, like, you need to be constantly thinking of, is the boss gonna leave? Because if once you click this, you cannot stop, right? You have to send, and if the boss decides to leave, oh, I guess I'll just, you know.
So it's like the exhaustion of
do
Predator,
something.
but worse.
Yeah, yeah. It's like nothing you can do. Once this is down, let's say I can press this. That's it. To lower the skill cooldown, that's it. If I spam my skills, I get locked out. I cannot even counter the boss. Like I can't do anything.
Ladies and gentlemen, please do not play this class as a new or returning player.
The burst is satisfying, I would say. If someone like the beam burst is satisfying, it hits hard. But the AFK part of it and the chains makes it so frustrating. And I myself swapped to EO, Swift EO 2-3 weeks ago, because you just don't want to be thinking about is the boss gonna leave? Like, when can I? Yeah, it's just too much thinking. Like, I just want to play the game.
Yeah.
So I swapped the
bad, man.
Swift EO. Now I don't have.
I
Any
thought
shackles.
EO was the one
Just
that was
hit the
bad.
boss.
This seems worse.
Spec EO is different. It also requires a lot of thinking. But Swift EO, the one the one popular right now, is 0 shackles. It's just piano class. There was already a showcase, right? It's a piano class. You just don't you don't even have the self buff. The destiny just gives you the self buff. You just hit the boss. Piano, pure piano.
Yeah.
But that's Swift EO, and this is just the most shackled class in the game, probably. It's just everything is conditional, and I don't want to go into deeper detail about. There's not much to talk about. I think there's a rework coming soon. Like, they will do something about this hype, I think. Like, seeing Swift EO's no hype EO being the most popular and best performing Soulfist, I think they'll, if Smilegate can think, they'll do something about this, like these shackles.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that. I'm not gonna lie,
Yeah?
I think I'm depressed now.
Just play Swift EO if you're playing
Like,
this
guys, I
class.
think I
swapped.
actually caught depression. I didn't know it was
Yeah.
I didn't know it was contagious like that. All right, bro.
Yeah.
I appreciate you pulling out, man.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah. See you, brother. This is going to be Berserker. Let me mark this up real quick. Were you starting with BT or Mayhem?
This is Mayhem.
And then starting with Mayhem, which cores are you using here? Which build?
So this is the one that most Berserkers are using. It's like the Dark Torrent build, which pretty much is, I think it's 3-3-3. And it puts all the damage into the Z skill. Like, I think
So it's
roughly-
like Male Slayer Punisher.
Yeah, exactly. And it makes Dark Rush a back attack no matter where you hit it, so omnidirectional.
That's
I guess,
cool.
technically. And you're also push immune, and then it also increases the damage, lowers the cooldown. So it's really hard to miss because unless you totally whip the boss. But the only thing you gotta know is before you use your Z, you gotta activate, which is from your red dust. Essentially, all your damage is your Z. You just gotta use your red dust before using your Z to activate Destiny.
I
Which
can't believe
makes
it still has red dust, man. That's crazy.
I know, 4 years later.
But
you
it's
can
not as
also
bad as
use-
it was, right?
Yeah, because you can not hit the boss and it still activates. So really, the only thing you'd be missing on would be the synergy, on the boss. So essentially, it's red dust, and then your Z, which is your main damage, your T, which is your second damage, and then I would say this is a pretty new friendly player class because it's really just circling or going through your skills as they come up, and then there's going to be obviously some cooldowns. And then your Z will be back up. So if you have like level 8, 9 gems, I think it's roughly like a 20-second cooldown on your Z. So
What about is this a Wealth-Ruin class?
no, for Mayhem it's not.
Oh,
It's
that's cool.
basically Gale Wind, Gale Wind, Gale Wind. I do run Conviction Judgement. Some people don't run that. You can run like Quick Recharge. And then technically there's a tripod on Finish Strike if you want to put it for push immunity. So, between that skill, which is, 10-second cooldown, and then your Z, you have quite a bit of push immunity, I'd say. Not the most, but not the worst. And then you also can run a mobility skill, so you're pretty fast. It's crit swift and
High swift too,
around
so
that-
you can just
yeah.
move.
Yep. So you're pretty much max move speed. You got a move skill. Your Z's on push immunity, and then full rotation would look something like this. So it's red dust, a Z, into T, and then you're just gonna kind of go down the line of your skills. And then there's gonna be a time like right now where I don't have any skills up, where you're gonna kind of have to just wait, and then the main 3 skills on the bottom are gonna start coming up again. They kind of go right in order, and then you can see the Z is gonna be back up in about a second, and then Z again, and then yeah.
Okay.
So that's really Mayhem. Pretty
So
simple.
it's pretty much like just spam once you get engaged, right?
Exactly.
That's
You
cool.
have to spam your skills, and then it's not an ambush master class, but if you obviously
You benefit from the
ideally
back
you do that.
attack, yeah.
Yeah, for the crit rate. So. Hyper Awakening. It's like that.
Shells.
And then this is normal form. You can obviously let go of it earlier, like this.
Okay.
And then hyper. Yeah, and actually I had that reversed, so we use this one for meter because what this will do, it'll give us full meter. So I mean, it's pretty negotiable. Both do about the same damage, so not a big deal.
I got you, yeah.
But
Yeah, looks like a cool
that's,
class. Good
Mayhem.
stagger too, right?
Yeah, really high stagger.
like
BT
real
has
high.
slightly more high stagger than Mayhem, but they're both, I'd say, above average.
Berserker's technique team.
Cool. Yeah, so BT is slightly harder. I would say it's more of an uptime class, like DB.
Which one do you play currently?
I prefer BT. That's what I always play.
And are you doing
That's
1-1-1?
I do. It's funny because I don't even remember. Yeah, 1-1-1.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So 1-1-1 is very similar to 2-2-2 or 2-1-2 rather. The difference is just in this one my power break does more damage, and the other one the overdrive does more damage. But they're pretty much similar in DPS. I think within 2% if you Trixie in for 5 minutes. So it really doesn't matter. It's more preference. But yeah, so BT is a little different, where it's more of a builder spender type class. You get your full gauge up, and then you're going to go through pretty much the same rotation every time. The way the class works is when you use when you're in burst, you essentially want to use 3 Z skills, and this is like 30 to 40% of your damage.
That's a
by
lot.
Using,
Is that gemmable?
Yeah. It is, yeah. So
Okay.
you have cooldown and damage on it. And I guess let's first show how to get meter. So it's, I think, 6 skills. So the way you do it is Windblade, Red Dust, Mountain Crash, your S, your E, and your D, and that'll pretty much get you to burst. So once you're full, you're gonna basically double tap Z's. You're gonna Z to get into form, and then you're gonna Z right away to use your first iteration of Bloody Rush. And then you're gonna use 3 skills, S, D, E, S, D, E, and then you can see Z's back up. Skill Z again, and then you're gonna S, you're gonna F, and then you're gonna Z again. That's your last Z.
So you
And
get
you'll be out
3
of
in a
form.
single cycle?
Yeah, so fast it looks like this. So you're gonna Z, S, D, E, Z, S, F, back to Z. So 3 Z's, and it happens pretty quick.
How's the push immune on this?
Really good. So the thing about BT is when you go into form, you get, I think it's 2 seconds of push immune. So if you look at over here, your push immune for.
Oh, that's cool.
Might even be 3 seconds, and then your Z is also actually push immune.
Okay,
so
great.
between if you're actually
So if you're cycling quick, yeah, you're pretty much gonna.
There's only about a half a second when you don't have push immune, so I'll show you. So we're still in push immune. We just use our Z, so we're push immune. So right here you wouldn't have it, and then you could have it again, and you'd have it again. So pretty much 95% of your rotations push immune. And then yeah, you also have movement, mobility with shoulder charge. Your Q you can also use for mobility if you want to get to the boss. You're a little sluggish outside of form, as you can see, because it's a crit spec class. You can also run. I'm running Blood Thorn, but you can run.
Yeah, what's the T usage on it?
Yeah, so the T is it's a charge skill, and essentially you would do everything like I said, but you would open with the T. So you would Z, and then you would just T right away.
Okay.
But yeah, and then the ults are the same. Back attack is preferable, and then yeah, your R is still your synergy, and it's extremely high.
You said Z was omnidirectional on this one, or was that on Mayhem?
Mayhem, it's omnidirectional. On this one, it's a back attack.
Okay.
So you want to hit the back on it if you can. And yeah, the damage breakdown, it's about 35% is your Z, 20% is your power break, 15% is your overdrive, and then about 10% is your T. Then in form, you're pretty quick, and then also you have a pretty fast space bar. It's only a 5-second cooldown.
It's pretty good, yeah. What's the stat spread on this one? Is this high swift?
No, this is because I'm doing Blunt Thorn. It's crit spec. You can also run a little bit of Swift, a little more Swift if you run the other variant. I forget the name of it right now, but Supersonic. You can run Supersonic and then not deal with the Blood Thorn variability. And you can run a little higher Swift, but it's still going to be main spec.
Hi, Mr. Dan. Thanks for pulling up. Thanks for showing us a Berserker.
You bet. Cheers, Greta.
Hi, bro.
So you want the rotation? Is that
yeah. Talk us through the rotation. How does this class play in combat?
Okay, so the class is, I mean, it's pretty simple, right? CO.
Mm-hmm.
You basically summon a bunch of pets and press every ability off cooldown to give meter to do this, and when you do this, it extends your pet's duration and buffs them.
Okay, so you just like cycle quick and hit that on cooldown.
Yeah, and then your pets have abilities that you hit that aren't on the global, so you can press them while moving or doing other actions.
Okay.
And your biggest burst is your awakening. You don't hyper.
Wait, really?
Yeah, no, unless you want the invulnerability, you do not hyper.
Okay.
It does a little less damage than your standard awakening.
Show us the general rotation. Hit us. Hit us with the CO.
Usually you pre-summon your Surety, your Meridian, which is your bear, then this, then you do this, then you drop your awakening. You start with full meter, you hit Z, and then you just spam every ability. Except you don't press your Meridian's ability. You only do it if you need to stagger. And that's it, you just do this.
Okay, and then what about that Akir?
So you see this buff right here? You have to track this buff.
The 8, 7, 6,
yeah.
5,
if you have
4.
5 bubbles, you get 8 seconds. If you have 6 bubbles, you get 10.
Now I gotta hit it. Yep. Refresh.
And you just do that. Now you won't always have it up permanently. Your awakening gives bonus meter.
This is Giga CPM, right? Because you have like OG CDs, as they call it, right?
Yeah, your awakening is an off global. Otherwise, you just pretty much just pressing what is my W, which is Paru.
And which core combo is this? Is it like a 1-1-1?
This is 1-1, I believe 3, but 1-1-1 plays exactly the same. Okay. Just 1-1-3 is, I believe it is slightly less damage, but you get access to the stagger ability.
Okay. That's like giga spammy, bro. That sucks.
But it's very easy, right? Because here's like an example, right? I'm on the ground. Oh my god. You know, they're still doing damage, right? So like you just really have to press the buttons, and then the only problem is para immunity.
Do you have any?
So there's exactly 2 abilities. One is a shorter cooldown. Well, I guess there's more than 2 abilities, but realistically, there's only 2 that are going to really come up often. So your T is para immune, not push. Your fleeting Galebird is para. These are para. The other things that are para technically are like Marinin, but like he's always up, right? You don't spam summon him, so it's like a thing that casts like every minute. So it's not really like a reliable para. And Wing Spirit, but again, that's also like every 30 seconds, so it's also not a reliable para.
Is Sios crit Swift?
It is. It's a weird thing. It's like
it's
Swift,
yeah.
crit, and some spec. And so like this is para. It's really short. That's it. It's very short. This is para, but that's only the casting animation, not while it's up.
Got it.
And like your T. That's it. Your only other push is your Z and your Awakening.
Can you
don't
show
press
us the hyper even though you don't use it, just so people can see what it looks like?
Yeah. I mean the hyper looks crazy. You ready?
Yeah. Go ahead. That's cool, dude.
Oh wait.
Oh my. He's still here.
Oh yeah, no, he's like a summon for 20. The thing is, you can't see anything while he's actually like if you're fighting, you cannot see anything. But he is cool.
But you never use it.
He also gives a lot of meter. Yeah, you pretty much don't use it unless you want the invulnerability. It's does less damage than regular Awakening because regular Awakening has the extra button.
All right.
Yeah, man, that's You basically summon a bunch of pets, you buff them with your Z, and you press everything off cooldown.
Can you show us the other Awakening and Hyper, just so people can like see what it looks like? All right, guys. Next up is Master Summoner with Mr. THD Lock.
Yeah, Master Summoner. So this is the Spear build, where you don't use your Z anymore unless you want utility purposes. And realistically, like the only utility purpose
would be Destruction and Stagger, probably.
Yeah, but like it's mostly Destruction, and it's like this, and then this. You can use this or this for destruction, but like you can just use this one. You don't really press this button because it's just so minimal damage because you're running no spec and that because you're a spear.
Oh yeah. All right.
So this is pretty much just for destruction. The only thing that you can have is like because stagger costs too much.
And what's the core split on this one? The 2-2-2.
It is 2-2-2. Yeah, 2-2-2.
Yeah, I was watching like that Rahi Beast guy use this in the last Rat Olympics. He was pumping.
Yeah, no, okay, so this spec is very, like, ungriefable is what I would call it. It's, like, very easy to play, but it is, like, almost ungriefable, and you can find damage in, like, every window ever. If the boss appears for 1 second, you can do your entire damage in, like, one go. Yeah, I mean, basic rotation, you just stack up your adrenaline, you do this, you drop some moss. Before the pull, you'd Earth Collapse. I mean, hold on, let me restart that. Before the pull, you'd Earth Collapse just to start your Destiny up. And then you go into this, you do the bang, and then you drop an Electric Storm, and then Spear, Earth Collapse. And you just repeat this over and over again. You can throw your T whenever, it doesn't really do a whole lot of damage.
Is this pretty much just spam your buttons, though?
You just spam Spear, for the most part. Everything else is kind of whatever. Everything else builds meter, so you want to press it. It's not a big deal, though. The biggest damage abilities are Electric Storm, Spear, and Earth Collapse.
Alright.
And pretty much every 10 seconds you drop those.
And you can hit your Z, I'm guessing, for like a brief push immune if you really need it or something like that?
Yeah. If you want like a push immune, you could just press your Z, so like if you want like this is a push immune, that whole animation. But also you have this off cooldown, which this is your counter. It's very good. Yeah, but that's it. You just drop a huge spear, and the spear does like, I mean, mine does like, I would say when I'm buffed by like a real support, like 8 or 9 billion per spear.
Damn, dude. That's crazy.
Yeah, bang. It just does a huge amount of damage.
Can you show us the Awakening and Hyper Awakening, which doesn't apply on this build as much, but like when you show
it doesn't apply in this build as much. It does apply for the other build, but like your Awakening, I mean, it's just like you drop a big worm out of the ground.
Sandworm. Does she say bend over?
I don't know. You want to hear it again?
Yeah, let's hear it again.
Bandos.
I don't know, man.
And then the Hyper is a snake mommy.
Show us. Do you love her?
Oh yeah. Your Hyper does a lot of damage because on this build you run Hyper damage. It does like 10. It's almost like an 11 billion.
Because your T doesn't do shit. Because there's no spec scaling, right?
Yeah, because your T's
this variant.
Your T's just like kind of a push mini and a little extra damage. It's not really.
And then so now we have the other summoner build, which is gonna be like traditional style, right?
Yeah.
And that's getting buffed. So is it Phoenix now or Kier?
I think both builds are getting buffs. So there is buffs to like both of the any of the other MS cores that aren't 2/2. So 1 and 3 are both getting buffs. I'm not sure exactly what the numbers are, but 1 is basically one of the builds. The third build is like a power circulation build, and what that build is basically when you press your Z, the game selects a new Z for you to press, and it buffs that Z's damage. So it just goes in. It's our complete RNG which Z you get. But it buffs their damage. They all kind of do the same damage. But you just cycle through them, and it does that for you. Otherwise, it plays very similar besides.
All right, so this is the other variant of Master Summoner where the goal is to generate meter, send a cure, and T.
Yeah, send a cure or Phoenix. So if you go to your Arc grid, I believe this build buffs damage of both Phoenix or a cure, so you can pick either or. And then if you go to your Arc passive, where is it? Arc passive. If you go to your Arc passive, you can pick. This is just normal cure, and this is Phoenix. So you're gonna want 1/1 if you're playing Phoenix, and then just 2 if you want Omega cure.
Show us the power of Master Summoner TH.
Do you want Phoenix or you want a cure? Let's just do a cure.
I like a cure. I'm more of an Akir guy. It's like a mini Mortem, you know?
Yeah. I mean, he's got a way better animation now. So I mean, this build pretty basic, right? You're basically just building meter and pressing Z.
And then
it's a lot slower
Z
though.
into T.
Boom.
Right?
Yeah, Z into T. You know, you're a lot slower, but
into another Z. Can you hit us with the triple Akir? Do you have the power right now? You think?
I can in a sec. Here, let's just hit the cooldown reset. Yeah.
All right, here we go. Watch this, guys.
And here's the triple cure.
If you can't do this, you're a newbie.
You drop this, boom, Electric Storm, and then you bargains, and then you a cure, and then I don't have enough like meter gen stuff. It's fine.
It's fine. We still made it. We still made it. Don't
yeah,
forget the
but
T.
like it works. You get it, right?
Okay, so this is Emperor Arcana. It focuses mainly on these yellow normal skills, and then your Emperor card, which I can show here. So basically, this just does a bunch of damage. And then with your Arc passive, you have a 20% chance of whenever you use a card to proc Emperor. So basically, with the point of Emperor as a class is you want to spam these skills as much as possible with these tripods you can see here. 20% chance to gain cards so that you can gain a lot of cards to use them to proc Emperor. Right now I'm running a bit of an old build, but it still works fine. The main thing you just do is just spam cards.
And if you value your wrists, you don't play this class.
And basically you just keep spamming to draw cards to proc Emperor. There's very little paralysis and basically no push immune, but you do have a really short spacebar that gets shortened by like a second every time you use a card. So basically you have infinite spacebars, you're push immune, but nothing else.
What's the T do?
T is just big damage. You want to make sure you have, ideally you have good cards for that.
And then what does your Awakening and Hyper look like?
And then this Awakening for this build is just damage. Summons like a giant demon lady.
Which build was this?
So this is like old Emperor. It's the one that got nerfed. When everyone was saying Emperor got buffed, it's because everyone swapped to the Spine Flower build, but this build got nerfed. You see this is ancient and it used to be 20% on Relic, but now it's 17.
Is this like 1/1 or
also got nerfed? Yeah, and this is 3/1/1. But the build most people do is 2/2/2, and that uses Spine Flower instead of Celestial Rain. Basically, this build, you have your Sun and Moon to give you that cooldown that you don't have anymore. I haven't practiced this build much because I didn't enjoy it, but basically it makes Spine Flower, and it's less spammy than the other one, and it makes your unlimited shuffle more of a nuke.
Cool. Thanks, Paul, for pulling up, showing that.
Empress is all about getting stacks on the boss with your blue skills, or if you use Call of Destiny, there's a tripod that makes this a stacking skill. And then spending those stacks with your red skills. That's without taking into account your cards. So without any cards, your Z and X, you're just gonna stack, cast your red, stack, cast your red, and then so forth. This is just the very, very basic gameplay loop of Empress.
And you have your T skill too here.
Yes. So your T skill is your strongest red skill. This is the thing that does giga damage, and it's like 50 to 60% of your total damage with the right card usage.
You have a judgment
so,
right there. That looks nice.
Yeah, well, I'll get into card usage in a sec, because unlike Emperor, you do have to think quite a bit about your specific card usage. With Emperor, you just spam whenever.
What's ideal now? Probably wheel for the reset, plus a coal.
Yeah. So, most cards are pretty much just dump whenever you see them, but the most important ones, specifically for buffing your T skill, are Cull, which gives it 100% crit rate, which works very well with Blunt Thorn, which is what Empress normally takes. So that just gives you a whole bunch of Evo damage. Wheel of Fortune is a very important card because you always are able to reset the cooldown of your T skill with it, essentially. So because your T skill is such a big portion of your damage, it's your hardest hitting red skill, you want to save your Cull and Wheel of Fortune whenever you see it for this exclusively.
Yeah.
The next important cards are Judgment, which, as John pointed out over here, you use this card, every single red skill you use behaves as if you had stacks on the boss. So as soon as you activate the Judgment card, you do not need to cast your stacking skills in order to get the benefits of having those stacks, right? You do want to tag the boss with your synergy. So Arcana is a crit sim. For Empress, you apply it with Scratch Dealer. You also have a self buff with Call of Destiny. So you see that middle tripod, Dark Destiny. When you hit the boss with Call of Destiny, you'll give yourself crit damage for a very short amount of time. So even if you have the Judgment card, you still want to tag the boss with your stacking skills at least once just to give yourself that buff. Lightstream is a very important self-buff ability as well, because if you noticed in the middle tripod Dark Edge, when the skill hits, your own crit rate will increase for a short amount of time. So that plays really nicely with Blunt Thorn. So yeah, if I use Judgment, I can just dump all of my red skills, and they're treated as having 4 stacks on the boss. Twisted Fate is just a chance of getting a damage increase. So if you don't have any better cards to use with your T skill, this is something that you would use quite a bit. And then for the most part,
is Star sneaky? I don't remember. Oh, did they make it into Mana Freeze instead of Mana Restore? Or no,
yeah, but it doesn't matter much anymore because you don't have mana problems anymore with Empress. This was a big thing when we were still using the Nightmare armor set and like
that's what it was. Yeah. Because you can freeze
you
it
would always
Boundless.
Yeah, you would freeze your mana in Boundless state, but that doesn't exist anymore. So this is just a junk card.
Right.
You just throw it away whenever. Special mention to the Clown card, which repeats the last card you used.
So you can wheel Clown. I thought, doesn't Royal have a similar effect?
So Royal is...
that's his fill too, never mind.
Yeah, it's just fill your empty card slots with a random card. So I guess we're going into a little bit specific card usage here, but you try to use Royal whenever it's the only card that you have in your loadout. You save Clown for Cull or Wheel of Fortune most of the time. Everything else is either a junk card, or it'll gives you a slight damage bonus, or it reduces your cooldowns for 30 seconds. Basic game plan: stack on the boss, cast your red skills in order of priority, your T skill, then your Celestial Rain, then your Secret Garden, and then your 4 of a Kind. 4 of a Kind.
Does this still have the
works-
reset tripod, or are we not using
Yes.
more?
So this is very good if you have the Judgment card, you use it, and then 4 of a Kind. If you can see the top tripod has a 55% chance to reset cooldown. So if you have a Judgment card and you just reset and reset and reset, it gets very nice.
And that's like the big source of stagger if you manage to reset, if I remember right.
Yeah. So with stagger on Empress, your red skills will do the same amount of stagger no matter if you have 1 stack on the boss or full 4 stacks. So when you're trying to stagger the boss, instead of stacking to 4 like you would when you're trying to do damage, instead you would like stack once, then cast a red skill, then stack once more, then cast a red skill. So you can push a lot more stagger
But sure,
this
that
way.
does less damage.
I mentioned this is only for stagger checks.
Yeah,
so
no, I
like
know.
yeah, like Kazaras Prokel, for instance.
Yeah,
You
sure,
want to be doing single stack red skill, single stack red skill. I'll do 30 seconds of rotation just to show.
We're gonna judge you by your card intellect.
Oh my god, no, don't do that. It's midnight.
Okay, all good. You got this. Okay, this guy's watching. He has a clown right now.
Yeah,
Okay, he's
Don't look,
okay.
don't look, don't
Okay,
look,
star
don't
and
look.
balance. Okay. Oh, there's judgment. Boom. Reds are just full force right now.
So this
We got
is a
wheel.
case where
Oh, we
I
have a
would
wheel,
want
and we
to
have
hold
T
the
coming
wheel.
up. Here it is.
Yeah.
Oh, it's gonna be so cool. It's gonna be so cool. I'm ready. Ooh, wheel judgment. Ooh. Oh my god. It's right back up again. How does he? They got a coal now. Oh.
Yeah, so there's a lot of like tech to saving specific cards and dumping other cards, but that's how like full speed rotation would go. It's just spamming everything, but also being mindful of which cards you draw to save for your T skill. Prismatic Mirror gives you 2 cards at the end of the cast. So this is actually pretty nice for Empress. Emperor doesn't really matter because you're drawing cards all the time, but for Empress, you can fish for specific cards using this. I'm gonna do it again. It's just a big house of cards.
Yeah, pretty good.
Yeah. For Arc Grid, I think what I see most of the time is a combination of Infinity Deck, because this is like a nice balance of getting more cards as well as giving some additional benefits to the Judgment card and the Balance card. I think people run Ruin full set most of the time. I think Empress has very flexible choices. I honestly haven't done too much research into which specific cores to use, but Infinity Deck seems to be a common denominator for most Arcanas just because of that on Destiny activation, obtain a card.
For
That's always
Empress,
nice.
let's see. It looks like Infinity Deck 233 is the most common.
Yeah, okay. So that's currently what I'm using, which is, yeah, the Infinity Deck 3 for Empress, which is Ruin full set, which is just more damage on your Ruin skill and your MP consuming skills. So that also applies to your T skill, which is your biggest source of damage. So that's nice. And the Ruin Minor set. I think the most important part of this core is just the reduced cooldown on Spiral Edge. So this is Spiral Edge. This is probably the stacking skill that gatekeeps your rotation the most. So just having
That's the double press, right? Like back and forth?
Yep.
Yeah.
So that one is the one that will bottleneck your rotation the most until you get this core. Then once you get this core with the -2 seconds, like you can have pretty low gem investment like I do here on this alt and still be pretty comfortable.
Nice.
And then everything else is just damage.
Yeah, gotcha.
So that's again, I don't really know too much about the other cores, but 233 is the most popular. Anything else you want me to add about Empress?
Man, I think we're good on Arcana. Checking it off the list. Completed, done.
Biggest change in Scouter, at least Evo, is you are infinitely informed now, unless you die. So don't die, and you'll be fine. I'm running the I'm running the 333 version, which is I think the most popular. So essentially, this one is a combo kind of rotation where you have.
Are you
a nice,
always
cute
in
little
form now?
AI
You're
here.
just infinite Iron Man?
Yep, infinite Iron Man. Unless you die. So don't die, and you'll be fine.
Don't die.
Also,
if you die, does your awakening refill or something?
No. If you die, so let's say if I swap out of form, which you should never do, obviously, because then you'll have 0 meter to get back into form.
Okay,
and then you have to
don't
build
die.
it again. So don't do that.
Mhm.
And during cutscenes, you'll get deformed or unformed, whatever, English words. But you'll have
Right.
full meter, so you can just like go right back in.
Mhm.
So it doesn't actually punish you through like cutscenes and shit like that. This build is a combo build. So you press certain skills before other skills,
Mhm.
and you have a nice, cute little UI here.
Oh, that's
on the
new,
side
yeah.
that shows you what you got.
Okay.
When it's red,
We have Infinity Gauntlet, Power Ranger Mask, the sword.
like a little blade.
Yeah,
sight
okay,
thingy,
little-
a sai or something, and then
Sure.
I don't know, like wings or some shit.
Yeah, some wings, engine wings things.
These relate to your skills.
Okay.
So you see the 4 skills on my bar that have buffs, or I guess outlines. That means they're enhanced.
Okay.
That means they do more things than they normally would.
Okay.
I'll kind of compare them all. So your
Sure.
E gives you a nice little dash.
Ooh. Okay.
Without it,
Wait, and it put out the fire on the sword.
yes, that means
Oh.
it's kind of deactivated, and then you have to activate it again to enhance it with
Okay.
your Q skill. Your
Oh.
R shoots out like a more of a like a wave, as opposed to a single little mini baby beam. Your A is buffed; it'll dash you forward and get like a little bit of an AOE
That's your
here,
Infinity
double
Gauntlet.
hits.
Got it.
Versus just like a normal dash, it's kind of weak. And then your S
Oh my god, that
gives you
looks
a nice
good.
beefy laser as opposed to
What-
weak lasers.
It looks. Wait, could we just only do lasers?
No, that's not what this build is.
That's
unfortunately.
unfortunate. Yeah, that would have been good.
Yeah.
That would have been good.
The 222 kind of is more laser focused, but it's just a little bit weaker and like it doesn't combo well. It's not. It's less fun, I guess. I feel like 333 is just more fun.
What about your T skill usage?
T skill, you just spam it off cooldown.
Okay. And then your awakening and hyper awakening on this build.
So awakenings, I use the fun one. You really don't need to like normal awakening unless you actually have nothing.
What was that?
Don't worry about the boys, okay?
Where'd the boys come from,
You think,
man?
you think the boy? Okay, hold on.
The
You
boys
think the
pulled
boys are
up.
cool?
Yeah.
You think the boys are cool?
I
Okay.
think the boys are cool. Do it.
Is it more cool than this though?
I don't know. The boys were kind of cool, man.
Yeah, the boys are pretty cool. But you
boys
only
are
really touch the skill, or you use this awakening if you have nothing else to do, which is kind of rare. But
no,
sometimes at the
Yes,
end of
Rox.
like a full combo, you'll be able to do that. I'm gonna switch to the other one. This awakening sends in a battleship. You get your full meter back.
Okay.
So if you die and you res, you just awakening, you're back.
You're
If
back.
you don't do that,
You're having a bad time.
you're having a real bad time
Real bad time.
because you're gonna have to build meter naturally like the old Evil Scouter and press 10 buttons. This is how long it takes. Build.
That was a very depressing skill right there. You just look
You're full
sad
meter.
spinning.
And if the boss moves and you miss something, you're fucked. Is Hackerman's.
Yeah, I like that one a lot.
Little ion beam down. Your main skills. And you're gonna love this, John.
Okay, go
Your
ahead.
biggest skill, you get a big D, okay?
Oh.
Your D's your strongest skill.
Oh.
It's called a zero sync skill. Your F is a zero sync skill. The rest are just like normal sync skills. This is what they name them as. Your D's huge.
Oh.
But in this build, you have to build it up. You get stacks.
Oh.
So anytime you Q, you get a buff for your E and your A, and that's when you just pop them. And then here you get these little stacks. Destiny Mock Drive. Consume them, gives you an even bigger D. And you need it stacks up to 4 max, and then you use it. The rotation essentially is you're just doing QE, QA twice, but in between that, you're either using any of your other zero sync skills. So your F, I guess your D will also lower the cooldown of this by 4 seconds. And then you just pop it again. And then you press another zero sync skill. So your F also lowers your cooldown of your E and your A. Go back into your E and your A again.
Okay.
Use your identity skill. Enhances your E and your A again. You pop it again.
Okay.
And then you just go into D again, and then it lowers the cooldown. You just keep spamming those skills. Your F, your R, and your S, the 2 beam skills, they do less damage because of the core you're using. So here at the 14 P is like your Crimson Breaker, Echelon Beam, 20% less damage. That's your R and your S. So this build isn't focused on those two, it's focused on your E and your A. This core also gives the 4 stacks to make your D massive.
Which one?
This
biggest D
sorry,
is that one.
Yeah, this one here.
Yeah, real big.
This one gives you your stacks, and anytime you use your other Zero Sync skills, you get the cooldown reduction reduced on your E and your A. It's kind of like you're spamming them.
Okay.
You're resetting them over
Can
and
you
over.
just do like a full speed, showcase here of just like the class going?
Yeah, sure.
Going hog wild on it.
All right. So let's see. Everything's here. Oh, I guess before you even start, when you're going into a fight without, like, you can't transform in the circle and then go in, and you won't be transformed. You'll get kicked out of it.
Luna, stop it.
So as you start, in order to build your adrenaline stacks, you just use like mobile shot 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Transform. That's 4, 5, and then your 6th hit is your like big skill. So it just goes Q, E, Q, A, F, because you're not using D yet. You don't have 4 stacks. Q, E, Q, A, D, and you can like kind of supplement some other skills in there. Q, A, Q, E, Q, A.
Stop it.
Awakening. Q, E, Q, A. And here you just spam because nothing's up yet. None of your big skills are up. Just like spam Q until it's back up. You put quick recharge on Q and everything. I guess a few other things. The second, I guess 2-2-2 on this build is you're building around pumping your F instead of your D, which no one wants to do that. And then 1-1-1 is like your old school generic Evo build, except you're just obviously always in form. And
Yeah.
it just buffs everything, gives you crit rate. It's like your basic like Swiss Army knife.
Sure.
Core system. So yeah, don't die, because then you have to rebuild your meter. All right, old man, I'm tired.
All right, brother. Thank you.
I'll try, and if no one ATs, I'll try. Oh wait, no, he's here. Never mind. Goodbye.
Is that Chris right there? All right, man. I'll see you later.
I'm going to preface that I'm not the best player. I'm not following any community guide.
Sure.
I can explain that Scouter does, in my own vision, I think most Scouters are going to run Pulse Nova instead of the Quantum Operator.
Hold on. What? You're boring machinist? Let me know.
I'm typically running 1-3-3-3 instead of 3-3-3 across the board.
1-3-3.
Scouter, as the other guy explained, has a typical issue where if my battery is not at full charge, I do not gain this buff whatsoever. Okay, yeah. So the rotation you'll start with every fight is that you'll start with that, go in, throw your battery, which will trigger your destiny, then you do all that, and then you'll get enhanced core.
Wait, you're zooming and you're beaming. What are those symbols above you, the left and right one?
Okay, so these symbols are part of my arc passive. They typically give
checkbox
me...
for that, right?
Yeah, so down here it's going to indicate that I have collaboration skills. So if I use either my yellow or drone skills, I'll get the collaboration buff. So each of the individual icons indicate 6% buffs, so I can get a total of 12. It's a very high mobile class. What I currently have for my arc or Evo tree is this.
That's just mobility shot? Oh. I just don't know how to play the character.
Yeah, mobility gives you 2 different roles while also simultaneously having a little shot in between. So you shoot and then you can roll again. But you don't have to wait for the shots to go through. You can just roll right away. Do you have any more questions?
Nah, man. I'm just staring at this beautiful creation with a rabbit head.
I run, so there's 2 different types of brands, right, with a bard. There is Sonatina, and then there's Soundshock. There is nothing wrong with both. I personally I like Soundshock because it just provides more stagger. There's also more utility-wise with Soundshock than Sonatina, me personally. But I know people...
9? Hold on, wait, bro. Going all the way to 9 for T-skill is crazy, no?
Yes. I use 1 through 8. I use a 20-button mouse for my skills.
Oh, okay. That makes more sense.
But yeah, in terms of Bard, I use Soundshock. I like Soundshock's utility and use of it more than Sonatina. A lot of Bard players also pair Sonatina with with Soundholic just for meter gen and putting out more like 2-bar or 3-bar buffs. But I'm able to also kind of output that almost similarly, not as close to Bards that put out like that much faster and or more consistent than myself. So basically what I do is I put the brand. The really cool thing is with the recent buff with Bard is the sound shock lasts 5 seconds, 5 or 6 seconds, versus when it used to last for like 3 or 4 because of the debris from sound shock. And with Sonatina, it lasts, I think, 9 or 10 seconds. With sound shock, it lasts for 4 seconds, as you see here on my hotbar. Whereas Sonatina, it lasts 9 seconds on cooldown. But it's also, again, it has a longer brand time on the boss, versus sound shock has 5 or 6 seconds. But it's also really good, again, with like stagger checks and destruction, all that stuff. But usually with like building meter, I press like my brand, my heavily tune, music, prelude, and then after like when it's get close to heavenly tune cooldown, then I put down my song vibration. G-tune, you always almost want to keep that off of cooldown. Keep spamming it unless there's like certain parts where some bosses have like in Circa, like one of the destruction checks, you can press G-tune to immune one of those. During Kazaros, Gate 2 for like the puddles. A lot of people also don't know this part as well, but when you have your full meter, right? When you press your Serenade or your heal, you are also status immune. So like again, Gate 2 of Kazaros or Circa, when you press your buff, right, or you put down a heal, you are immune while you press that as well. That also kind of saves you like sacred bombs. But when it comes to like being full, just like so, like if you understand me, I put my brand or I buff brand Z, and press my T, and then I do my rhythm buckshot, prelude, winning music for shields. When the cooldown of heavily 2 goes close to none, then I put down celebration, and I kind of just rinse repeat. When it comes to T skill syncing with my Sarah to Courage, I try to always sync it with 3 bars, but if it's not within this syncing, then I'll just send 2 bars, because when you have this up here, one second. Yeah, this right here, your harmony, that's just part of like your whatchamacallit, your arc passive. When you hit 7 of harmony, the next skills you keep casting will receive a cooldown reduction. So just for example, when you press it here, I have 7 here. So you'll see my rhythm buckshot goes down. My wind and music will go down slightly. In terms of art grid, I'm running it slightly different than most bards because I have a couple of ancient cores, not to like flex or anything. But right now I'm running Arya's Accent. You can run either Brave's Accent or you can run Arya's Accent. The difference between the two, it's either max HP or with Arya Accent, it is mana. But also Brave Accent, that is buffed towards your Serenade, whereas Arya Accent is more buffed towards your T-skill. I personally like to run the Arya Accent because of the T-skill buff, and it's also more mana because Bard mana problems. Lol. With this, I personally like Rhythm Buckshot. If you are a Bard that runs like Sonatina, you pair it with Soundholic for, again, your more meter gen. You can run the, where's that? Yeah, the Sound Deluge core with it to, again, gain like more bars to output more of those like 2 or 3 bars. And especially when you're syncing it with T, of course. So like the most common is like 2-3-2 or 3-3-2 or 3-3-3 with Bard. Is there anything I'm missing, Mr. John? I don't know.
I'll just show your Awakening and Hyper Awakening real quick.
So this is Support Awakening. Hyper S is, of course, to like upkeep shield times, or if I'm close to like a 2 or 3 bar, that's when I'll press like my Awakening to get out to keep my up times of the Serenade. This is also Hyper as well. Play a really cool piano.
Mr. Everhope, thanks for pulling up and showcasing the Bard.
So, basically with Reaper, there are 3 types of skills. There's Dagger, Shadow, and Swoop. Very interesting name, of course.
Mm-hmm.
With Lunar, the whole point of the class is to build up stacks by using Swoop skills on the back. And on your 3rd stack, you get a huge enhancement to your damage. Let me just do this real fast, drain my meter. So you don't have mana, you have a meter bar that just passively regenerates over time. So it's a set rotation, so you build it like that, flip into your persona mode, and you use a swoop skill. And it gives me 1 stack.
Mm-hmm.
then you just keep repeating. There's basically a set rotation. And so now when I'm at 3...
Is that Black Mist I just saw you use?
Yes.
Wow, okay. That's back on the menu?
Yeah, it's been back.
Oh, that's cool.
It's just only on Lunar, not Hunger, really.
Mhm.
And so when you get it, you spend your skill, and you can hit anywhere with this skill, and it's always a back attack. And the other big thing is you always spam Shadow Vortex, because every time you cast it, it reduces your red skills by 2 seconds.
And this is Lunar Reaper, presented by Mr. Epic Sniper King.
So you can see I'm at 18, goes down to... So the rotation on Lunar is kind of sad, because no matter how good of gems you get, it's always locked by just not having enough uptime on your red skills, no matter how much you cast your swoops.
Okay.
Your stagger skills. And the other penalizing thing about this class is that, say I miss, I now have to wait 16 seconds for my 1 of 3 damage skills, and I don't get a stack in it. These skills are in a hierarchy of damage, so Rage Spear does the most, then Dance of Fury, then Glowing Brand. So when you miss a skill, it messes up your cycle of which one will be enhanced at the end. And so then you have to take a lesser skill until you can resync your cycle. So I can hit from the front here, and it's counts as a back attack.
What about that T skill?
So it is our highest damage skill. So it's...
What do you feel about Blunt Thorn
always,
with that?
It's alright with this one because it's a lot of multi-hits. It's very bad for Rage Spear, though, because as you can see, it's just 1 hit. Which, this skill, Rage Spear, you have push immune on it, so you can use it to just tank, DR, all that stuff. Ambush is your highest damage, but there's different preferences on this row. Some people prefer these other tripods. So like this one, it's a lot more multi-hits, but it's less damage. This one's a lot faster, but shorter range. And this one's a lot more damage, but it punishes you for not hitting the back, because it's all back attack damage.
Right.
The other thing is that by default, these crits do not line up. So this has 20% and these two have 30. And this has a crit from your other arc passive. So that's why this other arc crit is very popular, which is 2 moons and double core. What I was using is every time I use my Z, persona mode, backflip, it just activated my destiny. Whereas this one, pressing this activates it and consumes it instantly. And so it gives you a 20-second buff of damage. But the nice thing is that you can land this on anywhere and it counts the back attack.
That's nice, yeah. Don't forget to show us the good old X.
Yeah, yeah. The nightmare that does 3 mil damage.
Well, no, I mean for repositioning on the boss and a
Yeah.
counter, though.
Yeah, it's nice for that, and it's nice as a long range. Because you can just do this, go the other side of the boss. Black Mist is also great, because it lets you move through the boss.
And it's push immune, isn't it, while you're done there?
No, so we don't run that tripod anymore.
Oh, that's gone? Okay.
Because we need the extra meter generation. For our ulti, we use the triple one, because it reduces the cooldown swoop skills by 10% when you cast it. So I cast this and cast it. I get some refund on it, and I cast that. And each cast is a weak point too, so it's nice for destruction checks.
You can show us the
And then for
old hyper here.
Yep, this is the nice looking one.
Oh my goodness, and that's why most people wear bikinis.
And then for the other skill, because neither of the skills really give us damage, so we're not using them for damage, honestly. This one, you cast it and you backflip, so you want to have your mouse facing the other way. And it's just a nice little thing. Gives you full meter gen. And then if we do the hyper...
Chills. Looks pretty good. Cool.
Yeah,
Do you have
so
a
you
hunger
have the
build ready
tenacity.
to show us or nah?
I have hunger, but I just don't play it that much.
I mean, it's just pushing all your buttons, isn't it?
Yeah, so there's a couple other nuances with it. All it is it's piano with priority of skills, and then there's 2 cooldowns that you line up. So for hunger, it is just 1, 1, and then 1. There is a meme build I've heard about where they are doing 3-3-3, which is the poison bleed build.
Yeah, I think I've heard of
And
that
apparently it ruins supports because it doesn't count as them getting buff damage. So for this one, use Awakening at the start, get full meter because you want to do Chaos. And instead of just having X, we now have this Z instead of our backflip. And so you press this, and it's on 23-second cooldown, Fatal Step. You want to align it with your T skill, because when they'll come back up, they'll line up. And the other thing about Fatal Step with a tripod is that it gives us a damage buff. This is 1-1-1. Ravenous Nightmare,
okay.
Fatal Nightmare, and Nightmare's Plunge. And so pressing that activates our Destiny, and that gives us damage buff. And it also gives us Slaughter, which buffs all our damage on skills by 60%, and it lasts for 10 seconds. So that's why you line it up with this skill. So you press Z, T, and then you start spamming. This is also you can also run Conviction Judgment on this. So if you see they're using 3 Shadow Traps because it reduces the cooldown of our other Shadow skills, they line back up. So it requires 3 rotations of Shadow Trap per rotation of these 2 skills. Then otherwise it's just piano. There's different stat distributions that people go with. It's all a lot of preference, basically.
A lot of flex there, yeah. But it's just Giga Spammy. This is Hunger Reaper, by the way.
Yeah, you can go more swiftness, you can go less swiftness, you can go more spec, that sort of thing. So it's just comes down to how you want to play the class. Yeah, and so you just want to try and proc your Conviction Judgment whenever you can. And that's Conviction on Shadow Storm, and then Judgment on Shadow Trap. This is also your counter. I didn't say that earlier. So you have 2 counters on this class. You have a backflip one, and you have a ranged one. And then Distortion is really only on here for getting to the back.
Hi, brother.
I play pretty weird Surge builds. There's the standard, or let me just show my builds first.
So do you actually main Surge, or are we memeing?
I switched because I'm pretty bored of the game right now.
So now you're playing Surge for fun? Alright.
Yeah, I'm just playing Surge for fun. If you want the original like T3 Surge, you can go 1-1-1 cores. But Portia, the Hearthstone player, has been doing 3-3-3. And that's like the I kind of like it. It's high ceiling, and then also I think the floor is also increased as well. And then yeah, the only difference between this and T3 Surge, Blitz Rush is the same as the one you use for RE. So it turns it into a nuke skill, and you cast it twice.
Okay.
I'm just using mostly Gale Winds on everything.
So like, how does this work still? Is it still like stacking to like 20 or whatever, and then sending?
Yeah, so this is a meter, or it's kind of a meter class. You just have to stimmy all the time. But if you're too lazy to stimmy, like in Guardian raids, then you can just build it with Nail, Blitz, Turning, and then Blitz again. But you start with 3 bubbles and use Z. This animation is push immune, so you can use it to greed damage if you want. And then if you see like this, these like bubbles are like counting down or like going down. Within this time, you have to keep hitting the boss, and you get 60 stacks, and that's like the high surge damage hits. If you have at least 40 stacks, you get all 3 bubbles back. But I'm gonna surge now, and it does not refund me at all. So it kind of scales with how many hits you've hit the boss with.
Okay.
And then yeah, let me just show the rotation. So yeah, it was that one buff there when I hit the boss. Every time I hit the boss, I'm building these surge enhancement stacks, and then the goal is just to keep spamming that as much as possible, and then get 60 stacks.
Stacks up pretty quick. There you're at 60 now.
The only thing is that this build is kind of slower to get to cycle through compared to RE.
Sure.
Probably like half the time. And yeah, I think with fights that like phase a lot, so like G1 or Mochi and stuff, you probably don't want to. It's probably not feasible to always go for 60 stacks. And then this build as well, because Blitz is so. With T3 Surge, I think your Surge is probably like 80% of your damage, or like 60-70% of your damage. This time, because Blitz turns into a nuke skill now, it's going to be more like 40%, and Blitz is like 30% of your damage. So because Blitz is a bigger portion of your pie, you can break up your rotation, do like a 40 stack Surge, and just keep the rotation going. So it's in scenarios like Kazarus G2, where you're just farmed and you can't like you can't get all 60 stacks. It's pretty good to just send 40 stack surges.
All right, man. Well, thanks for pulling up and showing off a Deathblade here. Surge.
All right, yeah. Take it easy, bro.
I did. Take it easy, man. So I don't have cores on this, guys. Keep that in mind. I'm just kind of showing you what it looks like. So this is Bard. This would be for Ray if she wants to try DPS on a Bard. I think DPS Bard is a little bit on the lower side of performing. There's a couple different ways to do it. The whole concept, though, is I build meter. Kind of like what a Valk does, but I actually have to hit. And once I build up my meter all the way, I do all my damage. We have the DPS Hyper Awakening here. I get out the harp, summon angels and shiz. Holy moly. And then let me reset that cooldown so you can see the other variant of it. And there they are, the angels again coming down. The build process for this class is very slow. Keep that in mind. And that's why it makes it even more punishing, because most of my damage is loaded into my Z and my T damage here. So you want to make sure you're syncing up with buffs is another thing like that. Well, that and HT now gives you 20% crit side. Yeah. I should have that tripod on. Right there, crit rate, tuned for me. Anyway, so once you get this up, I have a Dren, I have this up. You always want to make it hit 100%. And then we hit Z. Z again. And it does a big hit. And then you start building again. All these other skills do next to no damage. We do have this right here with a little push immune on our rhythm buckshot. It's just about uptime and making sure you hit stuff, man. Cores 111, 112 increase meter gen and damage split of SV and SH. I don't know the acronyms, so help me here. Babo! I haven't played this as DPS since Mortem, so we're going off of what's available. Because I can't get rid of Paul. Oh, Sonic Vibration Sound Holic. Okay. And then I hit this big thing from afar. Oof! That's it. That being said, if you like Bard and you want to have the option of DPS, it's really cool that it's there. I do think that DPS Bard is on the lower end of the performance of all the DPS Bards, or DPS supports. It's like worse Valk, in my opinion, for DPS. Alright, so that covers the DPS Bard. We're almost through it there. So this right here is, once again, Gravity Trinity Destroyer. If you haven't seen this class, it has some really cool stuff. I'll show you some of these awakenings first. This one right here, this is Terror Break. It does give you full meter, which you can use, especially on like GT Destroyer, to try to get that meter back up for certain windows. It also has really cool Hyper Awakenings. Oh, shit. These big-ass hammers. Heavy hitting, slow, Rage Hammer style. Or it's a little bit weird, kind of... I don't necessarily like the new GT, but... some people might enjoy it, but let me show you this other stuff here. We also have the Big Bang. Here it is right here. It's just like I hit V while holding it. I walk around, charges up, boom. Okay, and then we reset the cooldown. I'll show you the hyper version of that. Wow. Ain't that something. Alright, once we get full meter on this class, what you want to do is you always want to get our synergy applied. I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, within the arc passive, it's going to apply the synergy on hit. The cores I am running here on this, hold on real quick, are going to be 333. This is doing the GT build. Now, the way this works is when I activate with Z, I'm in form, and then I'm going to tap Z. It's going to have a 2-hit component, so 1, 2, 1, 2. Now, what happens here is if we reset this, and I'm going to tap my Z, I'm going to spacebar cancel right at the end of that, and hopefully I do it just right, where I still get the second hit. Now, there's people who may do nefarious bad guy things to make that a lot more efficient and perfect every time. And you actually gain like an extra bonk or two in that sequence. And then there's guys like me who just go, It also looks a lot better when you have like attack speed buffs and things like that going on. Now, once I'm out of form, it's a little bit weird because I can, if you don't know this about Destroyer, Endure Pain is going to give me some push immunity for a little bit. It's also going to give me cores because I have that top tripod there called Guaranteed Core. We also have a Taunt, and then we have Endure Pain, which is going to reduce any meter type stuff as well as a damage reduction on me. So if I hit this R, gets cores, I'm going to hold down my T, charge it up on the front, takes 5 business days. We send it, and that gave me 3/4 of a meter. I'm going to send in any 2 skills, and then we're going to hit like perfect swing. And now I have full meter again. I'm going to cycle again. Okay, that's like it's a little bit weird because I don't have my attack speed buffs right now. I'm not with the support with Yearning plus any type of buff. So the timing, that's a little weird, but just to kind of show you how it looks. The noise is annoying. From there, a couple things to note is like Heavy Crush is going to give me 1 core down here. And then Dreadnought and Power Shoulder give me 2. So it's kind of like cycling the skills here to build up these little things down here and make sure that I am getting through all this so that I can send the next purple skill, the liberations, I believe is what we call these, right? Gravity release skills, concentration skills, and we liberate them. And there we are, back to full again. I gotta slow it down a little bit just because of how I don't have buffs. Once again, we're hitting back on the top side here into the T skill for that big regain. Taunting out into a perfect swing. Couple things to note as well is I have this size or Earth Eater rather. While I'm charging this, I'm push immune, can't be knocked over. Damage is obviously on maximum charge, but stagger only needs 1 bar of charge. Everything else is pretty much self-explanatory, just going through stuff. You can also go across the front on skills like this so that I'm hitting the front. Let me show you that again with full cooldown reduction here. So when I'm hitting like perfect swing or any class that has any sort of attack, that's positional, meaning it has to hit the front or hit the back or whatever, I can just send it like this across the front with my animation, and it should have enough of a hit radius to still hit the front. So yeah, pretty straightforward. So the way Rage Hammer works in the future is it's going to be most of your damage is on 2 skills. That's going to be, and then followed by like Seismic Shock or Seismic Hammer, whatever it is. It's going to be your T skill and your perfect swing. That's going to be most of your stuff. So let's swap over to this and let's see if I still have this set up right. So the way this works, it's going to be charging a lot, kind of like other classes. So I'm holding this, and then we're going to hit across the front. Very satisfying gameplay in terms of just big ass damage. Something you always, oh, we let go a little early. Let me redo that. Something you always want to do is make sure we have our push immune up. Now the Z has a different function when you're in Rage Hammer. I tap it. It's going to empower my next Rage Hammer skill and also give it push immune. So it's going to consume right there. So this is on a like 1720 character, by the way, hitting these numbers without like a lot of investment, just junky stuff. A couple things I guess we can call out real quick is, again, charging across the front like this. Always prio the Z on the T here. You can also do the other one. And also refills that one. You can also send this one across the front to get like that kind of damage. You got some repositioning tools. I run Power Shoulder. There's some other options there, but I can send it across, spacebar off of it, and then send it back the other way to try to hit that. But I went too far. GG's. That's pretty much it for Rage Hammer. Now, the new build coming up that's getting buffed makes it so Perfect Swing's always a front attack. That's getting Giga buff, so I can hit it from wherever, and it's going to always count as a front attack. So you're going to be able to empower this one and just give it like big damage. So that's 2.3. Let's try this one now. It's not on the front, but we'll switch in a second. 2.5. Yeah, 3.7 billion. I mean, guys, it's like a rat character hitting big numbers. So very satisfying power fantasy when it comes to big numbers. Yeah. But the new one's going to be Crit Swift. And I don't know how it's performing after the buffs that KR just got. But I think that about covers like general aesthetics of the class, not at the absolute top end, but you know, like a general idea of what it looks like and how it's going to work. Cool. I think that concludes Destroyer. I would be happy to answer questions. You got Jungle Walrus on Twitch. He plays Destroyer, mains it. Probably has a lot better information than me. All right, guys. Next up is Soul Eater. This is Mr. Zephys.
So this is Soul Eater, female assassin class. We're going to start with Full Moon, and we're going to give a warning about it, but just to show you, it's an assassin class. Has a very, very pretty scythe.
This is Full Moon, you said?
We're going to start with Full Moon.
Okay, and this is the one that's getting buffed in KR, right?
Yeah, we're going to talk about the cores a little bit. This is going to look a little bit weird because I'm going to showcase two different builds. One of them is getting buffed, so I want to show the other one too a little bit. The meta right now, as far as I can tell here, is it 2-2-1? Let's open this. This is what people are currently using. It's mostly meter generation to just cycle faster. We're also going to show a little bit of this one, which is 3-3-3. This is getting buffed a lot, and it looks really strong, and people will probably play it. There's not a lot of Full Moon players right now because Knight's Edge does a similar kind of thing easier, but this will probably change things, and this is a lot of damage. So this is Full Moon. It is Specialization Crit. We have our stats jacked up a little bit, look a little bit weird, which means it's a little bit slower. But there's one thing I want to mention. This is used right now, but it might not be used in the new build, and it's unique to some of the new classes. This is our synergy skill that we use called Lunatic's Edge. Both builds use this. It's the synergy when you hit the boss, but the other thing that it does that's really nice is it gives you a move speed buff. 20% nearly, even if you don't hit the boss.
It's pretty good. And Full Moon also takes increased damage, right, as its kit?
Yeah, some of it's kit, and it's why it's a little bit rougher for new players. It's a build burst class, but it has tripods called Misery. This build, I don't know if I took them on some of them or any of them on it, because I kind of did a combination, but some of these tripods will make you take more damage. They have grudge decks. You can use a Purify Rune to kind of try to get rid of them, and if you have a Purify support, that can mitigate it a bit, but you take a lot of damage on this class. The basics of the build is you have
and that's on Full Moon, not Knight's Edge, right?
Yeah, Knight's Edge does not take those at all. I'm not sure the new build does it, because I copied some of them and I don't see Misery on here, so like if I open up the skills, you see like on Asteros, Misery. So right now this guy isn't using it for this new build, because a lot of this I copied off of the 3-3-3 build. But a lot of the current one that's used in NA, it uses this Misery, which is, it reduces the cooldown, it does more damage, but it inflicts Misery to self, which is incoming damage, you take more damage, and it stacks. So it can be kind of rough. The build of the class, this version is Specialization, Build, and Burst. It's very centered on a very large burst window, which it looks like this. You hit your Z button, your identity, when you have full meter on the bottom. We'll show how to build that in a second. You just do big damn. They turn red, these get empowered, big hits. The core of the build and burst. Side note, if you're a lower level, you'll only have 3 of these soul stones. When you get high up in arc passive, you get a 4th, so you can burst more in your form. And you're using the soul stones to give you stacks to like be able to spend your pink skills. You have Ghast skills, which you don't use very much in Full Moon. Like I said, it's only our synergy. You have Stygian skills, which are your high meter gen. And you have pinks, which are spenders, but also give you the lower gauge. And a little bit of misery too. So we're building soul stones mostly with your Stygian skills, and we're spending pinks and building gauge, both of them. Then we get enough gauge on the bottom of our second meter, we pop form, and we burst. Ideally, we're aligning with our support. It's fairly basic of what you're doing. You're just building as fast as you can. Trying not to overcap on soul stones. Building the bottom gauge. The bottom gauge is what we care about the most on. A side effect of this, or like a perk of this class, is that when you pop this form, it is independent of these. I pop these are separate. Those other ones are cooling down right now as I come out of this, but these I can pop all of this. That's independent of the ones on the outside. And they're back up.
Hit him with the anchor.
The anchor, its cooldown.
Oh.
Anchor. So as far as damage goes, it depends on your core, but the biggest skill is our T skill. We want to empower that always. We don't want to cast that outside. A lot of these we're casting in and out. Both. This one, you don't, because this one does not get set. So if I were to go out, and those are on cooldown, if I get my gauge back and pop, these come off, this one doesn't. So this one we always want to be casting that in form. Also, side note, I don't play this very much, or at all, but we're trying to showcase it and go fast.
Yeah. I appreciate you pulling up and showing what it can do, what it looks like,
overall,
based on your knowledge.
Right now, this is not the meta as far as I know of the Awakening and Hyper Awakening, but because the other version doesn't use this, I want to show this in this one, and then I'll show the other one in Night's Edge. So, Awakening, called the End, Big Grim Reaper, do cool things to the boss. I'll just show it one more time. Hyper Awakening, as it usually is, it's a bigger version of the Grim Reaper. And it lingers and gives you meter as it's going.
It's kind of cool.
Does more damage than the other one, but we use the other one for meter gen. Like the other one will give us soul stones, and we like that better for both of these right now.
Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. you showed all the skills.
If you like just very, very big hits.
Yeah, stylish, big hits,
good.
wide range, AoEs.
Oh, that's what I should do. Okay, and then the one thing we'll mention very briefly, because we don't want to get into the depths too much. There's a balance patch coming that moves us. So this was 221, which is the core with, again, just meter build. This is kind of their version. Like usually a lot of these will have cores that has a meme build. This got buffed a lot in Korea, 333, and instead of being primarily around your pinks, when you pop form, it'll empower your greens. These will be doing a ton of damage.
Wait, so your greens do damage?
Your greens do damage, and they do damage in form.
Huh.
It'll be a very... It's going to be janky, and we're not quite sure about it. That's something I'll be trying out probably in a month or two when we get it. But you'll be using greens in form for your primary damage. They do a lot.
Show us your Knight's Edge. Soul Eater.
Knight's Edge is my primary class. I've been playing it for quite a while now. We're going to talk about two different builds because we kind of have to. So there are two meta builds. One is more popular but requires arc grid. You can't play it in a very workable state because it needs meter. So we're going to show you what is called 412, or if on arc core terms, I don't have this quite set up, it's going to be 111. And we'll show a little bit about it as fast as we can, because we don't want to go like deep. We just want to show that, like, the reason we have to kind of show this is because, like I said, you need the arc grid for the other one to work. It'll be working a little bit differently. So Knight's Edge is crit swift. Speculation does basically nothing for us. All this does is buff our awakening. It doesn't. We don't have the same forms. We have different ones, and it doesn't buff those. So we don't care about specialization. So we max out crit. We have some swiftness. We have the same synergy, which is very useful. It's very mobile. The strengths of this class is just it's very easy to do what you want to do despite what the boss wants to do. So you're very mobile. Your synergy is up a lot. It moves you around the boss. You have the vestige skill, which you also saw in Full Moon.
Can you tell me more
Very
about this
popular.
vestige skill? I've heard, I
I've
myself
heard some
sometimes.
bad guys.
Yeah.
Once in a while will use this in nefarious ways to spin the boss.
Yeah, I've heard about those villains before. They're hombre malo.
I would never do that.
Okay.
Never do that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. As long as you say you
I would
wouldn't do
never
it.
adjust that.
Right.
Mostly an uptime build, two versions. high crit, pretty nice. You don't really, you can run Blunt Thorn, but you usually run Standing Striker.
And Knight's Edge
on
is still
both
pretty good
versions.
for like a new player, right?
Yeah, I would definitely recommend this. Like, historically, it does really well in Prague. It does really well in bosses.
You just push all
When
your
it first
buttons.
came out, if you looked at it in Trixian, it did less damage than everybody. But the thing about it is that your cooldown timing and your mobility around the boss are very well met for mechs. Like, you can dodge mechs while still doing damage, and your cooldowns are kind of natural for like dodging an attack while still hitting. 7 of your skills are paralysis immune. So like, if you don't know what that means, a lot of the boss's attacks kind of flinch you a little bit and can cancel skills. The only one skill on Soul Eater does not have it. They all do, so they're very rare that you get anything canceled or have bad things happen to you. As well, you have 2 on your kit very often push immunes, so we're going to show a different version of this, but Rusted Nail is your counter. It's a 2-hit combo. Most people use a Tenacity Tripod for it, so for both hits, you are push immune, on demand. It's up very often because of a cooldown tripod. Really, really reliable that if something's happening, you can just spam that and not get knocked. Some people like the movement tripod, but it's just really good.
Yeah.
The other one is Reaper's Scythe, that also has push immune during it, and another version has a charging that you can do it for a long time. I don't want to get too deep into the combo, but because this is the build, it's called 4-1-2, which we order by skills. So we have 4 Ghast, 1 Stygian.
That's
or
3
4-1-3,
pinks
sorry.
though.
It's late, man. You brought me up like 10 hours in.
Okay, is it 4-1-3 or 4-1-2?
Sorry, 4-1-3.
Okay. What about the T skill?
We don't count those because this was made, this terminology, before we had those.
But that's Ghast.
Yeah, but we don't count that one.
What number is it for? 4-1-3-1?
So 4 Ghast skills, 1 Stygian skills, and 3. So I said 3. So like
Would it be 5 Ghast then?
Yeah, you could call 5-1-3 if you wanted to count the T. Some people do.
I'm sorry, I'm fried. I needed to try to stimulate myself.
We're all right. Okay. I don't want to get too deep into the combo. This version is the version you will be playing from T3 because you can't play the other version. It does have a set rotation that flows very naturally, and it's designed to match cooldowns in the form. I'll explain in a minute what to do the full combo. We do our first rotation. We wait for a second. Cooldowns don't get perfect. We do the second, and we're in full. We're spamming. The T skill is a gas skill, which all these are buffed in form. I'll explain in a second. Finish the combo in this version. We exit as these are coming back up. And it's an infinite rotation if you're aligning. So what I didn't explain the identity in this version is it's a little bit different than the other one. In this version, you can't build this the same way. So basically, these skills build soul stones. When these have 3 of these, we can empower one of these pink skills to make it hit really, really hard.
Can you empower my pink?
Maybe off stream, you know. Yeah. Bro, you wanted this shorter and you're sending it sideways. What is wrong with you?
Okay, help it, boss. I'm so fried.
So in this version, we're split in damage between in form and out of form. So we kind of align cooldowns. We use 1 empowered pink, 1 unempowered. This 1 unempowered, 1 empowered. And we're just balancing, and our goal is just to get into form. The entire point of this combo is to use our cooldowns most efficiently, and it also lines up with our T skill, because we want to use that in form cycle. Yeah. And then when you have arc passive, you get a Z skill. Whenever you use this exits the form immediately, but in this version we're actually want to get most of the form done before we leave.
Okay.
As
and this
far
is
as,
what you said the T3 version is before going into...
Yeah, most of the
cores or enlightenment points? Or both?
You need cores, but they're very easy to get. I'll show you the next build in a second. If you want to keep playing this build, you can. This is actually higher ceiling, but the downside of this one is you're backloaded in damage, and the rotation is very long. If the boss leaves before you can T, a T is your most damage, and you have to do it in form. So if the boss leaves when your gauge is in a weird spot, or at least before your T and it's sitting on cooldown, you're losing a lot of damage. It's
I
It's
think
very punishing for fast-moving content, like early content, like frontier content, that where the boss leaves or you see cutscenes. You lose a lot of damage if you don't know the fight very well.
Yeah. Ray, I think you would actually
Just-
really like this class.
I super recommend this, and also I'll show you in a minute that it gets better. Small side note that I don't want to talk too much about, but just say there's a lot more freedom in Gauge. Like I said, you can be punished by cutscenes, but you can delay things, you can move them around. The other thing is, in form, you want to hit T, but we can delay it. We don't have to use it right away. So if your support is late on buffs or you want to wait towards the end of it, ideally we'd do this before, but we could Atro T, Z out. I missed it, but it was going slow, but you can do it at the beginning, you can do it at the end, you can backload, you can change things around, you can recover a lot. Once you hit Arc Grid, we'll leave and re-enter using my actual skill. You have an option that opens up that changes it from a backloaded skill like build to a front-loaded build, and it changes it from a rotation to a priority. And a lot of people have changed this class even from Full Moon because it opens up a lot of more options to that. So what we do is we change. So Arc Grid style, this is going to look a lot, but you actually don't need very much for this. The importance parts.
What? Wait, what the whale?
What do you mean? It's just
Would
just
you
dropped.
have an
It's not
ancient
my fault.
core?
It's not my fault. It just dropped. Like I didn't do anything.
Oops.
Oops, it just dropped into my feeds.
Oh, okay.
So on this, what we care about is the 14 point for this is
So this is 222.
Actually, don't even. Is it
How
weird
would
that
you
I
have
don't even know
4
that?
ancients on your main?
Oh, okay. Like I actually have a lot. I have don't tell chat, but I have 8, John.
You have 8 on this character rate, really?
Okay.
You have
a
attack
lot
and
of them aren't
weapon?
usable. I got attack, weapon, and defense, man. I got absorbing strike. Like I got
Dude, you
Deathly
just
Harvest in
yeah,
reality.
like half your inventory's white.
Most of them aren't usable, but there's a lot.
What the whale?
So 111 is 412. You can play that.
He's
even
a
once you get
pig.
Arcades at the ceiling, but most people like 222. Don't play 333 unless you hate life. It's very low damage. It's basically about being in your form a long time, but it's not good. Alright, so once we unlock this, we go into Trixian, and I need to add some support stuff because this build is more mana. Something I didn't mention is that when you spend time in your form, you regain mana. It's kind of designed to have spent time, but this build doesn't want to be in form, so we need.
Oh, back to the mana.
Okay, mana.
Do you go in the sauna with your mana?
So weird. This guy is so weird. This guy is so weird. So this is 503. We get rid of Soul Drain for thrashing. The nice thing about this is we opened up some options with our cores that gives us meter from these now.
Okay, so it's
We
no
change
longer
our T skill.
513 or whatever you had before. Now
Yeah,
it's
no longer 412 or 503. We don't have any Stygian skills. We have 5 Ghast skills and 3 Spenders.
Okay.
We changed some tripods around.
Is that the same T skill as the other?
No, the other one used the Ghast skill in form. This one is a Death Lord skill. It's a pink.
Okay.
And the concept of this is it's a priority system and it's a builder and it's much more freeform. Those two, yeah. And in this one, we're actually empowering everything. We don't need to have a balanced rotation. We just need to get meter and empower. We can even use some unempowered if we're filling time or if the boss is gonna leave. But right now, so the difference in this is we've gotten some meter, we've gotten some cooldowns and some things. We can just exit meter. We don't want to be informed anymore. We don't want to balance cooldowns. We just want to spend the moment it lights up. We only have a priority system. We have a new skill, Thrashing. The way this works is that Arc Grid gave us a way to generate meter from these grays. And that if you look at the Fragmented Destiny, every 4 casts, you get Soul Stones. You get an entire one. So we use Thrashing because it's a double cast, it gives us 2 of those. And then we use Grays to build our Soul Stones. And it's literally just spend damage when you get it. The only thing we care about is we like to use lethal spinning in form because it's still a lot of base damage, but our cores actually nerf all of the damage of these skills. I got banned.
Why did Laptis get banned? He's a good guy. That was a perma ban too. It wasn't even a timeout.
because we're spending faster on the pink skills now.
Oh.
We also changed this to something we sometimes use in Full Moon. We changed this to a charging. This still has tenacity, so for the entire time that this is charging, I am pushing you. And our counter is still pushing me. Our Z is also pushing me. We don't get knocked down very often if we're paying attention to the fight.
It's a lot of pushing, man.
The nice thing is it has a cooldown tripod, so it's like every 5 seconds. You do use it to build meter, it is part of your like generation. Oh, but people like this a lot better because you're not thinking about fight duration, you're just spending. You're just
yeah, just
like,
yeah,
T is high,
shit.
T is highest, then guillotine, then Reaper's Sight, and Vestige, and then we, like I said, we use this when we're in form. There's like a technical rotation, there's some min-max, but you don't need to worry about it until you start playing it for a while. As far as Awakening goes, this is the Awakening we would use. It can give us some options for meter. It builds, and the base Awakening builds us to full meter. Spend it. Hyper, let's do this to show a little bit better. See out of form. So right now we have full gauge. Spend that, we hyper.
Whoa.
During this animation, when you first come out, you get 1, and then if you cast within the first second, you'll get another 1. So this basically gives you 2 casts of empowered skills. So very strong Atro window, you can pop out 3 empowered skills in a very short period.
You're making an Arcana, right? Oh my. It's chopped.
There's no way.
Don't do it.
There's no
Please
way.
don't do that.
Otherwise, super easy to play. Really great once you get Arc Grid going. You only need 2 legendaries to make the start working. So like literally at 1700 with like a couple selectors, you can start working it. Because you just want the part. This part was whenever you activate Destiny,
The
you get a
14p,
Soulstone. That's our meter. Yeah. This one is what is our activator in, which is using those gray skills 4 times, is activating that, and we're getting meter from that. So we cast 4, we get that. This one's nice to have. It gives paralysis immunity to one of our builders. Not, you know, it's not necessary. It's just nice. And then the rest is just damage. Otherwise, good class. Invested your friends and point things at them.
Yeah, pretty good. Well, Zephyrus, thanks for pulling up and showcasing so much Soul Eater stuff I didn't know about. All right, guys, thanks for pulling up today. Thanks to all the people that showed up. Once again, that was a community kind of like class showcase of everyone, every class, like a core builder to per engraving, with like the hypers, just kind of general talk on the class and what's going on, what it does, how it does it. It's really cool. I know there's some people may feel like, oh, that guy wasn't good for that, like that one, this guy right here mainly, showcasing anything. That's fine. I know I'm bad. I know I'm shit, but it's more about the aesthetics and like general feel of a class. So don't take it personal if you didn't pull up today, you know? It's not my fault. It's 11 hours, Ember.